Hello and welcome in for everybody tuning in. This is the 383rd episode of the Dean Withers Show. Frankly, we might be on 384th or 384th episode. I don't know. But regardless of that, I appreciate you guys so much for tuning in. I hope that the start to your Monday, is it Monday, has been great. And thank you so much for spending some of the time out of your day hanging out with us in here on live. Now, if you've never been here before, let me make sure I can communicate to you what we do. We talk to Trump supporters, we debate them, and we change their minds, or at least we try. Now, we do this every day because I think Trump is the worst president of your life, regardless if you're 18, 8 or 30, or 80. It just doesn't get worse than him, okay? He's a complete maniac. He's lost his goddamn mind. He's nuts, and he's evil. I mean, from his terrible domestic policy to the atrocities overseas to, praising Allah, then attacking the Pope, then claiming to be God. It's just, this man should not be in the Oval Office. He should be in an insane asylum, if I'm being honest. Now, clearly, there's still some people that disagree, so that's who we'll be talking to today. Now, the breaking news of today is that a stunt that we saw from the White House yesterday massively backfired on the Trump administration and President Donald Trump specifically. It had to do the big beautiful bill and no tax on tips. They had the quote unquote DoorDash grandma do a DoorDash order of McDonald's directly to the Oval Office to Donald Trump to give him the order as like a quote unquote celebration that she was able to keep $11,000 tax free from the tips that she had received from DoorDashing the previous year. Now, we're learning that this is the same lady that testified in front of Congress advocating for the big, beautiful bill to get passed. We're also learning from the PR director of DoorDash that this was not a real DoorDash order. It was more just symbolic. And then when she was actually there, it really backfired against Trump because he continued to ask her if she voted for him. She said maybe. He asked her if she agrees with his policy positions. She said, that's not what I'm here to talk about. And it was just so crazy to watch it all backfire right in his face. So their epic stunt to try to deflect away from the files, the terrible war in Iran, completely backfired in the face of the president. Now, earlier I said it was Monday. I am now learning that it's not Monday. It's actually Tuesday. So for those who corrected me, appreciate the correction. They're always welcomed. Personally, folks, I'm not going to lie. I'm kind of losing my mind a little bit myself trying to keep up with the news every day. I don't fucking know what day of the week it is because I do this 7 days a week. But let's go ahead and hop into that first debate. The first guest has already joined the live. John Doe, first got to ask you, are you a Christian?
Yeah, I'm a Catholic, so yeah.
Macho, thank you for the meteor shower. Oh, goddamn, double whammy. All right, so how do you feel about Donald Trump, your favorite president, not even just attacking your pontiff, the Pope, okay, but also claiming to be your God, committing undeniable blasphemy with a depiction of himself as Jesus Christ?
I'm not happy about it. Definitely not happy about it.
But whose side are you taking? Trump's side or Jesus' side?
I mean, definitely Jesus is on this one. But I mean, it's like, yeah, sorry. Let me turn my notifications off real quick. I mean, I'm not happy about it. I'll be honest. I've seen this, on Truth Social. It's a picture depicting himself as Jesus. And I think it's pretty wrong. I'm not happy about it, but I'm not going to try and defend him on this one. If you're going to take
Jesus aside, I don't think that you could be a Trump supporter because that sin of depicting himself as Jesus, that's blasphemy. And what does it say in Mark? That blasphemy is the one unforgivable sin. So therefore, it's God's red line. If what Donald Trump did was God's red line, why is it not your red line?
True. You know what? God first. I mean, like, I'm never going to put Trump before God. So, like, of course. But, yeah, I mean, I still would rather him for president than, like, Kamala Harris. But, like, what he did was wrong.
Well, why? Like, what did Kamala Harris ever do that was worse than blasphemy, a threat of genocide of 90 million, raping a woman, attacking the Pope, and praising Allah?
Look, if I can save babies' lives that otherwise would have been aborted under Kamala, it's still a net positive.
Oh, well, it seems like then you're not a Trump supporter because abortions had gone down for 30 years prior to the overturning of Roe v. Wade. Roe v. Wade gets overturned by Trump, by the way, and now we've seen increasing numbers in abortion every year since.
But what? But I mean, Trump is like anti-abortion, right? He's like...
But the culmination of that feeling that abortion was bad was overturning Roe v. Wade. Since we overturned Roe v. Wade, which is the only thing he's ever done legislatively on the topic of abortion, abortions have only gone up. You have not prevented the deaths of more innocent babies.
Can you remind me what Roe v. Wade was again?
Of course. Roe v. Wade was the quote-unquote federal protection for every woman and girl's access to abortion in America that had existed for decades. It was a Supreme Court decision that dictated that access to abortion was protected under the Constitution. Now, Donald Trump didn't like that. So in his first term, he made appointments to the Supreme Court to overturn that, to then pass it back to the state, so then some red states could inevitably ban it. That's the only thing he's ever done on abortion, and he stands by it. He says he doesn't want to do more, i.e. a federal ban. But the issue is, ever since that was overturned, women have started to get more abortions at numbers never seen before. Like I said, since Roe v. Wade was put in place, the number of abortions have only went down until it was overturned. Why? We could speculate different reasons. Like speculatory, I would assume the reason why the number of abortions have gone up is because now that's something that women and girls are thinking more about. For the women and girls that are in states where they still have access, they're looking at states banning it, with new states banning it seemingly every month or two. Okay, but that rate has now slowed. And they are telling themselves, well, shit, now I feel really insecure about my bodily autonomy. It could be taken away from me in a snap of a fingers. What if my state legislators change their mind? I might want to keep this baby, but clearly I don't know if it's that I'm not that confident in the decision. Therefore, I'm going to go get an abortion now compared to possibly giving birth in the future, merely because my access to abortion could possibly be taken away. And that's maybe why we've seen such a large increase in abortions for the first time in 3 decades.
Okay, Dean. All right. Well, look, that's terrible. I didn't know about that. I mean, well, like, obviously there would have been more abortions under Kamala.
No.
Like you just said that.
Well, how do you know that? Because
if
if we saw a connection between federal protections to access to abortion and lower abortion numbers compared to those protections being taken away, and Kamala Harris ran on said federal protections, how do you know that the number of abortions we'd see in America per year wouldn't have just gone back to the trends in which existed before it was overturned?
Okay. All right.
Right?
Well,
so it's like we went through the whole,
right,
do you choose Jesus or God? Blasphemy is God's red line. Why isn't it yours? You said, oh, I'm always going to side with Jesus. But then you came up with some half-assed, shitty quasi-justification to still side with a blasphemer by saying, well, at least he's pro-life. But then when we look at the data, seemingly his pro-life worldview has only materially resulted in more dead children, right? The little fetuses, the clumps of cells, the innocent kids.
All right. Well, look, can I tell you why I support ICE then? Can I tell you why I support immigration policy, why I support ICE?
You could try your best, but I don't understand why you're still a Trump supporter at all now that we've completely disputed your worldview. You know, like, I think the fact that God has a red line against Trump is more than compelling to hopefully change your mind.
Sure. Look, all right. Look, you ever heard of Jocelyn Nungare? You know, that 12-year-old girl that was raped and murdered by illegal immigrants?
I haven't heard of her,
Texas.
but I buy that, you know, we could identify a small set of circumstances where undocumented immigrants have raped and murdered girls and women. Okay.
Yeah, well then, in that case, I say deport all of the undocumented immigrants. If, like, one of them is going to grape and murder a 12-year-old American girl, deport them all. That's all I needed. And also, there's been so many other girls that have been raped and murdered by
Have you ever heard of Cassie Bernal?
Oh, no, tell me.
So Cassie Bernal was a 17-year-old girl who was shot and murdered by the Columbine high school shooters in April of 1999. You know that the Columbine high school shooters were white men, right? So, like, frankly, just because we now identified a circumstance of a white man brutally murdering a 17-year-old girl, I think that we just need to send all white men to prison.
Okay, well, like, dude, that was, like, in the 90s. And also, like, you're saying,
do I need to give you a more recent example of a white man doing something illegal?
Okay, you said white men, but I mean, look, like, that's a difference. The people that came here illegally have already committed a crime, all right, in coming here. And then you got other people that are coming here with them, like, probably on the same boats, and murdering women. Like, it's showing the type of places that...
Dude, all that I'm saying is, I just gave you a circumstance of a white man murdering an innocent girl. We need to lock all white men
Yeah,
up.
well,
No, but if you're going to turn around and say,
I'm
hey,
sure
Dean, that's
there's more
kind of
criminals.
crazy because you can't say that all white men are a monolith for the worst of white men, like the Columbine high school shooters. Therefore, we can't throw all white men in jail. Okay, well, then that would be the first conscious thought you've had in your damn life. Now let's just apply that same logic to undocumented immigrants. Yeah, we can identify a very small portion of
Why you
undocumented
gotta be
immigrants.
so
It's around
rude?
1% that have engaged in violent crimes like rape or murder. But the reason why we shouldn't then abstract our animosity that we'd hold to that one undocumented immigrant towards all undocumented immigrants is because the fact they're an undocumented immigrant has no connection to the motivations insofar as why they committed that crime. In fact, the average American citizen is 2.5 times more likely to commit violent crimes on American soil compared to the average undocumented immigrant. Not to mention, when U.S. citizens do commit violent crimes, you don't give a shit because you make them president. Donald Trump had a court determine he raped a woman. He admitted to sexual exploitation. He was best friends
Come
with
on.
Epstein, sharing letters with him depicting the bodies of naked little girls, talking about the wonderful secrets they share that mean more than
That's
money and
not true.
fame. It is true. In fact, it was proved to be true by Congress months ago and then reaffirmed to be true by a court yesterday. When that
Dude,
letter
you know,
dropped from the when that letter dropped online from the Washington Post, Donald Trump blasted it as fake and then turned around and launched a lawsuit against them. Less than a month later, a subcommittee of the House then officially released that document from the Epstein library, affirming it was real. And then yesterday, that lawsuit that Donald Trump launched against the Washington Post was dropped.
this is your probably you said Washington Post. This is your fucking leftist news source. Okay, this is your leftist show.
Wait, you think
This
that
isn't
Washington
true. If
Post
this
is
was
leftist?
true, well, I don't know, but
Donald
look, if
Trump
this
shared
was
an
true,
article from the Washington Post on Truth Social yesterday because it was praising him, which makes sense because the Washington Post is owned by Jeff Bezos, one of his best friends.
okay, well, look, either way, all right, this is your show. That's not true. Obviously, if that was true, that
Why
he
don't
was
you
just
think it's
convicted
true?
as like a child rapist, he would be like hung, bro. Like this, he would be thrown out of the presidential office and his position of power immediately if that was
Where,
true. Like,
well,
come
I
on.
brought up the letter that he sent to Epstein depicting the body of a naked little girl. This statement, may every new day be another wonderful secret, talking
Oh, do
about
you mean the one
something
where
abstractly that was
he
more valuable to them than money and fame. And by the way, no,
he
that's not true at
okay.
all. The whole thing, oh, if he was a rapist, he'd be kicked out of office. I mean, we've already went over how a court determined he did rape somebody and he wasn't kicked out of office. I think the reason why you're under that false precedence that when our representatives are found guilty of rape or are made out to be a rapist, they'll be kicked out, is because that's what happens to Democrats in Congress when they rape somebody. Is they get kicked out because Democrats care about that. Good example would be Eric Swalwell. Article dropped less than 4 days ago, listing 5 credible accusations against him. As of yesterday, he officially resigned from Congress and dropped out of the gubernatorial race in California because we held him accountable. Why can't you guys do the same for Trump? Because not only does he have more than 5 credible accusations, it's closer to 50, but he's actually had a court determine he raped a woman, and you don't care.
Okay. Dean, can I ask you, did you get Me Too'd? You remember the Me Too movement? Did anyone make any accusations against you during the Me Too movement?
No, I've never been accused of rape.
Okay, well, I know a lot of men that are saints and would never do anything like that. Okay, like during when that shit was happening, it was so much like peer pressure to like have your own accusation and your own story. There was a bunch of guys whose ex-girlfriends were just making up bullshit.
How do you
So
know they
like
were
you,
making
you
it up?
can't because I know the guys. Okay, I know they would never do that shit. All right,
How do you
and
know they
like
never do
it's
that shit?
like it was their ex-girlfriends who they just broke up with. Like it was kind of a
Okay.
messy breakup. So they were
Yeah,
angry with them.
I've had messy breakups before, and like shit, I'll even be honest. I've had messy breakups before where then the person that I broke up with went on to say fake things about me. But I've never had a messy breakup
Yeah.
and then led my ex-girlfriend to falsely claim that I raped her. So that's not a sufficient explanation.
Okay, well, think about this. At the time that's happening, you guys break up. The Me Too movement is happening. Every girl's coming out and saying that. And then you guys break up. She's mad at you. She wants to get back at you. So she's just going to completely defame you.
I like how in order to dispute all the credible accusations against Trump, you make up a hypothetical of somebody lying about it. It's insane. And it's funny because you have to use
But
a
it's like,
hypothetical.
this
Now,
happened.
now here's a thing that I'll ask you. for all those women that falsely accuse their ex-boyfriends of raping them, because it just happens all the time. The biggest issue in America that we have is false allegations against innocent oppressed
It
men.
is.
Clearly.
It is a big
Really,
allegation.
so it's really, yeah, the innocent oppressed men. Do you think they'd be able to prove it in court?
No.
Oh, okay. So then you think Trump raped E. Jean Carroll because she proved it in court?
Dude, it's a fucking leftist court.
But
It was a leftist court.
But you just said that false accusers can't prove it in court. So she must not
This
be a
couldn't-
false accuser.
This couldn't have even happened. Look, like it's something I don't know the
You're
exact
tripping up on your words here.
laws behind it.
Did you or did you not just say less than a minute ago that all those false accusers couldn't prove it in court? Did you say that? Yes or no?
Maybe if they had a fucking leftist court, they could. So
What do you mean
yeah.
by leftist court?
All of the like jury and the judge and shit, they were leftists, and you
Really?
know all the people that
Really?
decided that.
What's
Yeah,
your evidence that every single member of the jury was a leftist?
look them up. Look up their political affiliation. Like,
Oh, well, it
I
seems
mean,
like
I don't
you've
know if you
already
can,
done
but-
that. So can you show me the evidence that you've collected by looking it up?
Dude, I can't. I'm on my phone. I can't like get you any sources.
So you can't give me any evidence for the claim
Well,
that you made.
you know
But you're
this.
expecting
You
me
got a
to
computer?
believe it. So let me get this straight. You're expecting me to not believe the woman who claimed Trump raped her with enough evidence to convince you on a mystery of 9. But then you are expecting me to believe you, who's claiming the jury was rigged and all leftists with no evidence at all.
Well, you can search it up.
This is very twisted and backwards. It's, you know, although the women that accuse men of rape, there's not a standard of evidence that they can meet because it's just too high to physically.
You're trying to
meet.
avoid it. I know what you're doing
But
right
then
now.
for you,
You're
your
trying
standard
to
of
avoid
evidence is
looking it
literally
up.
non-existent, and you're just expecting me to trust you, bro.
Everyone,
That's what
Dean is
once again,
trying
very
to avoid
hypocritical.
looking it up right now. He's trying to
Well,
avoid
I'm
looking
not
up the
gonna
court.
do
You're
your
just
homework
making up
for
some
you.
bullshit because you don't want to look it up. Because you know I'm right. You know it was a leftist court. It obviously was. Like, this is common information.
Well,
you
then
know,
it'd
and
be
if
easy
like
to prove it, and
actually
you
did do
can't
that-
prove it. If it was so
You
fact
can prove
checkable,
it, bro.
I'm not doing your homework for
You have a
You do your
computer.
homework
You
for
can open a
yourself.
separate tab and search
And
it
with
up.
my
Yeah, and you know
computer,
anyway.
I will happily search up a publisher of an article and the title of the article published by the publisher. That's what I'll do. But I'm not going to do your homework for you in the sense of trying to twist and manipulate Google SEO to give me the results that you want it to give me. If you want to do that, it's fine. I'll just, you know, your source is fake. I'll prove it. But I just want you to do your homework for you. Like, for instance, did you have an 11th grade English teacher when you were in high school?
Oh, yeah.
And when you would write research papers in your English class, where you would make a claim and have to give a source for it, would your bibliography just say "look it up," or would your bibliography give the name of a publisher and the
Yes,
title
my
of the article
bibliography
published by
would,
the publisher?
Have the websites, yeah, sure.
Right, and I just simply ask you to meet that same standard here.
Yeah, okay. I just told you I'm on my phone. I can't give you
Well,
any
you
kind
actually
of
can. Your
website
phone's a
without
computer.
looking
You
it
could
up.
swipe out of the TikTok app. You could go to Safari, go to Chrome,
Okay,
go to Google,
all right, sure.
and find me a source. You could if you wanted to. You just won't because you can't. By the way, I know you could still hear me. It's worth putting it out there that we can't hear you. You have to be in the TikTok app for us to hear you. That's fine. In fact, I kind of like the break. You're quite annoying. Just come back with the evidence. Guys, the magical, mystical, crystal ball in my hand that you can't see is telling me
crystal
he's not
ball
gonna
in my
come back with a source.
crystal ball in my hand.
You're already back. Did you already find the source?
You're already back. Did you already
Oh my
find
god,
the
now
source?
you're echoing. I told you this
already
was
back.
gonna
Did
go
you
wrong.
already-
Swipe in and out of the app.
Okay, are we good?
Test.
Test. Are we okay? I think we're okay. All right. I dropped.
Test.
The,
Are we okay? I think we're okay. All right. I dropped.
Hop back in the queue. Bring you right back up. We're going to fix it by just kicking you out, then getting you back in. FamCam, thank you so much for the $50 over on Super Chat. I appreciate you so much, FamCam. While we're getting that last guy back into the box, I really appreciate you so much. Show some love to FamCam down below, everybody. FamCam with the 50 says, most rapists seem like saints because they put a mask on to seem that way, to A, maintain a facade that they're good people, i.e. charm, and hide their horrible shit, and B, it's effective to lure in their victims. Absolutely, FamCam. Thank you for the $50. It's really good to see you today. Show some love to the GOAT FamCam down below. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You are awesome.
Thank you. You are awesome.
okay, I'm back.
Okay, is the echo?
Okay, is the echo?
I think it's done. We're just yeah, I think we're good now.
Test. Test. Okay, that's a weird glitch.
Okay.
Yeah, we're good now. So what's your source?
All right, I just put it in the comments right now. I think it might be a character limit, like I couldn't get the whole thing, but
So
that should be
don't,
it.
don't put it in the comment. You have to tell me what the
Okay.
publisher is and what the title of the publisher is.
No problem. All right, so it's a Wikipedia article. Is that okay? It's the political
Well,
affiliation of the Bureau.
Well, so now what's the Wikipedia article? Tell us.
Okay, HTTPS.
No, don't give me the URL. Just the name
Oh.
of the Wikipedia articles. That's super trustworthy.
I think it was a political affiliation of the Trump magistrate jury. Should be the first one.
Oh, fuck. You want to unironically see that? Wow. You want to see the first thing that pops up?
Yeah. All right.
This is crazy, by the way. So I typed in what you told me to type in. Clearly I had some typos, but it's whatever because Google fixed it. Check this out. You want to see the first result? This is from Politico. Trump lawyer rejected claim that jurors' political affiliation signified bias.
Why would he say that?
That's the first source that comes up when I Google what you told me to Google, all right, is a very reputable publisher, Politico, signaling that the lawyer of Trump rejects the bias of
But
the
what does
jury.
that mean? Well, if they convicted him guilty, then why would the first thing he say be, no, it's not because they're leftists? Like, that makes no sense.
What's that?
Like, that doesn't make any sense. If they convicted him guilty, why would his lawyer, like, the first thing he say be, no, it wasn't because they were leftists? Like, it makes no sense.
I don't know if this was after the conviction.
Okay. All right. And when you say he was convicted, what exactly does that mean? Because, I mean,
It
obviously,
means that
if
the
he
court
had...
found him guilty of rape.
Okay, and then why did he not go to jail?
Because civil courts don't send people to jail; they just make them pay a bunch of money.
So you're telling me in this system, I could just get away with that if I had a bunch of money?
Yeah, in many scenarios, yeah.
Well then, like, so okay. Well, I know you've been through this debate of is Trump guilty or not 1,000 times with other guys who are better equipped to have this conversation than me. All right, and this isn't really what I'm here to talk about. I just wanted to tell you I support ICE, really, and I mean I kind
Well,
of
so now that
did.
you've agreed that Donald Trump is a rapist blasphemer that attacks your pope and you're a Catholic, and you still support him?
Yeah, I think he's a better option than Kamala.
Yeah. So say that out loud. The rapist blasphemer who attacks my pope and I'm a Catholic should be president. Say that out loud.
Dude, you know, you're 5'6". Nick Fuentes is 5'9". You got to debate him again, dude. He height mogs you, okay? Everyone calls him short, but you're 5'6" out here.
He's
Okay,
5'9"?
or are you 5'6"? He's 5'9", and you're
We're the same
5'6",
height.
dude, all right?
Not 5'6".
No way. You're five. I was in a comment section. This girl was calling you short. She knew you in real life.
Yeah. Wait, I
So-
thought that you don't believe women and girls. Earlier, you're telling
She
us
was your
that it doesn't
fan.
matter that 40 of them have accused Donald Trump of rape. They're all liars. But now you see a random
This
commenter
young lady
who you
was
don't
your
even
fan,
know is a woman
and
or
she
a
was
girl.
saying that you were
claiming
like
I'm 5'6".
5'6".
Yeah, people
Okay,
troll
so-
about my height.
That's
It's
a
not
lie.
true. I'm 5'9".
Dude, you have little man energy. Okay, you got the Napoleon
When
syndrome.
you say
get on here.
when you say little man energy, do you just mean a big brain that's able to refute you? Because if I'm just being honest, it seems like you're getting pissed off because you lost
Yeah.
the debate because you are a moron.
I think your whole community.
Like,
is
I don't
very
know what to
little
tell you,
bit.
dude. Like, I proved to you Trump is a rapist. I
Okay.
proved to you Donald Trump has blasphemed your Lord, and you don't give a shit, even though that's his red line. We brought up the
Okay.
fact how he attacked your pontiff, the Pope, the closest human alive to God, and you're a Catholic. And I'm just laying it all out for you on a silver platter because you probably have the same educational level of the typical third grader. So I really got to spell it out with crayon on paper.
You know, okay.
And then in response, you just kind of lose it. And then you contradict
You're saying
yourself
you have a
by
big brain.
finally admitting that you believe women. I don't know, dude. Calm down. I'm sorry you got cooked.
Okay, would you say to have a big brain, you would need to like be able to display basic empathy, right?
I well, unfortunately, yes.
Okay,
Not
good. Yeah,
unfortunately.
you
It took
have
me a
to.
while to think through that. I do think that empathy is indicative of a higher level of intelligence. Yes.
I would say so too. I would agree. Your community made you apologize for crying when Charlie Kirk got shot. Okay, you had to
Oh,
apologize
wait,
for
I'm
being
sorry.
sad that
Do
a
I
man
hear
you
a
met in real
pivot?
life
I will happily
died.
litigate me crying over Charlie Kirk getting shot once you can
You
refute the
apologize for
fact
that?
that Donald Trump is a rapist blasphemer who praised Allah on Easter, then attacked the Pope, then claimed to be God. Like,
Dude,
okay,
you
like
have
I'll
okay.
happily litigate, that claim with you
Okay.
as soon as you could respond to these set of facts and how they should very easily conclude that you shouldn't support this idiot as president.
I already told you I don't I mean maybe now I don't like fully support him, but I think he's a better alternative. Would I still vote for
Why?
him? Yeah, but it's
Why?
he well, immigration, we need
What
more
about it?
ICE. I want to take these insane criminals out of my country.
No, you don't. You want him to be
And then,
president. You fucking hypocrite. You just agreed Trump is an insane rapist because he
and
blasphemed
then
your Lord, attacked the Pope, and raped Eugene Carroll. You want him to run the country. No, you don't want
and then
insane criminals
fucking
out of the country.
Kamala Harris
I'm going to
regardless.
stop interrupting you, but I just want you to start from the top because you don't want insane criminals out of the country. You want them in the Oval Office.
I don't believe that he was actually guilty of that. Okay, whatever your evidence is, I don't believe that he was actually guilty. And I don't know what
Okay.
the position is to defend
Whatever
him,
my
but
evidence
I
is.
don't believe he
So
was
so
guilty.
then why do you believe that any undocumented immigrant is guilty? Because the court finds him guilty? Oh wait, now in the process of arguing that Trump's innocent, you're disputing the outcome of a court case. Therefore you think the criminal justice system is unreliable. Therefore, how can you say that any undocumented immigrant is guilty of any crime?
So who the fuck else would have killed Jocelyn Nungray, bro? Like,
Oh, well then who the fuck else would have raped Eugene Carroll?
how do you know that happened? We know that she's dead.
Because
We
of
know
the
that
evidence
that girl's
submitted inside
fucking
of the
dead.
court case. That proved it.
Yeah, dude, we know that was dead. We know that little girl is dead. That lady claimed to be raped 30 years ago. How the hell are you meant to prove getting raped 30 years ago? Like,
Yeah, for sure.
like, how
I'll
do we
tell
know that
you.
actually happened?
Because the testimony in which she shared aligned with therapist notes from the 90s indicating she was raped by Trump, and which then also aligned with the testimony of 4 others that she told over the years, plus the testimony of other women that claim very similar circumstances. Plus, we saw
Testimony.
inconsistencies and lies in Donald Trump's testimony, like when he claimed he never met her, which she then responded to with a picture of them together, or when he said that he never raped her because she isn't his type. First and foremost, that's only something a rapist would say. Non-rapist would say I never rape her because rape is wrong. Plus the fact that we know she was his type because in deposition he confused a picture of his ex-wife Marla Maples to be Eugene Carroll. And on top of that, in 2005, he said that he likes to do what he did to Eugene Carroll by claiming that he just likes to grab women by their pussies. That's what he said without asking them first. That's exactly what the jury determined he did to her. And he has character priors of engaging in other forms of sexual violence. A rapist is more likely to rape again. A 1-count murderer is more likely to murder again. A 1-count carjacker is more likely to rob again. And guess what? Somebody that's admitted to sexual violence and called it funny like Trump did in '05 again when he was telling Howard Stern how hilarious it is when he'd barge into the dressing rooms of naked beauty pageant contestants is more likely to what? Be found guilty by a jury for forcefully penetrating his fingers into another woman's vagina? Fuck yeah, that's exactly what he's more likely to do. And then all the character priors to do with his connection and relationship with Epstein, the credible accusation in the files from a woman that had 3 sit-down 302 interviews privately and confidentially with the FBI, who then later went on to sue Epstein's estate and won a settlement of millions because he trafficked her, and she claimed that, well, he trafficked her to him, Mr. T. Like, yeah, all of these facts in culmination absolutely reject your silly fucking notion that Eugene Carroll's a crazy liar.
Okay. I'm not here to get caught up on all this like Epstein shit and all
and
this,
he
you know.
refused to submit DNA that would have exonerated him if he was innocent.
Okay. Can you wait, how does that even work if it was 30 years ago?
Because DNA can last for over 30 years, and the court proved that. She submitted a dress that she claimed she was raped in
That's
by him to
insane.
the court, claiming it had his DNA on it. Court tested it, found male DNA on it, asked him for his, if he was innocent and really never met her, it would have exonerated him, but he said no.
She probably could have faked that. Like she
How?
probably could have gotten his DNA or I just, probably gotten his DNA somehow. Like,
Okay, prove
you
it.
know, yeah. Like, I mean, there's a million ways she could have gotten his DNA. Like a
Okay, and there's
napkin
a
he
million
used or
ways that
something.
and there's a million ways he could have raped her, and you don't believe that. So what the hell are we doing now? You're like hinging on these speculative possibilities, then treating them as fact. But when it's not just a mere speculative possibility, and it's proven by a cornucopia of evidence, all the evidence I just went over and more, you dismiss it as a lie.
Okay, well, can you just tell me why you had to apologize for crying when Charlie Kirk died?
I told you,
Can
and
you just tell
happily
me that?
talk about me crying in response to Charlie Kirk's death
Yeah.
after you could give me an argument insofar as why you support Trump or concede the
What
position
What
as
do
a
you want me to
whole.
say?
You tried to start giving an argument saying that you want all these insane criminals out, but then you turned around and said that you support Trump, an insane criminal. He's a rapist and he's crazy. But even
Okay.
if we reject that he raped E. Jean Carroll, he's still an insane criminal because a criminal court in New York found him guilty of 34 counts of felony fraud, and he's insane because he threatened to genocide 90 million people.
Okay.
So
All right.
do you accept
My
that Donald
argument,
Trump is an insane criminal?
my argument is that he's a
No.
better
Answer my
alternative
question. Do you
than.
accept that Donald Trump is an
No, I don't
insane...
accept that.
Okay. Can you agree that it's insane to threaten to genocide 90 million people?
He says a lot of shit on Truth Social. Okay, he's not being like it's not like he's serious about
I
like
don't know
what's the
I don't know why
context
you're not
behind that?
answering my question. Can we
What's
agree that it is insane to threaten to genocide 90 million people and then say you are God?
Okay, what's the context behind him saying that?
The context behind him comparing himself to God, he was angry at the Pope. And the context behind himself threatening to genocide 90 million people, he was angry at Iran.
Okay, I can tell you why I support him still. Okay,
But I asked you a question and I
regardless.
want you to answer it. The question is, can we agree that you're insane if you threaten to genocide 90 million people and call yourself God?
I think it's a power move. I think it's a fucking power play to threaten Iran with
So
complete
you're
destruction.
really bad at answering questions. Now, this question can be
It's a
answered
power
with a
move.
yes or a no.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, I think it's a fucking badass power move to say
Is
you're
it
gonna blow up the whole
insane?
country. No, it's not insane. It's if you're a world leader,
Oh,
it's
wow. So you think it's a
epic, probably
badass power
actually.
move to threaten to kill small children? Millions of them?
For the world, for like the leaders that you're trying to negotiate with, yeah, it's kind of badass.
So
No,
is Hitler a
obviously when you put it like
badass?
that, no.
So is Hitler a
What do you
badass?
say? Um, Objectively cool, yeah. Yeah, I mean, he was objectively cool, yeah.
He turned
Not that he's good, he's
people's
evil. He's
he
evil,
turned
but he's
people's
cool.
skin into lamps.
Come on. That's not true.
It
Where's the
is.
evidence for that? You
The
got to prove that.
Nazis that did it, that admitted to it.
The people that were on the Nuremberg trials, they
She
were like
wasn't even
being
on the
tortured.
Nuremberg trials. She wrote a book about it. It was advertised. Legitimately. During World
okay.
War II, it was advertised. All
They
of the
weren't-
skin
Do you
lamps
think
that
if
she
they
would
were
make.
fucking if they were fucking
We
turning
have
people's
we-
skins
like
into
we have the
lamps, they would
lamps.
have such support? Do you think everyone in Germany was just like fucking insane? Like
I think that you're
it's
fucking insane because you're a Nazi.
they weren't like psycho killers.
Are
that
you a
turning
Nazi?
people into lamps, dude. No, I'm not a Nazi. I think he was evil. I think Hitler was evil.
I don't believe you, and I think you're a Nazi because you just said Hitler's cool.
He's cool but evil. There
Yeah,
you go.
you're a Nazi.
Just like how I think Stalin is cool but evil.
Well,
So,
listen. I think that I think that you should lose your right to freedom of speech, and I think that you should lose your right to vote as well.
yeah, and that's why I don't
And
vote
quite,
left.
quite
'Cause
frankly, I don't
fucking
think
love
that your
freedom of
life
speech,
has
yeah.
too much value either.
Dude, you can say Hitler was cool and still say he's evil.
I'm sorry, Nazis are losers. Okay, call me crazy here. Oh. Dean said something controversial. The Nazis should lose their right to freedom of speech and lose their right to vote. Gonna get canceled, guys. Let's go to move on to the next guest, Brad. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Also, guys, we got a little bit of a wee restriction on TikTok, folks. We're probably going to have our stream taken down here in the next little bit, but that is okay because we will be back when that occurs. Welcome in. How old are you?
I'm 23, man.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
sound British. What time is it?
It's 20 to 11 at night.
All right, we're only here looking to debate Trump supporters pop out. Wait. No, you hop back inside of that queue, Gladiator. I remember you. We'll have you up. Rejoin that queue, Gladiator. You're coming back. We usually only debate Trump supporters from America, Gladiator, but I want to debate you. Everybody, tell Gladiator to hop back inside of that queue. He still hasn't rejoined. Gladiator, I'm gonna clear out some room for you in case it's full. You're all good to rejoin, Gladiator. Hop back in there, dude. You guys will figure out here very soon. There he is. Why I want to talk to this guy. I know exactly.
I was like, why'd you kick me?
No, you're back now. I know exactly who you are, man. Remember our little conversation the other day?
I do, man. I do. That was a good conversation.
It was such a good conversation. Now, I kind of want to continue it a little bit, but just give me a moment here to thank a couple of people. Carissa, thank you so much for the $50 donation on Venmo. Show some love to Carissa down below in that comment section. That was Karissa. Thank you so much for the love. That is beyond kind of you. Carissa with the 50 says, I'm back, Lil. I love how good you do at the debates you host. Thank you. Well, thank you, Carissa. That is so very, very kind. Show some love to Carissa in that chat. Thank you so much. Caroline, thank you for the $10 and congratulations on passing your licensing exam. That's exciting. Mary, thank you for the $20 who says the polls are reflecting your efforts. Dean, happy Tuesday. I listen in the AM. Thank you for all that you do. Thank you, Mary. Thank you for the $20. It's so good to see you. Let's get 200 Mary W's. And then, of course, let's also get 500 Grace W's for the $50 donation, who says last couple debates yesterday were brutal. Thank you for standing up for survivors everywhere. We need more people like you, especially men like you, Grace. I agree. Okay, last night was nuts. It was very, very brutal. Thank you for the $50, though. That is beyond kind of you. Same thing to you, Margaret. Thank you so much for the $25 donation. He says, thank you for Margaret. Margaret, you know I love you. Thank you so very much for the love and support. You are awesome. Show some love to Margaret. Show some love to all of our donors over on Venmo. Thank you, thank you, thank you. On PayPal, thank you, Ashton, for the $5. Thank you, Oliver, for the 5. A with a 5, Jay with a 5, Roland with a 1, then Katarina with a 5, and then Sarah. Thank you so much for the $10, and shout out to you and your dad. Very cool. Very, very cool. We just got another restriction for harassment in bullying. We're going to have to hit a restart. And then Static with the $10 says, wait, serious question, Dean. Are we in a theocracy now since our president is JC? Yes, we're in a theocracy, quite frankly. Yeah, we're just getting restrictions out the ass. I think I need to calm it down and be a bit nicer. Now, hey, Gladiator, what shape is the Earth?
I mean, I've been told that it's a globe.
You've been told that it's
an oblate spheroid, actually.
Yeah, that's what you've been told. Now, do you believe
that's what you've been told as well?
Do you believe that what you've been told?
Not 100%. No, I'm like.
And next question: did we go to the moon?
I don't think we went to the moon. No.
Do you think that we could go to the moon if we tried?
Again. I'm not 100% sure.
Do you think that Artemis 2 went around the moon?
I'm pretty sure that didn't go around the moon.
Yeah,
I have my doubts. I have my doubts.
So, folks, this is a Trump supporter, flat earther, and a
no. I'm not a Trump supporter. I was lying about that. Sorry.
Oh well,
I'm not a Trump supporter.
That's so wow. Honestly, that just shows how crazy Trump is. We're gonna talk to this guy for a minute. For everybody watching on YouTube. Let me be a salesman real quick to get you back. We have to hit a restart because TikTok has decided to suppress our stream. They've hit me with 3 harassment and bullying violations. Our stream is permanently suppressed on 3 different levels. Every so often, when we get a lot of people in here, this is what TikTok will do to try to reduce the push of the live. And unfortunately, when that occurs, we have to completely restart the live. And we're going to do that now. So make sure to come back because if we don't restart, not only will the stream be restricted, but I'm at a very high risk of getting my account permanently banned. Hit that follow button in the top left-hand corner of your phone screen. I'm talking to you too, Gladiator, because I want to continue this dialogue. Even if you don't like me, but you want to be here to debate me, get back in that queue, you feel free to hit that follow button now, top left corner. And then when you're back, just unfollow me. It's fine. I'm going to give you guys like 20 seconds to do that while I thank one more person on Super Chat real quick. Thank you so much, Rockin' Steady, for the $20, who says, being a politician, lawmaker, and president comes with a responsibility of being serious about everything one says. I'm tired of hearing Trump supporters say how Donald Trump is just joking when he says the things he's serious about. Well, when he says something they think is good, it's serious. When he says something they think is bad, it's an unserious, little ironic joke, right? That's how it goes. Thank you, Rockin'. Now, talking to you, you should come back. We're going to go ahead and hit the restart now. These take less than 10 seconds. They're so quick. See you guys momentarily. I'm going to start counting down from 10. I'll be back on by the time I get to 6. And Gladiator, are you going to rejoin?
Oh, of course. I'll be there.
See you soon. 10, 9, 8, 7. Damn, back on by 7. New record. Holy. New record. New record. We're already back. Yo, welcome back in, everybody. It's so good to see you all. Appreciate y'all so much for being here. Welcome back in, folks. Welcome back in. How we doing? We're going to wait for Gladiator to go on and hop back inside of that queue, folks. So, in the meantime, guys, make sure that you're double tapping on that phone screen, sharing out this live with a handful of friends, saying what's good down below. Like I said, certainly good to see you all. Gladiator will be back in here momentarily. We don't see him in that queue quite yet. How we doing? Maybe while we're waiting on Gladiator to rejoin that queue. What's going on, Leo? What's up, Alex? What's going on, Crocodile? Welcome in, Lazy. How we doing, Maddie? Welcome in, folks. Welcome in. And Gladiator's back. All right, Gladiator. It's your time to shine. I need to hear it from you. So why do you think that the Artemis 2 mission did not make it to the moon?
My question is, why doesn't everyone think that?
Well,
I mean, clearly a lot of people do,
I don't
right?
think that we see any good reason to believe it didn't happen. So what's the good reason to believe it didn't happen?
I think the good reason to believe it didn't happen is because there isn't substantial evidence that it happened. And it's such a wild claim, you know.
There isn't enough evidence.
Me and a lot of people need a lot of
I'd say that
evidence.
there's a lot of evidence that the Artemis 2 mission went around the moon. Predominantly the fact that we saw it go up and we saw it come down. On top of, while it was up, there was transmissions as long as 23 minutes when we saw the astronauts floating around in space. Okay? You can't just float around on Earth. That's impossible. On top of it being captured on the camera of the International Space Station, and it being captured on individual telescopes. There's actually somebody on TikTok who is pointing his telescope at the moon, and he was able to see the Artemis 2 capsule come around the moon.
I mean, I haven't seen that supposed video. I've seen videos of people seeing lights in the sky and they say that's what it was. But I just want to say, for some of the points that you just made, you say that you saw the rocket go up and it went back down. I mean, no one's denying that happened. But you just said it right there. You saw it go up, and then a few days later or a week later, it comes back down.
Mm-hmm.
How do you know where it went?
What's that?
How do you know where it went?
Because of the live views from the ISS tracking it leave and re-enter the atmosphere, and then the live view from the Orion space capsule.
Have you watched these live views? These supposed live views? Have you watched them in like? What do they feature?
What do they feature? They feature live camera
Specifically when it's
of
coming back
Artemis
down.
2, leaving and re-entering the atmosphere, and then it also featured a live view from outside of the Orion space capsule on its way to the moon, then on its way back to Earth.
What about the 6 minutes where the feed was cut on re-entry at the crucial point?
Because the plasma was covering any ability to transmit radio
All
waves
feed
back to
was
Earth,
cut.
because the Orion space capsule is moving at 24,000 miles an hour.
All the feed was cut though. Like there was no ISS feed, nothing.
Yes, because of the no. Because actually, I think the ISS did capture it prior to re-entry, which proves it was out of Earth's atmosphere.
Again, that footage does not exist. I mean, I've looked through these live streams.
It
you know, more
exist.
than the people that actually do.
So first and
it.
foremost, here's one from an independent, space nerd.
All towards our planet on its way to a splashdown. I took about a 1 hour time lapse of Artemis while it was flying through space, and here's what it ended up looking like. The interesting thing you can see here about this dot is that it actually doesn't follow a straight line, but it follows a slightly curved.
So
You said it
there's
perfectly. It's a dot.
yes, a dot that is
It's not a
Artemis 2.
capsule in space that you're seeing with your own eyes. It's a dot in the
We
sky.
actually did just see that with our own eyes.
A dot in the sky.
Yes, that dot being the Artemis 2 space capsule.
Yeah, I know. That's what you believe it is. I'm saying that I don't believe it's that.
Why not?
That's the argument there. Well, I mean, what it really comes down to is I think they've lied in the past, and liars, if they tell me something, I'm probably not going to believe them again. Do you believe a liar?
Well, I think sometimes we certainly can. Oh yeah, here's another view from the ISS.
So you believe liars that lie to you?
Here's another view from the ISS. That's the Orion space capsule upon reentry right there. That little speck of dust.
Right. So a little speck of okay. I mean, you see, the problem is obviously you believe this footage, and I don't. Millions of others don't.
Why don't you believe the footage?
It's because they've lied to us before.
So do you think they literally faked the footage?
I believe that they lied to us in 1969 to 72 when they faked. I might be wrong, but I think it's 7 Apollo moon missions that went to the moon, like actually landed.
Okay.
So when I know that they lied before and they're saying
all
they're
of the
doing it
Apollo,
again, that's where the doubt comes from.
So assuming all of the Apollo space missions were genuinely faked, okay, that doesn't give you good reason to dispute the evidence that Orion
Of course it does.
went to the moon and back.
Of
Because
course
of
it
all,
does.
It does not, because of all of the evidence in which exists to suggest that it occurred, like the live view from the capsule of the moon and the Earth, like the fact that the astronauts were floating around in zero gravity. You can't do that on Earth for extended periods of times.
But they faked it once.
Or like the footage from the ISS of it re-entering, or the footage from random space nerds while it was in space. Even if NASA had lied about everything else that they've ever done, we know that they wouldn't be lying about this because of all of the evidence that proves it occurred.
But all of the evidence you just listed doesn't prove anything. You're talking about
It
people seeing
does.
a
How
dot
could
in the
they?
sky.
How could they
That could be
fake? How could
anything.
they fake the astronauts floating around in zero gravity?
With any sort of camera trickery? It's what is it?
Can you explain me how that
2026
camera
now?
trickery
I mean,
would work?
2026. Can you explain to me how camera trickery could work? I mean,
Yeah,
are you hearing this?
Can you point me
Camera
towards
trickery.
literally anybody else that has been able to fake a live feed of people in zero gravity?
I mean, first of all, when you talk about the live feed, you'll say, "Oh, it's a 10-hour live feed." Like, it's not. If you go throughout the 10-hour video, it's about maybe 20 minutes of the actual astronauts, like up there, just bouncing
Then
around.
point me towards anybody that's been able to
could
fake
easily do
a
that,
20-minute
easily.
live feed of somebody in zero gravity. If it's so easy,
It's
then
right
show
there.
me
Go
one
and
other
watch
person
it.
that's done it.
Go watch the NASA feed; they're doing it.
No, you're trying to self-justify the point. So you're arguing that the reason why you don't think that the astronauts
But do you not think
floating
it's
around-
possible?
Please don't interrupt me. You're arguing that you think that the people floating around in zero gravity was faked because you think it would be easy to fake. Now I'm positing that it's actually impossible to fake. Now you're once again arguing that it's very easy. So the way that I'm asking you to demonstrate that it's so easy to fake is by asking you
Right.
to point me towards one other institution or one other person that has been able to fake a live feed of astronauts free floating in zero gravity for upwards of 20 minutes.
I can't give you a specific example of that.
I know because it doesn't
obviously
exist,
no
which
one
proves that it's
Of course
impossible
not.
to fake.
No, that makes no sense at all. What kind of logic is that? Because
fact
because
that
there
nobody
isn't
else
there hasn't been an open hey we're making
I think
a
the
live,
fact
a
that
fake
nobody else
live
has
feed.
done it, even
No, but-
though a lot of people like you exist,
I could say
proves
Hollywood.
that nobody can
I could say
do it.
films. Have you ever watched
No,
a
that
film?
actually wouldn't be a sufficient answer to the question because I very specifically asked you about a live feed. In order for
Have you ever watched
movies to fake
Interstellar?
free float, I have. In order for movies like Interstellar to fake astronauts free floating in zero gravity, it takes them years to shoot and then years to
Yeah.
edit and post.
Okay, so
And we
what's
saw
the-
a
let's do-
live feed from NASA? So I want
Okay.
you to prove to me that
Okay.
it was a live. I want you to demonstrate that this is something that you could fake in
Yeah.
a live feed.
What is the budget that Christopher Nolan had for Interstellar? Great film, by the way.
I think over $1 billion.
Let's say okay, over $1 billion. Let's say it's like 1.3 billion.
Let's
be kind, 1.5 billion.
It was probably closer to like 400 million.
Okay, 400 million. How much do you think NASA gets
I
yearly?
think
Let's
they
say.
get like $23 billion a year.
Right. So you don't think on a much bigger budget with much bigger motivation that could be done? Is that what you're
I
telling
think
me?
that you'd have to prove that it could be done.
You're saying
to
that's
do it.
impossible. But you're
I'm
saying that's impossible.
I'm saying I have no good reason to believe that it's a reasonable possibility. Demonstrate that it's
I
a reasonable
believe-
possibility that live that live zero gravity could be faked with billions of dollars.
Well, I mean, first of all, you're acting like it's the whole thing, like
See,
it's
you
the
can't
whole
do it.
10-hour.
See, you can't do it. You
live
can't
stream.
do it.
Because obviously there's no existence of someone saying, "Hey, we faked a live stream of astronauts floating. Here's the example." Because who would do that?
Not
So
even
obviously,
just
like,
faking a
that
stream of
doesn't exist.
astronauts floating, just being able to emulate zero gravity for over 20 minutes through a live feed. You can't do it.
Camera trickery. I can't believe you think that's not
Be
possible.
clear. What camera trickery?
The multitude of camera trickeries of
Name
green screen
one example
or
of
wires.
How would
or-
green screen? So a green screen and wires cannot fake zero gravity because every part of the astronaut's body would be experiencing zero gravity. It's not
mean,
like
this
they're
is-
just
this
being-
is like
let me-
if you-
let me
if you
finish my
showed-
sentence. It's not like they're just being held up in the air by a harness, okay? Where they're like floating, but then every part of their body is being weighed down to the ground because of the effect of gravity, like a rock climber. But it's more so that every part of their body is experiencing zero gravity in the sense that their arms are weightless and floating around, their hair is weightless and floating around, their torso, their legs, their hips, their knees, their shoulders, their elbows, their feet, right? You can't fake that with wires because wires don't counteract the effect of gravity. They merely suspend somebody in the space with the effect of gravity. So what you have to demonstrate is a type of trickery that could be used to literally counteract the effect of gravity.
and making films. But I'm sure if you asked Christopher Nolan how he made his sequences in Interstellar, or if you asked what's he called, Stanley Kubrick, how he did it in 2001: A Space Odyssey,
It'd be a
how
shit
did
ton
he
of
make those?
CGI.
Okay, then it's a mix of CGI as well.
Well, the issue is
It's
that you can't fake a shit ton of
2026. It's
CGI
like
in a
you're
live
acting
feed.
like you're acting like camera trickery and being able to fool a viewer into believing something isn't possible in the age of AI.
So
You're acting like that's not possible.
Okay, so then demonstrate a singular AI artifact throughout the totality of the live stream.
There's a floating ball that they're always messing about with to show that there is zero gravity. Like, hey, look at us, we're floating.
Right?
But then they forgot to put in the shadow on this ball.
wait. Show me where we would naturally expect the shadow of this ball to be, then prove it, and then
I mean, I don't have the
demonstrate
video
that
on
shadow
me.
was not there.
I'm pretty sure I got it saved somewhere.
You don't
but-
see a shadow of my head on the back of this chair.
No,
even
no,
though
but
I have
as in-
two bright lights gleaming at me. So does that
I
mean
mean,
that my
you
head is
haven't seen
AI?
the video, so on
Dr.
the
Blitz,
video,
welcome
she's
in.
playing with the ball.
I thought I'd give a little bit of time to, this guy from the other day that doesn't think we went around the moon. I just, just a quick, disclaimer, Dr. Blitz. I'll probably only be on this for another couple minutes, but I saw
That's
you in the
fair.
queue, so I thought I'd have you up here, even if it's just for a couple minutes.
That's fair. I'm surprised you wanted to talk to him.
I just had to explore the motivations of his view here.
It's the lies,
yeah,
man.
I mean, it's
the lies.
delightful.
Okay, wait. Okay, here's a real question that I have. Do you think if our technology was significantly advanced enough to be able to get us to the moon, that we could go to the moon?
Yes.
So then
If-
why
if
don't
we
you
had the
think that our
technology.
technology is significantly advanced enough to do that?
Because in 1969, we went, right? And Neil Armstrong walked on the moon. Correct? I think it was 1969.
Yeah.
1969, yeah. Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin walked on the moon.
And then until about 1972, I think they were walking on the moon. And then they stopped.
5 more missions, yeah.
Right. So 5 times they managed to get people on the moon. And they did a whole range
6
of things,
times.
right?
5
Like they
times
drove
after
on the
Apollo.
moon, if I'm not correct. And they played golf on the moon.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
They bounced around on the moon.
Yeah.
And then nothing for what?
Because
like over
public
50 years.
interest depleted.
Okay. And when did public interest spark again for Artemis? Can you point to me?
Yeah, it was at the
When?
beginning of the Biden-Harris administration. We saw a massive
Really?
uptick. Well, actually, we actually saw an executive
In
order.
what?
Funny enough, I'll actually tell you.
There
We
was
saw-
no interest.
We saw an executive order from Trump in 2017. He signed an EO into effect to direct NASA to get back to the moon, and then we saw the Artemis missions planned under the Biden-Harris administration, and then we saw them executed a couple months ago, or I mean, just a couple days ago even. So the reason why they restarted the moon missions was because of a personal interest in Trump that was likely rooted within his relationship to Elon Musk. And if anything, I would say was an attempt of like some type of very corrupt scheme where he was just going to load Elon up with a bunch of big bucks to use SpaceX to get to the moon. And then, by the way, on top of that, SpaceX was also a massive driver of an uptick in public interest to get to the moon. Same thing with like Blue Origin, Jeff Bezos's company, putting Katy Perry in space and shit. All of these things amounted to the highest level of public interest since the original Apollo missions.
I mean, that was all after the Artemis missions were planned, but ultimately it took over 60 years for us to randomly just decide to go back to the moon.
I mean, Trump is a really random guy. He's
Right.
known for that.
I mean,
Why are we
also have
just
to consider
flying
that,
around?
like, the space shuttle mission or the space shuttle program finished in the early 2000s, and since then there hasn't really been much going on in the space sector in the United States. And despite that, there still is NASA funding, and there still is this kind of desire to do something in the space
They're getting a lot of
sector
money.
by Americans. And so, it took about 10 years between the end of the shuttle program and the beginning of at least planning for the Artemis missions. But it's not like Americans wanted to stop doing space stuff. We just
Right.
needed to figure out a new thing to do because the shuttle program stopped.
Yeah, but that's
Right, and
the
another
thing.
question that I want to ask you
We're not
here
doing a
is-
new thing.
Another question that I wanted to ask you here is, I pointed out the fact that no one has been able to fake a live feed of zero gravity for extended periods of time. And then you brought up to me, well, look at NASA. They have billions of dollars in funding. If they have so much money, they should be able to do this highly technologically advanced thing that no one else could do, that you can't even describe how it happens because the process is so articulate and technologically advanced. But you're
But what if they can't do it?
simultaneously telling me here that they are not technologically advanced to the extent to actually get us to the moon. And I find this to be a dilemma in your view. How can you know that they are so technologically advanced because of their funding that they could fake zero gravity on a live feed for extended periods of time, but
not that
they're
crazy.
not technologically advanced enough due to their funding to actually get us to the moon?
Because that's not that crazy. You're comparing two things that are not even in the same realm of hard to do.
How
You're talking
do
about
you know
sending
that
people
our
and
technology
walking
is
on the
not
moon.
technologically advanced enough not to just walk on the moon,
Because
that's
they
what the Artemis
faked
2
it.
astronauts did, but to rather get around the moon. Okay, so you're positing that the reason why you know that they're not technologically advanced enough to get it done is because you know it was faked. And this isn't going to be rooted within a lack of evidence that it
I mean,
wasn't
I can get
faked,
into the
but
evidence
rather
for the
evidence of
Apollo
a positive
missions.
claim. So no,
I can get into some of the
I want you to
evidence.
give me the evidence for the affirmative of the claim that Artemis 2 was faked.
There are too many mishaps in their live streams that
Like?
have been picked up by millions of people that don't
Like?
make any sense.
Like?
Like the one that I showed you to yesterday. That I'm sure you
Which was?
remembered of
The guy
one
who
of
gave
the
the thumbs up
astronauts
half
who
a second too early.
he forgot about the delay and he made a mistake. It's,
Oh, yeah,
it's
that-
so
that-
obvious.
We proved to you
And
that
you
that
look at the
wasn't a
face
mishap.
reactions of the gentleman to his right, and it's like I mean, we all know how to read human emotions.
We
You know,
proved,
it's so obvious
so
he
we
made a
proved to you
mistake.
that wasn't a mistake.
You didn't prove to me anything. You didn't
Yes,
prove
we did
anything
prove
on
that
that.
to you
How
because
did
they
you
could
prove
just
that?
fake a transmission delay. I mean, I could
That
do that on
doesn't
my
prove
computer right now.
anything. I know what
It
I'm
does.
watching.
It does.
I'm watching a
because
guy
if they could fake
respond
zero
too
gravity,
quickly to
then why
something.
didn't they fake a transmission delay?
They messed up. It's right there.
How do you know
You
that they
can't
messed
dispute
up?
video evidence. I'm showing you video
can't-
evidence. I'm
you
providing
can't dis-
video
you
evidence
can't
of
dis-
forgery
wait,
on Facebook.
you can't mess up a fake transmission delay. You can't mess that up because it's like a legitimate delay in the transmission.
They might not have added a fake transmission delay.
Wait,
they might not be bothered to because they know no one's even paying attention.
Why
to
would
this
they?
stuff.
Why would they bother to fake zero gravity? But then they wouldn't bother to very easily
Because
fake
they
a
need to look like
transmission
they're in-
delay with a soundboard, okay, and rather bother to then train all of the astronauts how to increasingly respond to Houston with increasing delays representative of how far they are away from Earth in space. Right? Like for every couple of thousand of miles they traveled away from the Earth, the delay to connect them to Houston increased by a fraction of a second. And then that fraction of a second continued to grow with every additional 1,000 miles traveled until it amounted to a couple seconds because they were over 300,000 miles away from the Earth. In order for them to maintain an increasing delay in the response to the transmissions from Houston, they would have to be highly attentive every single moment of the continuation of the journey to and around the moon in every single circumstance that they had a public or private transmission with the president, with interviewees, with Houston from NASA whatsoever, when all of that could very easily be avoided, meaning they wouldn't have easily been exposed for faking it if literally Houston just downloaded a soundboard and set an audio delay on with a click of a button.
How there's no amount of mansplaining that you can do to hide the fact that he responded too early to it.
It was,
You know,
okay.
what's funny here is that this is identical
Pull
to
the video
that,
up. Let the
that
viewers
story
see it.
about
Make
fascism, right?
see what
Because
they think about
the
it.
enemy is both supremely strong and also extraordinarily weak, right? Here, NASA is extremely technologically advanced, but also composed of Luddites. What's going on here? Why are they so incompetent that they don't do the easiest way to produce a delay? But then they're also able to somehow simulate the gravitational effects on hair? Or rather, the lack thereof? Like, what's going on here? Who's making these decisions?
yeah, for real. They can't click a singular button on a soundboard, but like you said, they can, fake the gravitational effects on hair. Like, what are you doing, dude? Like, this is, like, clearly bullshit.
Does he know he's muted?
Why do you keep muting me, man? You're trying to censor the truth.
Well, because you've been interrupting.
Listen,
So explain to us why they couldn't fake an audio delay with a click of a mouse button on a soundboard, but they could fake the effects of gravity.
They could, but I just don't think they choose to because nobody pays attention to this stuff. Nobody actually watches it.
Apparently, people do pay attention, like you.
That's why.
And on
Why
top
do you
of
think
that,
there's so many people?
Stop interrupting me here, because
I have a
not
talk?
only would they choose to fake the audio delay because people like you might pay attention, but they'd also choose to fake the audio delay because it's the only way to reliably ensure that it looks real. Because no trained professional can continue to increase a delay in which they wait to respond to a transmission by fractions of a second for 10 days straight.
But they don't have to do that. This is where you're getting mixed up. Because in a 10-hour live stream, they're not talking back and forth to Houston on the live stream for the whole 10 hours. There will be maybe about 20 minutes throughout of like 5-minute segments each of them talking to Houston. So really, they only have to train it for those segments. It's not like they have to...
You didn't watch the live stream then, because they actually were very frequently talking to Houston. I had like the live stream open in the middle of the night, like dead ass, while I was trying to go to bed, and there'd just be random transmissions in between Orion and Houston. They'd just randomly talk all of the time. Not to mention that this actually would make it harder for the astronauts to fake the delay if there's long periods of time in between their transmissions to and from Houston, and they'd start talking, because then they'd have to keep track of how many miles they've traveled away from the Earth, and they'd have to compute, well, what will this mean insofar as the extended period in which the time light or radio would take to travel to Orion, and then they'd have to very precisely calculate that insofar as how long they'd have to wait to respond. In fact, what I'd argue is that humans can't even make those computational evaluations fast enough, and then keep track of them to the nanosecond, to keep the responses to the transmissions from Houston within a relative range of what would be naturally expected given that the mission was real. I would actually posit here, the only way to fake the transmissions and the delay in the transmissions between the spacemen and women in Houston would be to have an automatic audio delay through a computer. That's the only thing that could fake the transmissions. But
Well, then maybe they did that.
You can't say maybe they did that, or else we wouldn't have gotten the early thumbs up.
Well, maybe they had a mistake in it. Something went wrong.
Now prove
I don't know. I proved it by the guy clearly responding to when she said, "Can I get a thumbs up?" and he responds too quickly. That's the proof. I've given you the proof.
Can we agree that it's possible that he was given a thumbs up to something?
Can we agree
that
it's
she
possible
said
that they're
before she
faking
asked
it?
him to give the thumbs up?
Can we agree that it's possible that?
No. I want a
it
yes
would
or,
be a hell
yes
of
or
a
no.
coincidence.
I want to give you
Yes.
yes or no to my question.
Yes.
Okay, so now that you've agreed it's possible, then you can't rule it out with another possibility of it being faked. But I could rule out your possibility
can do
of
it
it
with
being
mine.
faked. No, I can't. Not with the possibility of it being real, but with all of the other external verification and justification I gave you insofar as how hard it would be to fake.
It just wouldn't be that hard to fake.
I gave
You're
you
really
all
overestimating
you're
how
just
hard it would be
rejecting
to
reality
fake.
because you've gotten cooked.
I'm not rejecting reality.
Yes, you already agreed that it'd be so hard for humans to keep
You
track
think
down to
people
the
went around the
nanosecond.
moon?
No, listen. You
You've
already
been
agreed
duped.
that it'd be so hard for humans to keep track down to the nanosecond how many miles they've traveled in the Orion space capsule, and then compute that into the time in which light would take to travel from Houston to them, and then compute that into how long they have to wait down to the nanosecond to then respond to what Houston is saying to them to make it look real. That is hard. It's impossible. In fact, I'll prove it right now.
Am I allowed to talk?
In fact, I'll prove it right now that that's impossible. The moment that the words leaving my mouth cease, I want you to respond to the words leaving my mouth precisely 2.3 seconds. You're already at 2.59 seconds. Let's try it again.
I didn't know you were finished talking. You normally talk a lot longer.
The moment that
so
the words
I really thought you were going to talk longer.
Wait. Why did the
normally
astronauts
monologue.
experience this problem? Why
normally
didn't they
monologue,
just
so I
know
thought you were
like
gonna talk
Houston was
longer.
done talking? The moment the words leaving my mouth cease and stop leaving my mouth, I want you to respond to them precisely 2.39 seconds in the future.
So they rode a buggy on the moon and
You're
they played
actually
golf
already at
on the moon.
1.9 seconds.
What are you talking about? We're both
You cannot fake a reliable. You cannot fake
What kind of
a
proof is
reliable
this?
delay in a audio transmission. The same way that you're accusing the astronauts of faking it for 10 days straight.
Can I get a point across in this debate?
Can you acknowledge the point that I just made?
Yes, I am not able to fake a delay here on Earth with you also on Earth. Therefore, four astronauts went to the moon.
How do you think
they did not fly around.
If you can't fake the delay, then why do you think the
And there's
astronauts
no
can fake the
footage.
delay?
Because they get billions of dollars and they've been trained to do it, and they're actonauts. They act.
What kind of training could teach any human alive to be able to reliably keep track of hundredths of a second in their brain?
I mean, I don't think they have to do that. Like, you're
They
assuming
would
they
have
have
to
to do
do it
that.
in
But they're
order
not
to fake the
talking
delay.
every second of
In
their
order
live
to
stream.
fake the delay without a computer faking the delay,
They've
would
got a
have to
computer
keep track of
faking
the
it.
Okay, well then if they have a computer faking it, then you'd reject that the astronaut responded too early to Houston because it would literally be impossible for the astronaut to do that because of the fake audio delay.
I think there was a mistake. There was obviously a mistake. That's why he responded too early.
Maybe you're not understanding. There's two options here. One, they put in the delay afterwards in post-production using some sort of delay, or they insert the delay manually live, in which case it doesn't matter whether or not the astronauts are making a mistake or not, because the astronauts are only getting the information after, say, 2 seconds of delay, or the delay is added in post, of course, in which case it's impossible to make a mistake and give an early thumbs up. On the other hand, if this delay is not put in digitally, then that means that you would have to train these astronauts to make these extraordinarily precise thumbs up maneuvers to respond to conversation in an extraordinarily precise way, which is also absurd. So you can't have it both ways.
If they both explain it, you can.
No,
You have
they're
two
literally
different ways of
contradictory
explaining
with one
operates.
another. They literally cannot coexist.
What do you mean they can't coexist? It's one or the other. They're faking it somehow.
Right.
They're not going to the moon, man.
It's one or the
People
other.
do
So
not go
either
to the
they
moon.
put in the delay digitally, in which case it's impossible for someone to screw up and accidentally give a thumbs up too early.
Well, he did.
But
He
you're
screwed
asserting
up.
that that's what happened, which means that they did not put the delay in digitally, which means that they must have trained these astronauts to give extraordinarily precise timings when responding to communications, which is pretty absurd.
Or can I give an example? Maybe they go, okay, you're going to be on now in a second. At this point in your mission, you're so many seconds ahead. We're going to plug this in so you know when to reply.
Okay.
And he just replied too early.
So let's see if you could do it.
And that's why he looked so embarrassed about it, and his
This-
colleagues
is it-
looked so
okay,
embarrassed about
Okay,
it.
let's see if you could do it. You're the astronaut
No,
in
but
Houston.
I'm not an astronaut.
We are.
No, but that's just
wait,
irrelevant.
no, but let's see if you could do it. You're the astronaut. I'm Houston. At this point,
I
of
have
the
$19
mission,
billion
The delay
to-
should
yeah.
be 3.1 seconds. So I'm
Okay.
Houston. How is the space travel going?
It's going great. Really
That's
good, Dean.
2.48 seconds you were off. See, if you were the astronaut, then you would have just sold the whole mission.
Oh no! If only I'd been trained for it, and oh no! And I
What
had
would
so
the
much money
training
and
look
funding
like
behind it.
to
and-
teach a human to keep track of 1/100th of a second?
I don't know. I don't know the lengths these people go.
Go
Considering that the line
online,
was,
right? I want
the
you
line
to
was
find
about
me.
something so
I want you to
crazy.
find me I want you to find me any resource that claims you could reliably train a human to keep track of 1/100th of a second. Because I don't think that you could reliably train any human alive to do that, regardless if you have $1 trillion or one. Prove me wrong.
I don't think they have to be that accurate. You're assuming they have to be that accurate.
No, I'm not assuming.
Why do they
that.
have to
No,
be that accurate?
Because if they weren't accurate, then it would clearly be a fake. It would
It
clearly
is clearly
be
a
false.
fake.
No, but
It's clearly a
but
farce.
you can't
Well
say
done.
that because you can't look at every single one of their transmissions and point out how every one had a different length of a delay in between
Dean,
the
you think
communication
people
Houston
went
to
on the
them.
moon and played
Bro,
golf?
dude, this guy's
This
like
is what you're
literally
defending.
this guy's like literally
really
like
think
fucking
about
insane.
what you're defending.
Dude, you're defending a flat Earth model. You're defending
I don't believe in
humans
the flat
being able
Earth.
to keep track of seconds down to the nanosecond.
No, he's just a moon landing denier.
Yeah, I'm not.
Like, dude, if we didn't go to the moon, then how did the laser reflectors get there?
Well, apparently the Soviets put laser reflectors up there with unmanned probes. So
Wait, I thought that
you
we
don't,
didn't
you
have
don't
the
have to send
technology to get to
humans
space.
to send humans to space. It's a very different thing.
Wait, so you're arguing that we do have the technology to send unmanned probes to
No,
space?
I don't think. No.
Wait,
to be
so
honest,
then,
I don't.
then
Not
the
these
Soviet
things, I don't
unmanned
think so.
probes didn't put the laser reflectors there. So how do you think the laser reflectors?
I don't
got
think
there?
there's laser reflectors on the moon.
There is.
I've never seen them. You've never seen them. No one in this
Wait,
chat
have
has
you
seen
ever
them.
seen
There's
my-
so
have
many
you-
thousand people in this chat. No one has seen laser reflectors on the moon.
Just to be
Think
clear,
about what you're talking
it's not
about.
only laser reflectors that we know are on the moon.
You're
There are
talking about
orbiters.
nonsense.
There are orbiters that go around the moon that have seen the Apollo capsule on the moon.
And
You
none
can
of
see
us have
them
seen.
from satellites.
We
Now
haven't
you and
seen this
everybody-
with our own eyes.
Yes, you have. Look at your screen.
I've
You've
seen
now-
this with my
you-
own eyes,
You,
looking
you've
up at
now
the
with
moon.
your own eyes seen a picture of the laser reflectors on the moon.
It's a picture.
Yes,
You can't
exactly.
just believe a picture.
Wait, so can you believe that I exist?
Yes.
Vasa, thank you
course
so
I
much for the
can.
future city. But have you ever seen me with your own eyes in person?
In person, no, I haven't. But
Wait,
it's
but I
not,
thought that
it's
you
not
couldn't just believe a
unfeasible.
picture.
No, but you're comparing two things that aren't even the
you
same.
just said that we can't just believe a picture.
I can verify.
I'm sorry.
it.
I'm sorry.
Can I come and meet you, Dean?
You
Dean,
just,
is it possible for me to come and meet you? Yes or
no,
no?
because you don't know where I live.
It's not possible.
It's not
I'm
possible.
I'm saying if you wanted it to happen.
Oh, well,
theoretically.
Theoretically,
we really
if
wanted
NASA
to meet
wanted
up.
you to go to the moon, it'd be possible for you to go to the moon.
No, it wouldn't.
Okay, so then theoretically, if I wanted you to meet me, it wouldn't be possible for you to meet me. You have the
No
same
one's
amount of
who's
reason to
gone to the
believe
moon?
that it's not theoretically
who can
possible for
verify
a
it?
human to go to the moon, the same way I have the same reason for
Who
you
can
to believe that it's
verify
not
it?
theoretically possible for you to meet me.
No. I mean, who can verify
Yeah,
it?
just say no. Just say no. Just deny it, basically, right?
But it's it's two different things.
Wait. Do you think that we live under like a globalist agenda where space laboratories from all across the Earth, including those inside of the Soviet Union that despised the USA during the space race, all claimed that they used their infrastructure to identify and confirm that there was these
Yeah, they're all in on
laser
it, man. They're
reflectors
all in
on
on
the moon?
It's like WWE. It's all fake at the top. They're
do you
all
know
in
that?
on it together.
Prove it.
Because it's obvious, and it's just the
It's
fact
not.
that you don't know
Wait,
that
wait.
makes
This
me
wasn't
think.
that obvious during the space race. Give me evidence.
Do you believe in control at the top, or no? You think it's just mayhem at the top?
I don't even know.
Or do you think there's a sense of control in life? The people that rule
yes,
us.
which is exactly why, like the USSR.
Did you know that you're a slave and I'm a slave, right?
What the fuck? I don't even know what the hell you're saying. The fact that those at the top hold on to control is exactly why the USSR and America were beefing so much, because both the USSR and America wanted to have more control than the other body.
Right, and you don't think at any point they got, oh, you know what would be a better way to have control is if we're pretending that we're beef and we pit our people against
I
each
have no
other.
evidence I have no evidence to believe that. Can you give me that evidence?
I mean, 2026, that's just unbelievable.
Then give me the evidence.
Right.
I only believe things with evidence.
Okay, what about the Epstein files? Is that not evidence that there's clearly something sinister going on at the top?
The
people
Epstein
that have
files are
control over our
absolutely
lives.
not evidence that the USSR and America collaborated on faking the space race. No, they're not.
It's evidence that we're being lied to on such a monumental scale that to still believe we played golf in the moon in 1969,
I'm sorry. You
but in
haven't given me. You haven't
2026
given
we
me.
can...
What is the evidence?
Why can I never
once
finish
again,
point?
that the USSR and America collaborated on faking the space race? You haven't given me the evidence.
The fact that they faked the moon missions, that's the evidence.
Wait, but you're pre-assuming.
So-
but I have an argument to prove that the moon
Dean,
missions
how much
were
do you know
real.
about the moon missions?
I have an argument to prove that the moon missions were real via independent verification from the USSR that we put laser reflectors there. But then you're
What about the moon
rejecting
rocks?
that evidence that the moon missions were real by claiming that both the USSR and America were working together to fake the space race. So your argument is circular because the evidence to prove you wrong is evidence that you reject because you don't think you're wrong.
Right, and I could just say the same about you and what you believe.
No, you
So
can't.
we could just go around in circles.
No,
You're
you
just
can't,
taking it
because
on faith that we
could
went to the moon.
No, I'm not.
You've
taking
never
it on
seen
faith.
laser
We could prove
reflectors
it.
with your own eyes. You've never seen that.
Well, institutions and bodies across the world, either managed and chartered by the government or managed and chartered by individual private citizens from the USSR, from America, and from the 6 continents in which people live on, have all independently confirmed and verified since the 60s until today
Who?
that there are
Name
laser
them.
reflectors on the moon.
Who?
On
Name
the
one.
surface. Okay,
Go on, name one.
I'll go ahead and take a moment.
Oh, you
to
gotta look
research
it up.
them.
You don't know
Yes, I do have to
shit.
look
You're
it up.
talking about shit
Do you
you don't
think
know
anybody's
about.
ever been murdered in New Jersey?
You don't know shit you don't know.
Do you think
You're
that there's
talking
ever
about
been
some shit you
anybody
don't know
murdered in
about.
New Jersey?
Murdered in New Jersey, of course. Yeah, it's a
Name
city.
one person ever murdered in New Jersey.
I don't know anyone from New Jersey.
Because you can't name a person murdered in New Jersey, that means that there's never been anybody murdered in New Jersey, right? Fucking dumbass. Now I'll go
But
ahead and
why-
take a
why
moment
did-
to look up the name of the
Your
observatory.
analogies and like your like
I have this
hypotheticals
data
are
pulled up,
insane.
so
They
I
make
can
no
list
sense.
I can list you independent observatories that all make precision measurements of the distance to the moon using the lunar laser ranging devices that were left there.
Some devices that none of us have access to, that you don't have access to. You're taking it on faith. This is your
You were
religion.
asking for
you are showing me your Bible.
You were asking
right
for the
now,
independent
bro.
observations.
You're showing me your Bible. You're saying,
you
look
want
at the
them or not?
book. The book says so, but I've never looked at it myself. You're showing me.
Do you want the
your Bible.
independent? Do you want the names of the independent observatories or not?
Dean, man, you got to look into this shit, bro. We ain't been
Wait,
to the moon.
name the independent observatories, Dr. Blitz.
So we
Name
have
a
McDonald
person.
Observatory, we have Crimean Astrophysical
No, I want a
Observatory, the
person.
Côte d'Azur Observatory, Haleakala Observatory,
person.
Matera Laser Ranging Observatory, Apache Point Observatory, Geodetic Observatory, Wetzel, and Yunnan Astronomical Observatory. These are all across the world.
You're
right?
naming institutions.
Independent institutions.
These are observatories.
Yes, independent observatories that calculate the distance to the moon with the laser reflectors on the moon. And by the way, we have pictures of the laser reflectors. This is what they use to calculate the distance to the moon. This thing right here.
You're taking it on faith.
Dude, it's not taking it on faith when
You are.
independent observatories across the globe
You've never seen
use
it.
the things in that
You
picture.
can't name me one person. Name me one person, Dean.
Like the people
Gladiator.
that work at the observatories? Like you just want like a list of all the employees?
They're not looking at it themselves through these special devices.
Yes, the lasers ping them and then come back. The only way that the laser could precisely hit the surface of the moon and then be precisely bounced back into the laser to calculate the distance would be through a manufactured through a manufactured fake, not natural, like made by man, laser reflector.
Allegedly, that are up there that I can't see, that you can't see, that
Not
you can't
allegedly.
verify.
That's the only way
All right,
for
I'll
the
take it on
laser to
faith.
reliably bounce off the face of the moon than to come back to Earth. That's just simply the way that light dynamics work. If it was a rough, bumpy natural surface of the moon, you don't have sufficient properties of the surface for it to give perfect reflection. And even if you did have sufficient properties of the surface to grant perfect reflection, well, because it's bumpy, then it would just deflect everywhere when it goes straight back into the laser, which is why you need these laser reflectors. And by the way, I just want to point this out. It's funny that you're accusing us of taking this on faith when we're able to give you pictures of the thing that we're talking about, and we're able to give you multiple independent observatories from across the globe that we're talking about. But then you believe that the USSR and the US were secretly besties working in cahoots to fake the space race, and when I asked you for evidence, you couldn't give any. So I find it very concerning that for your beliefs, you need no evidence, yet for our beliefs, we need more evidence than the pictures of the thing.
No, I base it on the evidence that they faked it.
Independently verified by multiple different observatories across the face of planet Earth.
My evidence is the evidence that they showed to me, that NASA shows to me in 1969 of them allegedly going to the moon, and they faked it. That's my evidence that I can't trust anything they have to say. Why do you think we have...
Yeah, but just so I want to clarify. Dude, you are dense. My evidence that the fucking laser reflectors are on the moon is not because NASA says so.
Shitty evidence. I can't see them.
Shut up. You just said that my evidence that the laser reflectors are on the space of the moon is the fact that NASA said so. You're an idiot. My evidence that the laser reflectors are on the face of the moon is a fact that we have pictures of them, and the fact that independent observatories across the globe have confirmed that they can exist. And if you have $250,000, you could actually go out and buy a telescope and laser sufficiently advanced enough to narrow down into the exact coordinates of those laser reflectors and do it yourself.
I'm broke. I don't have 250,000 Great British pounds, unfortunately.
If we could get the ISS to space, then why couldn't we get laser reflectors on the...
Oh, the ISS videos are so obviously faked. Can you please watch those videos? Come on, man.
I'm sorry. So, hold on. We need to back up here. What do you think is the problem in getting people into orbit? Why do you think it's so hard to get people into orbit?
Because they're faking it. Because I don't think they are lying to me.
Like, you're not a flat earther, Gladiator. Gladiator, you're not a flat earther, so you think space is real. You think that rockets exist. Why couldn't we just build rockets
I just think it's too hard. You know,
what's the hard part? We have intercontinental ballistic missiles. These are missiles that go to space and carry entire payloads of nuclear weapons. Why can't we just put people in there instead of nuclear weapons?
You're talking about stuff you've never seen with your own eyes, man.
ICBMs? ICBMs don't exist.
You don't know they're going up into space. Of course there's missiles.
How do you think an ICBM works?
It shoots up into the sky and it goes towards its target. It's a missile, man. It doesn't have to go into space. Why does it have to go into space?
Where is the issue? Okay, the space is 60 miles up. Why is it so hard to shoot a rocket 60 miles up?
Because they're faking it, man. Like, why wouldn't they show it?
What are they faking? It's just a rocket. You point the thing up, you burn some fuel, and it goes for like 3 minutes, and then it's 60 miles up. What's the hard part?
I don't know. Maybe it's taken 60 years to do it again, and it's a big deal that we're going around the moon.
We've been launching stuff into space like once a week.
We played golf on the moon in 1969.
Wait,
we could play golf on the moon in 1969.
So I just want to clarify.
Optimus 2.
Blitz, this guy's current argument is that we can't get things to space. You can go buy a telescope from fucking Walmart or Amazon and see the ISS, which is in space. Did you know that?
I've seen
you can actually
what they
see
say
it with
is
your
the
naked
ISS.
eye.
I know, I've seen it. I've seen a light in the sky. I tracks it. It's a light in the sky.
No, check this out. Check this out. It's not just a light in the sky. Watch this video.
It could be anything. You don't know what that is.
No.
You don't know there's people on that. You're taking
This is actually really impressive. I know what video you're showing us.
We could literally see the ISS.
It could be anything. How do you know that's a thing in space with people on it?
It's anything that just has solar panels attached to it?
Yeah. It could be a high altitude drone or weather balloon or anything.
Solar panels?
Who knows what it is?
Dude, Dude.
You know what's funny is you're laughing at this, but you think there's people on that going like 20,000 miles an hour.
Wait, can you agree that it's a man-made creation?
Yeah, of course. Someone put something up there. Of course.
Oh, but I thought that you said we couldn't get things into space.
I don't think it's in space, as they say.
Where is it?
And I don't think
Where
there's.
is
I just
it?
think it's really high up. It's just something that's really high
How
up.
is it moving so fast?
Do you think that's going? How fast is that moving? Actually, let's tell the
It
audience.
crossed
How
the
fast is
moon
that?
in like
Yeah, how fast is
30
it?
seconds of a
I'm
second.
sure you know, Blitz. How fast does the ISS go?
About 17,500 miles an hour.
Right. So everyone in this chat, you think that people are in a little thing in the sky going 17,000 miles an hour
Gladiator, you
faster
said
than a
that's a flat
bullet? That's
earther.
what you guys believe. Okay.
Yes.
Right. And I'm the
And
crazy
what's
one.
the issue
right?
with that? Why is that
And
crazy?
what about the Artemis mission was even more, right? To get out.
No. Why is it crazy to believe that people are in a thing orbiting the Earth at 17,000 miles an hour? What's crazy about that?
I don't think the body is designed for that.
That's not how physics work.
I think it is.
Oh my god, no!
You're talking about
pass your,
17,000 miles an hour.
Dude,
Did you pass your physics class as a high school student?
Barely. I barely
explain.
passed.
Please
barely
explain
passed.
how physics work to this guy in the sense that
So-
that human bodies are perfectly fine moving at 17,000 miles an hour, and the issue would come.
Perfectly
in acceleration.
fine.
Go ahead.
Have you ever seen those G?
Yeah, I mean,
G
it's
videos
actually
of
not
people-
even. It's actually not even a physics issue. It's a biology issue. So the way that we sense motion is we have this little fluid sac in both of our ears, and when that fluid sac shuffles around, when it sloshes around, that triggers some hairs in our ears to send signals to our brain, and that's what we feel as motion. So if you're moving at a constant velocity, the little fluid sac is just going to stay completely still. This is why you don't feel like you're moving at 500 miles an hour on an airplane. You jump in the air on an airplane, you don't go flying into
Right.
the back of the airplane at 500 miles an hour because you're moving with the airplane. So you don't feel motion in you don't feel constant velocity motion whatsoever. So there's no issue moving
Okay.
at
No, there's a
17,000
big
miles
issue.
per hour.
There's a big issue.
In orbiting space station, even if it's going 100,000 miles an hour, it wouldn't be orbiting the Earth, of course. But if it was going 100,000 miles an hour, you wouldn't notice it until you started accelerating.
Can I just completely debunk what you said? Because the Artemis 2 mission,
Please.
you're acting like these things are in constant motion. The Artemis 2 to shoot up, when they show up in the rocket, had to get up to speeds of like 25,000 miles per hour. They don't just appear at that speed. So you're telling me a human
so
can
so
accelerate
do you
that
know how
fast, and
long
the
it
amount
takes?
of G-force on their body wouldn't instantly crush them?
Yeah.
You believe in fairy
Right.
tales like that.
So during a spacecraft launch, during a rocket launch, the astronauts will regularly experience an amount of G's between about 4 and 6 for a few minutes. That will get them up to thousands of miles an hour, by the way. Just a few G's for a few minutes straight is enough to get you up to thousands of miles an hour. And then from there,
25?
you get sustained forces at like 2 or so G's, and that's enough to get you up to the remaining 17,000 miles an hour or so that you need to get into orbit. And the Artemis 2 didn't go to 25,000 miles an hour until they completed 2 orbits. So that was 180 minutes later, in which case they did another burn for another few minutes that got them another 8,000 miles an hour.
Also, none of this should be hard to believe, considering the fact that we have cars on Earth, like the Dodge Demon, that can get you from 0 miles an hour to 60 in 1.7 seconds.
Right. 60 miles an hour compared to 25,000 miles per hour. Got it.
The thing that we're trying to
Just-
show
got
you
it.
here.
How
the
many
thing-
seconds do you think are? How many seconds do you think are in a minute?
190.
What? It's 60 seconds in a minute.
Oh shit! I almost got it. I almost got it.
Oh my
Damn.
god!
I almost got it.
If we take the acceleration that Dean just quoted for that car, and we applied it for 1 whole minute, do you know how fast
You
you'd be
good
going?
laugh, Dean?
You'd be going 3,600 miles an hour
Damn.
in 1 minute.
Okay.
Damn.
Roughly, yeah, I mean, it's an estimate, but roughly 3,600 miles an hour in 1 minute. You can get up to 17,000 in like 10 minutes pretty easy then, huh?
Oh, in
No.
what? Wait. I just want to clarify. In 30 minutes, in the 0 to 60 speed of a Dodge Demon, you could get up to 108,000 miles an hour if you are moving the same speed that you would be going 0 to 60, which would then be...
If.
Yes, if.
Big if, right? Because you're never going to experience
That's
that.
not a
Nobody
big
ever
if,
below
because
or
what it
above is going to
proves-
experience that.
That's not a big if, because what it proves is that the human body could take the G-force required to get to 108,000 miles an hour in an hour. It's just math, dude.
It's not just math. It's just
If they
basic
could-
common
if
sense.
the human body could take that G-force for 1.7 seconds, why couldn't it take it for an hour?
Because you're comparing completely different type of G-force.
All G-forces, G-forces are the same. They're just directional. By the way, the Dodge Demon only caps out at 2 Gs. The astronauts experience 4 to 6 Gs.
At the speed they're going, at the acceleration they're going, the amount of power behind them, to get up to speeds of 25,000 miles per hour, as fast as any human's ever gone in living history ever known, I think they'd experience more than 4 Gs. I think they'd experience an amount of Gs that would absolutely crush their bodies.
Do you want to calculate how long it would take to get to 25,000 miles an hour from 0 at 4 Gs? Because we can just do that calculation if you want.
It doesn't. No calculations matter. I know basic common sense.
Math doesn't
Math
matter?
is scary. Yep.
What, math doesn't matter?
Apparently not.
We're using math to prove you wrong, and you're
people are lying
rejecting
to your face and you defend them.
So
It's
do you
bad.
think that math is unreliable? By the way, you're forced into arguing that position. You're forced into arguing that math is unreliable because we are using math to prove you wrong. So do you
You're
affirm or
not.
deny the proposition that math is unreliable?
I deny that.
Okay, so you affirm that math is reliable.
Yes, it is.
If math is reliable, then you are wrong.
No, because you can't use math to prove how a human can sustain that sort of force. Because
We can because
well,
we
you've
can
never seen it.
Yes, I think Dr. Blitz is literally doing it right now.
You've
You
never
have to
seen
remember,
it.
he is
It would take. This is
doing
really
it
funny, by the way.
right now.
It would take
Do what? What? We're
take
gonna go. We're gonna go
minutes.
25,000 miles per hour right now. I'm
It would
excited.
take-
Let's go.
It would take 4.5 minutes to go from 0 to 25,000 miles per hour at 4 Gs. It would take 4.5 minutes.
And remember, in order for you to reject what Dr. Blitz is saying, you have to say that math is unreliable. Because if math is reliable, then Dr. Blitz is right.
We have never seen someone go that fast.
Are you arguing that math is unreliable then?
I've already said it's reliable. In
Okay,
certain
if math
contexts,
is
it's
reliable, then Dr.
It doesn't
Blitz
just.
is
You
right.
can't just use math to explain everything.
Well, we can
I
use
need to.
math
See, I need to
explain
see
this.
visual proof of it.
Wait,
Why is there no
then
footage from the inside?
So wait, so
Why is
then
there
you
no-
think that...
why-
Okay,
why is there
so
no
here's
inside
a
footage
good
of
question.
this?
So
Huh?
why do you think that Dr. Blitz's math is unreliable?
Where's the footage?
We don't need footage. We just need the math, which you're now arguing is unreliable.
why
Why do you
is there
think
no
that Dr.
footage?
Blitz's math is unreliable?
Because I haven't done it. I'm not saying it's unreliable. I'm
Because-
just saying
wait, because you haven't done the
It doesn't
math?
prove anything to me.
Wait,
it
wait,
just
so
doesn't
you're,
do
so
it
you're
for
saying
me,
that
man.
it's unreliable
I'm sorry.
because you haven't
It's just
done
not
the
proved
math.
to me. It's reliable math. Math is reliable. This doesn't prove it
Okay,
to
so
me.
then you're wrong.
Okay, fine, but it just doesn't prove it to me.
Well, it does
Where's
because
the
you just
footage?
admitted that he reliably demonstrated your claim to
They
be
have
incorrect,
cameras
which
on
is
the
which-
inside.
Wait. It does prove it to you because you just admitted that he reliably proved your claim to be wrong. If he reliably proved your claim to be wrong, then he proved your claim to be wrong.
Okay, yeah, sure. He proved my claim to be wrong. Where's the footage?
We don't need footage.
Yeah, but why is there no footage?
There is footage. I'm just saying that we
No,
don't
no,
need
but
it.
there's cameras on the inside. Why is there no
I-
footage of when they're going up?
There is.
At
What the fuck?
25,000. No. I'm talking about from the inside,
there is.
looking at the astronauts. Sat there in their harnesses,
There is.
going super fast.
Experiencing several Gs. There might be, actually. I wouldn't be surprised if
No,
was.
there isn't. How do you not know if there is? That would be amazing footage, right?
Well, I didn't watch every single live stream from the Artemis mission, so...
Yeah, but that should just be like cool viral footage, you know? There's no
being
footage from this
pressed
whole
against
mission,
their
man.
seats. Why would that be interesting? Them just going "Ooh," the whole for like several minutes.
That would be insanely interesting. What are you talking about? We're talking about a voyage into space. It's like the most cool thing ever.
I'm sorry. Yeah, that was like fun for like 3 seconds, but now it's getting annoying, so we kicked him. By the way, I just like want to tell you and everybody that guy thinks because I kicked him that he therefore beat us in the debate. I just want everybody to let that sink in. Just like take a
Yes, he
second
did.
and like really let that sink in. Just how like delusional so many people are. But Dr. Blitz, I really appreciate you so much for joining us. I'm gonna go back to politics. It's good. It's good to
Yeah,
finally
have
debate
fun.
with you again. Sometimes we used to do that a while, for a while.
Yeah,
so
I know.
it's cool to see you again.
It's
Take
been
care.
a good
all right?
time. All right, sounds good.
Take care. All right, guys, we're gonna go hop back into the debates about politics. Sorry, we definitely did take a holy shit, a 52-minute detour That is my bad. That is fully my fault. I take the blame. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. I'd really appreciate it if you guys could do your very best to follow those rules. No, we're not debating space. No, we're not debating the shape of the earth. No, we're not debating going to the moon. We are debating why you support Trump as president. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Only up inside of that queue if you're MAGA. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I do not.
Okay, then I'm going to ban you. I'm just going to give everybody who's in the queue that's not a Trump supporter a moment to leave so we could reset around the debates about Trump. And while we're doing that, I'm going to thank a couple people like Flickhead. Thank you so much for the 100 euros over on Super Chat. I appreciate you so much for that love, Flickhead. That is beyond kind of you. Thank you so much. Flick with the 100 euros. I mean, that is beyond kind. God damn it. I do not deserve that much love. Show some love to Flick down below. Flick with 100 says this guy probably thinks that dinosaur fossils were created and manufactured by companies. It's one thing to be skeptical and it's another thing to be stupid. Why would countries spend billions for an elaborate hoax? What would they gain? Their only source is trust me, bro. Yeah, that has got to be the biggest issue with that guy's worldview, is the very simple fact that there's just no reason to fake it. Thank you so much. And then Lord T with a $20 says, take this caller's technology away. Let him live in the Sahara Desert with nothing, since he's so anti-technology, right? And then thank you so much, Evelyn, for the $10. She says, does he know that the Earth is spinning at 1,037 miles per hour? No, he doesn't, because he's not convinced that the Earth is a globe. Ethan with a $10 who says the 2026 Corvette ZR1X is actually faster than the Demon 170, but the Dodge Demon came out in 2017 and it took Chevy a couple years later to match that. Dodge is the superior brand. No, fuck you, Ethan. Dodge is not the superior brand. Chevrolet is 110% the superior brand, because guess what? We do not dictate the reliability or coolness of a car by how fast it could go in a straight line. Yeah, take that Demon 170 on a corner at 50 miles an hour, and all of a sudden that 1.7 second 0 to 60 doesn't fucking matter, and you're in a ditch. All right? Pipe down, Ethan. Hell no. All right? Yeah, debate me on that, motherfucker. Let's go to get that. Let's go to get that next Trump supporter loaded up into the box right now. Once again, Fleck, I really do appreciate you so much for the 100 euros. I mean, that is beyond kind of you. We got Jesse loading up into the box. Sam, thank you for the $15 on Venmo, who says, just want to let you know, have you seen the quote-unquote fix that MAGA has made for Orange Man's AI depiction of himself as Jesus? They made a new one of Jesus doing the healing and him doing the praying. I did see that, Sam. It is really funny. It is so funny. I did see that. Then Serena, thank you for the 5. John, thank you for the 5. Christopher, thank you for the $15. Who says, doing the Lord's work better. Thank you, Christopher. Joseph with the $5 celebrating the Dean and the Blitz collab. Bell, thank you for the 5. And then Robert, thank you for the $15. Who says, professional filmmaker here. It's impossible to live stream fake zero-G, zero gravity without showing wires, green screen, etc. Nolan did all of that in post, not live. Yup. And then Corinne, thank you so much, Corinne, for the $50 donation on Venmo. Corinne, thank you so much for the love. This came in 47 minutes ago. I really appreciate you. That is C-O-R-Y, one moment, N-N-E. Corinne with the $50 says this guy probably believes the earth is flat. So he doesn't know the shape of the earth is what he said. But thank you for the $50. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I really appreciate you. And then Vanessa with the $20 says, don't lose the plot, nephew. The moon shit is a distraction, regardless if it's fake or real. Well, personally, I invite the distraction because I love space exploration. But let's just also make sure that we keep ourselves aligned with our priorities. Thank you guys so much for all the love. Those are the donations from the last hour or so on Venmo and Super Chat. There's a couple people that I do have to thank on PayPal, but I'll do that here in a moment. If you're watching and you want to support me and support the stream, you could actually find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok, pin message on YouTube, and right there, VNP, Dean Withers without the E. Go ahead and take it away, man. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Hey, Dean. So the reason I'm on here is I know you want to support, I know you want to talk to Trump supporters, and I don't actively support Trump, but I was hoping to.
Jesse, I'm so grateful for you, waiting and being patient, and I, don't take that for granted. Unfortunately, I'm going to move on, man, because we are just looking for Trump supporters, but, I really appreciate your patience, and I think that is very, very kind of you, and I'm so sorry that had to end in such a sour way, but we kind of...
Hell yeah, Dean! Chevy!
What a goof. All right, we got the next guest, Eric, loaded up into the box right now. You got to be 18 plus American and MAGA. Welcome into Sport Trump.
What's up? Yeah.
How old are you?
18.
That dude's truck sounded great. Holy shit.
On
What year were you
God,
born in?
that shit was sick.
Yeah,
2007.
Okay, and why do you support the very worst president of your life, Mr. Trump?
Dude, like, I grew up in a Republican household, and the ideology just, like, surrounded me as a kid. And I don't know. I think
Okay.
he's a great guy.
Okay, so you're telling me that this ideology surrounded you as a kid? Same, because I also grew up in a very conservative Christian, actually
Really?
Catholic household.
Do you
And I
believe in
understand.
God?
So I'm agnostic. Do you believe in God?
I'm agnostic also. That's... Yo,
Okay.
we're like the same person, bro.
Well, the difference is that I understand that just because my parents say something, it doesn't make it true. So therefore, just because they support Trump doesn't mean that Trump is a good president. Then you ended on saying
Okay,
that
if you
don't-
want me to get into the reasons why I like him, you know, like the war and everything, like I think it's a great idea.
why?
Like we really should wipe them off the face. They're bad people. They're
Okay.
fucking horrible.
Like the IRGC?
Israel, bro. All of them.
Okay, well, you got it backwards because we love Israel. And when I say
No,
we, I
we
don't
don't.
mean-
We don't like the Jews. What are you talking about?
When I say we, I don't mean me. I'm talking about America.
Me and you, dude.
And then you just said Jewish people. Don't equivocate between Jewish people and Israel because Israel's not a monolith for Jewish people. Israel is a state, okay, that does not represent or embody.
I was kidding. I'm sorry. It was a joke.
I think that guy's trolling. We're going to move on to the next guest. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA here, folks. Please do follow the rules of the live stream. I'd really appreciate that. We got the next guest loading up into the box right now. Only up inside of the queue if you are MAGA. We are just looking for some debates. We spent a while on a crazy science denier. How was that? Was that fun to kind of see something a little bit out of the typical on the live stream for the first time ever? Or was that a little annoying? Because although it wasn't what we usually debate, it was really just nuts. Hey, do you support Trump?
Hi, I don't know if you remember me. We talked about 6 or 7 months ago.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't remember you. Did we debate like as you being a Trump supporter?
Yeah. I mean, I was.
Have you since then
But-
changed your mind?
Well, I was the one who my father brainwashed me, kind of. You had mentioned that he might have brainwashed me, and you suggested maybe getting into some kind of counseling, and because my husband had tried for years to get me out of my dad's grip, and he, because I had such a close connection with my family, it was hard to see beyond what I was taught, and my husband knew that.
Did I give you advice?
You did, and my husband had always tried to, push me on beyond that, and
I remember you.
yeah, he taught me, to. My dad and my husband always had fights over it, and
Yeah.
I always questioned my life and stuff, but my dad would always shame
you've
me
since
into
then-
that.
You've since then revoked your support for Trump?
I have. It took me a few months. I'm in counseling. I also have a job now. And just listening to you honestly gave me an outside perspective and gave me an extra push. And it validated everything I really needed to hear and validated my husband's, taught me that I was right. And honestly, I have minimal contact with my father now. Very minimal.
I'm so proud of you.
And I just really wanted to say thank you. And you really are changing minds, so don't let anyone tell you otherwise.
Man, this proves that the streams that we run here go beyond than the 30-second clips of the Trump supporter getting shit on, and can genuinely be impactful in the lives of so many. I'm so grateful for you for coming up here and joining and sharing that with us, and I'm more so proud of you. I mean, I didn't do anything. The stream may have helped you push, but ultimately you are the person responsible for fighting for your future, and I'm so very proud of you. So thank you so much for coming up and giving us an update, and I just hope that you have an amazing rest of your day. Okay?
You as well.
Love to hear it, dude. Love to hear it. That is really fantastic. That is really fantastic. We're gonna get that next guest loaded up into the box. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. That's great, man. We love to hear it. We truly do. We love to hear it. Fantastic.
You on with the guy?
What's up, Brian? Do you support Trump?
How you doing? Yes.
Oh, man, embarrassing. Ew.
Yikes.
Okay, let me thank a couple people, then I'll pass you that mic. Samantha, thank you for the $10, who says, my dad works at NASA. I'd love to know what he's actually been doing all this time while pretending to build rockets or whatever. Your dad's lying to you. Thank you for the $10. Chris, thank you for the $10 as well, who says, I'm MAGA, but I enjoy watching your debates. You're amazing, dude. Keep on going. And by the way, 109 seconds in a minute is wild. Chris, man, I would love it if you could join the live stream. You sound open-minded, and I'd love to change that mind, dude. So let me know if you're down for a conversation. It could be cool and collected, and I think I might be able to change your mind, man. Amelia, thank you for the $5. I appreciate you. Hey, Dean, where did you get that does not play well with a liberal sign from April Fools? From like a random like local like gift shop. And then thank you for the $5. And then Haley, thank you so much for the $10, criticizing a Nazi who joined the stream about an hour ago and was saying Hitler was cool. Yeah, we're finally caught up over there. Yeah, that guy was fucking nuts, dude. I mean, just like, ugh, I don't even want to think about it. And then I think we have a couple people to thank on Venmo real quick, just a handful. Jasmine, thank you so much for the $50 donation on Venmo. Jazz, I've been wondering about you and Ian. Jazz with the $50 says, hey, Dean, sending much love from Jazz and Ian, one of my favorite couples that tunes in. Jazz and Ian, you guys are great. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you for tuning into the stream. I hope that you're enjoying the debates today, and show some love to Jazz and Ian down below in that chat. Thank you for the $50. Same thing to Ashley. Thank you for the $20. Says, hey, Dean, it's my birthday, but it's been a shit day, so I'm tuning in. I absolutely love the science conversation. Let's try to make Ashley's birthday a little bit better. I want everybody to say happy birthday, Ashley, in the live chat, just to know that she is acknowledged, and we're all celebrating her very special day because she's sharing with us that it hasn't been too well. Yes, we even got Brian over here saying happy birthday. Happy birthday, Ashley. Hopefully this could try to make your day better. Please do something fun. Enjoy your night. And in fact, you know what I'm going to do, Ashley? I'm going to refund that $20 donation. And I want you to spend it on something special for your birthday. I just have to figure out how to refund it. I don't know how to do that on Venmo. I'll look into that on my own time. But that's what I'm going to do, Ashley, if I can figure it out. Thank you so very much for the love and support. Then Macy, thank you so much for the $25 donation as well. Show some love to Macy down below. Thank you so much, Macy. Macy with the 25 says, love to watch the debates. Gives me resources to continue to learn for myself. Also to educate others who follow so blindly. That's exactly why I do what I do, Macy. Not only so we can try to change the minds of the Republican audience, but also to better equip some of the more progressive people watching with the resources and the talking points and the information to change the minds of others in your personal life. Love to hear it. Thank you for the $25. And then one last one here, Patty. Thank you for the $10, who says, I remember that girl who you advised to get counseling. I'm so proud of her, and I'm so proud of you, Dean. Peace and love from Patty. Thank you, Patty. You are awesome. I love it. Brian, thank you for the patience. Take it away. Tell us why you're MAGA.
Of course, man. So, I guess the main reason, what I'm liking as of now, I think you might not like it. The whole Iran thing, I feel like it had to happen sooner or later. The way it's going about, I wouldn't say it's too great, but you know what I mean?
Well, when you say it had to happen, I'm not sure of what you're referring to, because no objectives have been met, and Donald Trump is already chasing an off-ramp. Like, what have we materially and legitimately done in Iran that just needed to happen? Tell me.
Well, I could tell you, we got to them before they got to us, is what I'm trying to get to. You know what I mean?
How did we, quote-unquote, get to them? What did we do? What objectives were achieved? The IRGC still stands. Now we're talking about relinquishing sanctions on them. That would give them more money. They're still oppressing the people in Iran. All that we did was take out some of their civilian infrastructure and kill their citizens, and then increase the price of gas the most in a month since the Vietnam War in the 60s. What did we do to them?
Right. So, I mean, as I said, the way we went about it wasn't the best. But I guess blowing up the nuclear power plants was definitely a start to something, because they were coming towards us.
Ah, okay. So the reason why you support Trump is because of a lie. No, they were not an imminent nuclear threat when he started the war on February 28th. In fact, according to Tulsi Gabbard, the director of national intelligence, we completely obliterated, and I quote, those are her words, their nuclear program months ago, and they haven't even started on rebuilding them. The war that started on February 28th has done nothing to destroy their nuclear program, as it was already destroyed before.
Right. I mean, but I want to hear what you think about this. I feel like we definitely need to do something about Iran. Is that not true?
I asked you what we needed to do. You said take out the nuclear program. I responded by pointing out that we did that before the war. So no, there's nothing we needed to do in Iran.
You don't think them chanting death to America or a bunch of threats towards our country was a problem?
Ooh. See, this is where we get in very dicey water, because if you want to say we're justified in invading a country because they chanted death to America, do you think the IRGC would be justified in invading us because Donald Trump threatened to genocide all 90 million of them?
Yeah, but they wouldn't dare do that.
So now you're saying that America would be justified in getting attacked. So, like, that's really?
I guess I could tell. It's like the difference of strength of army. Like, they wouldn't dare to touch us. But when
what I'm asking here is if you think that they'd be justified in touching us.
Would they be justified if us chanting death to their country?
Because Donald Trump threatened to genocide them all.
I mean, in their eyes, yeah, it would be.
What about in your eyes?
In my eyes, I mean, I wouldn't want anyone touching me personally, but...
Okay, so it's rules for you, but not for me. Because you condemn the IRGC for chanting death to America, but then you support Donald Trump regardless of the fact that he threatened to genocide 90 million people.
Right. Yeah, I mean...
Is that not hypocritical?
In a sense, sure, but when you're talking about fighting for the people of your country, you know, it's a big difference.
Well, Donald Trump's not fighting for the people of our country because no objectives were achieved that makes the people of our country safer.
Say it again? Sorry.
Donald Trump is not fighting for the people of America because no objectives were achieved that will make Americans safer.
I mean, when it comes to them promoting terrorist attacks to us, I feel like that would definitely make us safer when we're getting targeted.
Won't they have the same ability to quote-unquote promote terrorist attacks towards us, whatever you think that means? Like after we release economic sanctions on them, so then they have more money and better funding to rebuild their military?
I mean, sure, but their military...
Okay, so then you agree that Donald Trump, if anything, is actually just giving them more means to quote-unquote promote terror against America.
They won't, though.
Why?
Because they're not built like that.
Then why were they built like that before the war? Because you posited that that's something that they're already doing.
Yeah, but look at them now. Look at all their leaders. They're not equipped anymore.
The only difference in their leadership structure is that their Ayatollah died, and then he was replaced with his son, which, by the way, was already a line of succession predestined and pre-set up because the dude was 85 and was likely going to die from natural means in the next 5 years tops. So, like, we didn't really do much to the IRGC. Like, they still exist. Because they still exist, they'll obviously regrow any way that we did hurt them by maybe taking out some of their vessels, and they'll only do so easier without the sanctions that Donald Trump is going to remove for essentially nothing.
Sure, but you think he's good?
Do I think who's good?
The leaders.
Do I think the IRGC is good? No, I think they suck.
Oh, so I'm not seeing the problem here.
I don't think it's just okay to bomb countries and kill their civilians because their government sucks.
Well, that's what I started with.
One moment, that doesn't work historically. What do you think happened to Saddam Hussein? He sucked so much, but then when we killed him, it led to bloody civil war that led to the deaths of 1 million innocent Iraqis and Afghanis, and then an endless war in the Middle East from America. And by the way, like, just because they're terroristic doesn't mean that it's okay to run into their country and further destabilize the region, because A, this will only give more ammo to the IRGC to engage in more terror towards us and our allies, which then will only upbolster Israel to be more justified from their own perspective and continuing their terror against Palestinians to build the greater Israel. That's a crazy political analysis that I don't think people are talking about too much. And then B, because the IRG still stands, they're only going to regrow but at a faster pace because now he wants to relinquish sanctions on them.
Right. I mean, sure, but the Venezuela whole incident with Maduro, what do you think about that?
Well, it seems like we're just moving on.
No, we're not moving on. It's correlation.
Well, I want to ask you one last question about Iran. Would you ever support a president who would green light Iran into building nukes?
Would I ever support a president that would green? I mean, no.
Then you don't support Trump because that's what he did. He greenlit Iran to build nukes.
How exactly?
By pulling us out of the agreement that stopped them from building nukes.
The whole reason we attacked Iran was to prevent them from attacking us.
Are you a fucking Magic 8 Ball? You're not responding to anything I said. What I said, what? Okay, what I said is that Donald Trump greenlit Iran to build nukes in his first term by pulling us out of the agreement that we had with them that prevented them from building nukes.
Yeah, I mean, I did hear about that, but my main thing is that if he pulled us out of that agreement, nevertheless to say that them having any nuclear structure isn't going to happen, especially of us going into this war.
Another Magic 8 Ball response, not irrelevant to the line of dialogue. Listen, the line of dialogue started with you acknowledging that you would never support a president who greenlit Iran to build nukes, and I just proved that Donald Trump greenlit Iran to build nukes, therefore you shouldn't support Trump.
So, what would you think if Kamala was in his position? What do you think she would do differently?
Dude, stop,
Stop
with the irrelevant, nonsensical responses.
No, I'm not trying to be. No.
Okay, what I want you to very specifically respond to is the fact that I've now proven to you from your own perspective that you shouldn't be a Trump supporter because he's done a thing that you said if he did it would make you revoke your support from him.
Yeah, so you think that he shouldn't have done what he had done?
You think that he shouldn't have done what he did by pulling us out of the JCPOA, and you acknowledge that because he did that, you'd never support him as president. So you're not MAGA anymore, right?
Oh, I'm still MAGA, by the way. Yeah, I'm 100% still MAGA.
So do you still affirm what you told us less than 5 minutes ago when you said you would never support a president who greenlit Iran to build nukes?
Listen, I think, obviously, I don't support bombing a different country, but...
Bombing. Already off topic because I didn't mention bombing in my question, so I'll repeat the question. My question was, do you still affirm what you said less than 5 minutes ago when you said you would never support a president who would greenlight Iran to build nukes?
I slightly still agree. As a country and as a strong country as the United States, I think we should stay in our own lane unless we forcefully have to.
What? Dude, words that are completely irrelevant to an answer to my question. Can you repeat the question I'm asking you?
No, I cannot. I don't understand what you're saying.
Buddy,
can you repeat it?
I've asked it 10 times. I'll ask it slower and with smaller words.
Sure.
Earlier you said that you would never support an American president that gave the green light to Iran to build nuclear weapons. I'm asking you if you still stand by that.
Yes, and I don't, first of all, me supporting Trump doesn't mean I have to agree 100% of what he does as a president.
But he greenlit Iran to build nukes, which means you'd never support him as president, right?
No, some stuff I agree with Trump. I like some stuff I don't. I don't like.
What do you think it means when you tell us that you never support a president who greenlets Iran to build nukes? What that means is that if a president were to do that, that's your red line. You'd never support him.
I mean, if that in that case you think that's what that means, then
I'm just literally repeating the words in the question.
I mean, realistically, that can go both ways, no? For me and you. Did you support Joe Biden? Because I can say many things back that way.
Joe Biden didn't greenlit Iran into building nukes.
That's not what I'm saying. I can go both ways. I'm saying, would you support a president who would do, say, mostly racial remarks? You know what I mean?
Like saying racist things?
Yeah.
There is actually some contexts where I would support a president who said racist things in the past, like Joe Biden, because A, in comparison to Donald Trump, who were the two options, Trump had said more racist things in his past, and B, Biden at least held himself accountable for them, acknowledged they were wrong, and apologized for them. So the answer to the question would be yes in some contexts.
Right, so what he's done hasn't mattered, correct? In comparison?
Me acknowledging that Biden was clearly the lesser of two evils with respect to racism because Donald Trump had done significantly more racist things, and at least Biden had tried to hold himself accountable and acknowledge that it was wrong.
Realistically, they've both done just as bad stuff.
Is it me saying that I don't think that the racism was wrong, but it's rather me saying within this respect, Biden is clearly the lesser of two evils?
I wouldn't even argue that. I'd say they just they're just as bad. But if you want to say that, that works.
Just as bad? How?
Correct.
When did Biden get sued, okay, for not renting to black people in violation of the Civil Rights Act like Trump? When did Biden get into politics by basically accusing a black man of being from Africa, therefore not qualified to run for president like Donald Trump and Barack Obama? You know, when did Biden continue to call for the death penalty for 5 young black and brown boys and men, okay, even after they had been exonerated like Trump? When did Biden, okay, when did Biden say that we could racially profile immigrants and tell if they're good or bad based upon the way they looked? And then when did Biden not apologize for any of it?
When did Trump not apologize for anything he's done?
When did he not apologize? So that question is contradictory. We wouldn't be able to point to a time when he didn't do something, because if he didn't do it, then we wouldn't be able to reference it to a particular moment in time. Like,
Right.
like for as an example, I did not eat a bagel for breakfast yesterday.
Nor did
So
I.
answer the following question. When did I not eat a bagel for breakfast?
Yesterday.
Okay, so if you just want to treat it within the container of a time, then I would say, when did Donald Trump not apologize for any of his racism? His whole life.
You know for sure?
Yeah, I do know for sure.
You want to pull something up? I mean, he's not I could probably pull something up.
That's
Give me due time.
That's the right thing for you to do. Yes, please give me your evidence that he's apologized. And by the way, guys, I touched my eyes earlier and with my hands, and my hands have Momo Kitty on them, and I'm allergic to Momo. So
Why'd I ask what Momo Kitty is?
It's kind of why I like low-key look like I'm crying. It's because my eyes all watery and shit from touching the cat. So yeah, show me a time that Trump has apologized for being racist, dude.
Right. All right. I mean, you're gonna have to give me a moment for that one.
That's fine.
I have to go off screen.
That's fine.
All right. I mean, if you want to bring someone up in the meantime, I'll still be on here.
Are you a Christian?
I'm a Catholic. Yeah,
Oh,
so
yeah.
I'm Christian. Correct.
In the meantime,
Yes, I saw that whole thing. Yes.
Yeah.
Do I support it? No. Do I support? Yes. I know what you're going to say. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, in the meantime,
Do I-
while you're looking for that, why don't we just go ahead and pull up a picture of Donald Trump committing the
I've already
highest
seen it.
order of sin, which would be
Right,
blasphemy, by comparing himself to Jesus Christ,
Okay.
and also simultaneously bring up a screenshot of Donald Trump threatening to genocide 90 million people.
You're going to bring up the whole Jesus thing, but he's not even he could say he's a Christian. He's not a Christian in the first place.
Why does that matter?
Because neither nor of them are religious. Does not matter.
Does that mean that they can't sin in accordance
Do
with
I think
your
it's
faith?
horrible? Correct. Yeah, I think it's horrible. of
Okay,
course.
so it doesn't matter. And by the way, he
And-
claims to be Christian.
Yeah, I'm sure. I know he claims to be Christian. Is he a Christian? No, he's not.
Okay, so he's not a Christian that blasphemes the Lord, that attacks your pontiff, Pope Leo the 14th, that threatens to genocide 90 million people, that rapes women,
trust me,
praises Allah,
You're
all
going on. I
on
know,
Easter
I'm well
Sunday
aware.
or the week in between, right?
I'm well aware he's not a Christian. Correct.
Right, but don't all of those things, listen, would you ever make an insane criminal president?
No.
Okay. Is somebody insane if they say they're God, threaten to genocide 90 million people, attack the Pope and praise
I
Allah
wouldn't say they're
simultaneously?
insane. If someone says they're God, I wouldn't say they're insane. I would just say they're not religious.
Not
that
just
not right?
God, but specifically the Christian God. So you don't think somebody is crazy for claiming to literally be Jesus Christ reincarnate?
See, now here's the problem
What?
is you
what?
Absolutely not. Here's the problem is you
That's
take everything
absolutely not.
you take everything so literal. I mean, do I back him up? No. Do I think he sounds like an idiot? Sure. Do I think you sound like an idiot? Absolutely. I mean, you think he's being serious.
Why do you think I sound like an idiot?
You believing him is the most craziest thing. Thinking that this guy actually thinks he's God is out of this planet.
Oh, okay. So he was just trolling about being God. So do you
Has he
think
not
it
been
would be
trolling his whole
insane?
person?
Do you think it would make somebody insane to be in a position of power, troll to be God, attack the Pope, threaten to genocide millions of newborn children, and rape women?
Do I think it'd be insane to do all that?
Yes.
I mean, sure. I mean,
Okay,
yeah.
Donald Trump has done all 4 of those things, therefore he's insane. Now, the criminal part is easy, because remember the question was, would you ever support an insane criminal as president? And he's a criminal because, criminal court found him guilty of 34 felony counts of fraud. So, therefore, he's an insane criminal, right?
I mean, I wouldn't call him much of a thing. I think if he was a criminal, he wouldn't be in office, but that's just me.
Okay, so you reject that he's a criminal?
I don't reject that he has counts, because he obviously has accounts, but I reject the fact that he's gone to jail for them, which...
Wait, you don't need to go to jail for a crime to be a criminal. You just have to be found guilty of a crime in court.
I mean, yeah, you can litter, and that's a crime.
No, it's a civil infraction.
Oh, my bad. Jeez. Let me see. Pull it up again. I want to see. I actually want to look at it.
Here's the
What we got
conviction
here?
form of his felonies.
All right.
I would definitely argue that we refer to people who have been found guilty of felonies inside of criminal courts as criminals.
Hold on, I'm looking at this.
It's just a conviction form from the court.
Right.
Not anything too crazy.
Right, I see it. All right, what was your question?
Define the word criminal.
Someone that commits a crime. I mean...
Therefore, Trump is a criminal because he committed 34 crimes, right?
I mean, yeah, if you want to put it that way, but...
Okay, so I'm going to stop you there. You accepted Trump as a criminal, and you accepted that he was insane. So therefore, you accept that he's an insane criminal, right?
Not... I mean, sure, if you want to... Yeah. But when we're going for...
Yeah. Do you remember when you said that you would not support an insane criminal as president?
No, I do remember that, yeah.
So then you're not a Trump supporter?
And, I mean, if you're going to put it that way, I wouldn't say... But in terms of who I'm voting for, I'm going to support one or the other, you know what I mean? So...
But you already said that you never support the one that's an insane criminal.
Right, sure, okay, all right. You want me to not... Sure, I won't support him. Would I vote him over Kamala? Yes.
Oh, okay. Do you support Trump's mass deportation?
Yeah.
Why?
Because there's a law to get illegal immigrants to not be in the country.
Why do we need to get them out?
Because it's a law.
Because they're criminals? You can see where I'm going with this, right?
The difference is they're not illegal.
You can see
They're
like
not,
where I'm.
They're
like,
not supposed to be here.
to make sure you understand where I'm going with this.
No.
You're
I
saying
get where you're going.
if they're a criminal, they need to get deported to Guantanamo Bay to be tortured. But if Trump's a criminal, that's also very insane. Then he needs to be apparently sent to the White House to be the most powerful man alive. Isn't that clearly hypocritical?
Trump's also here legally.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he is here legally, but while being here legally, he broke 34 counts of felony fraud, and then was found guilty for it inside of a criminal court. He raped E. Jean Carroll, then had a civil court adjudicate his guilt. He boasted about sexually exploiting women and girls. Okay, he was found guilty of fraud in New York, can't open a charity. He was found guilty of lying about the valuation of his properties to a bank in New York as well. He intentionally concealed classified documents at his private estate in Mar-a-Lago, and he literally tried to install himself for a second term on J6. And then after J6, he called all the people, all the domestic terrorists that tried to end our government and end our free and fair elections, patriots, and let them all out of jail, including the people who tried to kill cops in the process. So that's not as serious of a criminal infraction as a victimless federal misdemeanor.
I'd say it's different. I'd say it's still serious, but it's definitely different.
Then why does one warrant removal from the country, but the other warrants a position in the White House?
Because he wasn't punished for them.
Wait, so now you're saying that he's above law and order? Or should everybody be punished
above law
for
and
their
order?
crime?
It's that law and order didn't convict him.
Well, it did convict him. I just showed you the 34 felony conviction. I showed you, here's a verdict form from the civil court that determined he sexually abused or raped a woman by the name of Eugene Carroll. Yeah, they found him guilty. So do you think that at the bare minimum, he should be punished for these crimes by not be given the most powerful position available to any human alive?
I mean, if someone else was running for president that wouldn't have gotten the votes, I would have voted for them. That had the same belief, sure, yes.
So it seems like with everything I've mentioned here, it's just been reduced back down to how much you hate Harris. So why was Harris worse than a rapist?
Well, I'm majorly against abortion for one.
Do you think Trump is pro-life?
Do I think I know Trump is pro-life, yeah.
So
in terms of what's your in what?
Have you threatened to genocide 90 million people?
See, that's for abortion. I'm talking what?
If you threatened to genocide 90 million people, are you pro-life?
It's trying to protect his country.
How does genocide 90 million people protect us?
Are you talking about Iran?
Yeah, all Iranians, including the little newborn children. How does that protect us to kill the little newborn children?
It's not that he's trying to genocide them. It's that
he threatened to genocide them, and then you said, "Yeah, that was protecting our country." By the way, you could just tell whoever's whispering in your ear to hop on the mic too. I could do a.
Oh no, he'll hop on the mic for sure. But anyways, threatening to genocide will definitely scare them away from trying to fuck with our army and our country.
So I want to clarify. You think it's okay to threaten to kill a bunch of newborns?
If that's going to stop them, sure. Yeah.
But you're pro-life.
Did he do? I mean.
But you're pro-life. But you think it's okay to threaten to kill newborns. But you're pro-life.
If this is what's going to stop them.
Stop them from doing what?
From maybe taking war on our country.
Oh, wait. Obama not only stopped them from maybe taking war on our country, but actually got them to stop making nukes and completely sell and get rid of all of their enriched uranium without threatening to kill their newborn. So it seems like you're wrong.
What I said that was wrong.
That this was necessary to stop them from hurting us.
I said if this is going to stop them, then absolutely.
Well, clearly, like, what did it stop?
Have they fucked with us since?
Yes. They put up a blockade back on the Strait of Hormuz after Israel violated the ceasefire agreement. That fucks with us. Yes.
Are they killing us? Are they they're bombing us?
They're killing us just as much as they were before he threatened to genocide them.
Then action needs to be taken. Well,
it's our action that made them kill us.
Listen, I mean, you're going to start it. You got to fucking finish it. That's what I'm saying here.
Oh, so if we start it by killing 160 girls in an elementary school, then we got to finish it by threatening to genocide millions of newborns. Yeah, and you're pro-life, right?
I didn't start. We didn't start it.
Yes, we did.
Who started it? Us?
America, yes.
Who was the leader that was saying death to America?
Wait. Saying death to America is not starting a war. If insane death to
getting
America,
a bunch of people
you're
to
not actually trying to kill Americans. Like, you're not actually trying to overthrow the American government. And like, by the way, MAGA screams death to America. What do you think J6 was? That was the attempted killing and termination of our country's civil and electoral processes, this country's constitutional republic and democracy. Donald Trump calls the people that tried to do it patriots, and you don't give a fuck. Donald Trump chants death to America every time he signs an executive order into law that intentionally and belligerently infringes on our Constitution and attempts to take constitutional rights away from natural U.S.-born citizens, like EO number 14160. Donald Trump legitimately kills Americans when he takes health care away from 10 million low-income Americans when we already have 51,000 that die every year via lack of access to health care, and you think he's the best thing since sliced bread. I care so much more about all of the material actions that Donald Trump is engaged in to legitimately harm or metaphorically kill this country than an Iranian saying death to America because when they were growing up in Iraq, they had to watch their mom get slaughtered by an American ICBM.
Right. So, could you find me a video of Donald Trump chanting "Death to America"?
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's videos all over the place of Donald Trump
Donald
symbolically
Trump,
representing death to America,
our
like
US
EO
president
number
chanting
14160.
"Death to America."
Yeah, EO number 14160 equals death to the American Constitution. Because
So you have a video.
I have an EO. EO number 14160.
Do you have of him chanting "Death to America"? Word for word.
I'm giving it to you right now. The executive order
Yes.
number 14160 completely symbolizes any theme that the phrase "Death to America" would like to chant, because that executive order was an attempt from a tyrant to position himself above the law of the land.
You mind pulling up for me?
EO number 14160. I'll just tell you what it did, and you could fact check.
No, you said there was a video of that one.
No, it's not a video. It's a document because it's an executive order.
Oh, you told me. All right, I was thinking I was going to hear him chanting "Death to America," but
No, you'll just see him symbolize that in his policy.
so he never chanted "Death to America."
He symbolized it through material policy, which is worse.
What's worse than chanting "Death to America"?
Actually doing things to bring death to the American identity, like the Constitution.
What?
You heard me.
No, I definitely hear you.
So what do you think is like more impactful in America? A president usurping the Constitution, or some Iranian saying death to America? What hurts us more?
In which way are we? In which way of the
Just
Constitution?
overall, in consideration.
No, I
of all
want
this.
yeah, sure, but I need more to it.
So what hurts us more? Donald Trump attempting to position himself above the Constitution by abridging on the First Amendment, the Second Amendment, the Fourth Amendment, the 10th Amendment, the 14th Amendment, and the 22nd Amendment in one way or another, threatening to abridge upon the first article and the second article, dividing our country by calling Democrats terrorists, calling for their execution when they, despise his political agenda in Congress, or takes healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans when we already have 51,000 per year that die. What hurts us more? That, or some Iranians saying death to America?
I mean, if you want my real answer, I'd probably say the Iranians that want to fucking blow us up.
Oh, yeah, so exactly. And this is why you're a delusional freak, because you don't actually care about American patriotism. You don't actually care about our constitutional republic. You don't actually care about our Constitution, and you don't actually care about the American people. Okay, right? You'll see a video of some Iranians saying death to America, and then you think that those words are more impactful and meaningful insofar as materially damning this country than attempting to end our constitutional republic. And that's the issue with you. By the way, do you think that it's okay to say slurs?
Do I think? I mean, no.
Okay, so you'd argue that it's absolutely always racist for white people to use the N-word?
I mean, yeah, for the most part, yeah, I would say
for the most part.
Yeah, it's racist.
For the most part. So what are the circumstances when it's not racist?
I mean, if you're reading something in a historical text and you're no harm, I wouldn't say no. I don't think it's, if you're using it in a racial manner, in a harmful manner, absolutely.
Oh, okay, but if you're not using it in the racial manner, you're not calling a black person the N-word. Let's assume that you're just calling your white friend the N-word. Is that racist?
I mean, I wouldn't see the use for that personally.
Right. So this is the reason. I'll tell you the reason why I'm asking this question is because you and all the other MAGA people like to say that there's absolutely no way that it could ever possibly be racist to use the N-word because it's just a word, bro. You're not derogatorily attacking a black person. It's just a word, bro. Okay. But then when an Iranian says death to America, you think that even though it's just words, that those words are more meaningful and impactful than the action of attempting to end the American democracy.
What?
You are fucked in this is just fucked.
You're just using two completely different things.
The point that I'm trying to communicate here is that it's crazy to say that an Iranian chanting death to America is more negatively impactful in this country than attempting to kill and end the Constitution.
All right, and not that I would say this, but for example,
I want you to give me. I want you to give me an explanation.
if I was to say
I want you to give me an explanation of your view. Why do you think it's worse for America for an Iranian to say death to America compared for our president to try to end the Constitution?
That's just not what you were just talking about, though.
I was
How you
trying
gonna
to
change
demonstrate it with an
no,
example, but it obviously
and it was
didn't
a
land
horrible
because you said it was two
example.
different things. Yes, that's why it didn't land, because you think it's horrible because you don't have a brain. That's fine. Now answer the
'Cause
question.
I don't have a brain.
Why
Can
do
I
you
explain it
think
then?
it's more impactful in America?
Dude, you
No,
don't-
because
this guy's fucking lost.
I'd rather stick on the main topic. So why do you
Right.
think it's more like damaging to America for an Iranian to say death to America, okay, than for our president to try to end the Constitution?
Because it's their leaders that are saying this, and they can take charge, and that it's not like an average American that's saying, like it's not like an average Iranian person saying that to America. It's the leaders that's controlling all of them.
Who has more power? Who has more power? The president of the United States to end our Constitution, or an Iranian saying death to America?
An average Iranian?
A leader of the RGC. Who has more power to do something about it?
I mean, I'd say if we're talking about power strictly, we're more powerful. So it's
So then why is it worse for the Iranian to say death to America? Which, by the way, just
because they
represents
can
death to
still
US
take power
policies.
in it. Them still taking power and doesn't take away from the power. It's like
You're
still
not making sense. You're losing yourself, because keep in mind your argument is that it's more damaging to our country for a leader of the RGC to say death to America compared to a president to actually try to end the Constitution. And then your explanation is, well, they have power, but the president is more powerful. And maybe they could do something about chanting death to America in the future by starting a war. Okay, well, you're saying that maybe they could do something in the future. Well, when the president is trying to end the Constitution now, this isn't a vow or notion that they might do it in the future. They're doing it now. Like Donald Trump is infringing on the Constitution now. Donald Trump tried to end our democracy 4 years ago. Donald Trump completely pardoned and gave and labeled the people that tried to kill cops on the steps of our Capitol in attempting to stop a free and fair election patriots 4 years ago. Like, what's the disconnect? How can you possibly sit here and argue that anybody, even the leader, a leader from the RGC saying death to America is more harmful to this country than our president trying to end our democracy and our Constitution in the process?
not that he's trying to end the democracy. All right. In what sense is he trying to end our democracy?
J6, he installed fake votes for himself in the Electoral College by sending fake slates of electorates to 7 different key swing states that Biden won with fake votes saying that he won, and then he had them send them back to Congress, and then he attempted to pressure Mike Pence into certifying them as real after attempting to pressure Bill Barr, the head of the DOJ, into falsely announcing widespread voter fraud, okay, when there was none. And now we just learned 3 months ago, according to an interview that he did with the New York Times, that he regrets not sending the National Guard to grab all the voting machines to count them in D.C., which, by the way, is completely illegal and unconstitutional because the second article of our Constitution delegates the power to manage elections to the states.
I mean, like, what's your question here? Like, what's your target?
I didn't have a question. You had the question. You can't even track the line of discourse. You asked me, how did he try to end democracy? And that's how he tried to end democracy.
I just don't see how that compares to. I mean, sure, yeah. I mean, if you want to put it that, it's definitely not good what he's doing, but that's not the point. I'm trying to say.
What?
What? What's the problem here?
So you're acknowledging that the president that you support tried to end the American democracy?
Am I trying to say he tried to end? I don't know. I don't think he tried to end democracy.
But if he was successful in his fake elector scheme, he would have been installed for a second term against the voice and the vote of the people. So the democracy would have been over.
It never happened.
I said he tried to do this. Not that he did, because he failed.
All right, we could say Joe Biden tried to end democracy with his fake votes. Like, we're not going about that.
What's the evidence of that?
What's the evidence about that?
There's none.
There's
Meanwhile,
multiple.
For the evidence
What?
for Donald Trump's fake elector scheme, we literally have the fake votes. Trump admitted to it. Dude, his legal defense in front of Congress and the Supreme Court is, yeah, we did try to do this, but guess what? You can't hold me accountable because I have presidential immunity. So we have an admission of guilt for the action of trying to install fake votes. Now, what's your evidence that Biden tried to install fake votes?
I mean, the reports of dead people voting for him.
Okay, so first and foremost, even if it was true that dead people who died prior to the elections voted for Joe Biden, how do you know that's something that Biden did? And then second of all, it's actually not true that we have any reports of people who died long before the elections voting for Joe Biden. And the reports in which we do have are people that are alive voting then dying prior to January, prior to the inauguration.
There's been multiple reports of people doing that. I don't know what you've been reading.
Yeah, then show me
what you've seen.
Then show me the massive reports of people who've been dead for years voting for Biden.
This is all. You just gotta look something up. It's that simple. You can look up straight exactly what I just said, and you will find multiple reports.
From whom?
I read these years ago when they happened. Look them
so
up.
You just can't recall?
No, I can't. I mean, I can't think years back. No, personally, I don't know if you can.
Okay,
I can't.
so who has the burden of proof when they make a claim? Is it you?
Is it me?
Yeah, it would be you, right? So can you give me the evidence?
Did you not just look it up?
Well, when I look it up, I'll tell you what I see. The very first search result that I get is from factcheck.org. And on factcheck.org, reports of dead people voting. Let me go and move this a little bit. It actually explains exactly what I just said. On this report, let me go ahead and make this a little bit smaller. On this report, it says, and I quote, where is it? Claims of dead people voting are often overblown after elections. In some cases, it's a matter of a relatively small number of people dying in the period between when they send a mail-in ballot and election day. More commonly, claims about large numbers of votes from deceased people turn out to be due to list matching or clerical problems, such as confusing two people with identical or similar names. So the first result that I get when I search up your claim is saying that it's false.
You clicked on the first thing you saw.
I know, exactly, because you told me to look up. I did look it up, and it says that what you're saying here is wrong.
I didn't say click on the first thing you saw. You got to actually look around for stuff.
This is exactly why I asked the guest to find the evidence, the name of a title, the title of an article, and the publisher of an article, and then you give it to me. Because then when I look it up, and then all of the search results say the opposite of what you tell me, then you fucking blame me for clicking on the wrong thing. So this is why you have to give me the source for your claim.
Yikes, bro! I saw this years ago.
Dude, embarrassing. Scarlett, I appreciate you so much for the flying jets. That is very kind of you. Show some love to Scarlett down below. Thank you so very much. Thank you so much. On YouTube Super Chat, Tori, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much, Tori. That is Torey. I want to see 500 Tori W's. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Tori with a 50 says, Dean, but he didn't say it. Who cares if he causes the deaths of thousands of Americans? Who cares if he was exploiting women and girls because he, quote unquote, didn't say that he barged in? Man, I hate people. Yeah, bro, these guests today suck. Thank you for the $50, Tori. Same thing to you, Camp. Thank you so much for the $50 as well. Thank you, Camp and Tori. You guys are awesome. Camp with the $50 says, Trump has famously never apologized for anything. All he does is either double down or claim people are out to get him. Has he apologized for the photo of himself as Jesus, or has he claimed that it's everybody else's problem? Yeah, he claimed that it's everybody else's problem. He said that he clearly thought it was a doctor. And yeah, anybody who would think that it was him as Jesus is a part of the fake leftist media. And oh my God, Melly, thank you so much for the $200 donation on Super Chat. Oh my God, that's crazy, Melly. Holy shit. Melly with the $200 says, I'm a boomer and need you to know that you are a blessing and bring hope for the future. Thank you for fighting the good fight and making good trouble. Well, thank you, not just for the insanely kind words, but the out of this world donation. I do not deserve a penny of that. That is so much money. I'm always just so taken aback when I see people being so damn kind, because I just can't see in a million years why anybody would ever think that is something I deserve. Melly, thank you so very much for the love. Show some love to Melly. Dude, same thing to you, Clyde. Thank you for the $86 and the 47 cents. Thank you so much, man. Show some love to Clyde down below in that chat, who says, with the $86.47, also really kind. Holy shit, Clyde. Thank you so much. Says, hey, Dean, just wanted to say, still haven't figured out symbology. I've been putting on threads and just too much math is not mathing. I'd assume that is some type of joke in reference to the 8647. I appreciate you for that love, Clyde. Show some love to Clyde. Show some love to Mel. Thank you guys so much for the love. Thank you. We have a couple people to thank on PayPal real quick. Thank you so much for the 25, Victoria. Let's get 250 Victoria W's. Thank you. Victoria with the 25 says, how is Harris more evil? Because she did nothing under Sleepy Joe, had a weird laugh, code switch, and advocates for women's rights. That's more evil than a rapist, PDF defender, fraudster, misogynist, blasphemous, wannabe dictator. Fucking mind-boggling. Yeah, the funny thing is, Victoria, is you just like perfectly summed up the plot of all the arguments people will make against Kamala Harris. So even if they were true, she still wouldn't be as evil. And I think that's a very strong point to make. Sophia, thank you for the $50 donation. Thank you so much, Sophia. 500 Sophia W's in the comment section. I appreciate you. Sophia with the 50 says, you were great. Love your kitty. Thank you, Sophia. I love Momo too. She was just sitting on my lap for a little bit. She's gone now, though. I appreciate you. Show some love to Sophia down below. Thank you. And then Connor, thank you for the $10 on PayPal. And SJ, thank you for the $10 as well. And I'm sorry to hear that you're not feeling as well today, SJ. Show some love to all of the donors. And then EQ, thank you so much for the $23 on Super Chat, who says, can you turn your mic volume up a bit on YouTube? The guests are so much louder than your audio. How is that? I just turned it up a little bit. Thank you so much, EQ. You are fantastic. We have a couple people to thank on Venmo as well. Give me one moment to thank a handful of individuals. Hunter, thank you so much for the $4. I appreciate you. Jamie, thank you so much for the 15, who says, conservative woman against Trump and MAGA. Man, I'm so grateful that you are not a Trump supporter, Jamie. Thank you. Hopefully I'm able to make you a little bit more progressive with what we talk about, though. Brooke, thank you for the $10. I appreciate you. Anthony with the 5. Then Kayla with the 10, who says, can you ask guests to repeat back your points more often during the debates? Because I think they hear keywords and scoff and don't actually retain the info. I know I did that to the last guest. I should definitely do that more. Then Tamaris, that is Timris, sorry, T-E-M-R-I-S. Timris with the 10 says, because you and Parker at No Kings, I was able to have a very productive dialogue with a non-political bystander and info dumped on him about Trump. Your work spreads. Love what you do. I love that, Timris. Thank you. I love hearing that. Thank you for sharing that. Folks, if you're watching and you want to support me and support the stream, if you just want to ask a question or get a message across, you could actually find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok, pin message on YouTube, and right there, Dean Withers without the E, the V, and the P. Now, unfortunately, folks, we did get yet another third restriction of the day. Holy moly, on TikTok. And because of that, we got to hit the second restart of the day. I mean, I know this sucks, but unfortunately, we're forced into doing this by TikTok, and it's terrible, but we got to. The restarts take less than 10 seconds, you guys. In fact, the last one we did took 3. I started counting down from 10 right before I restarted. And then by the time we were back on live, I was at 7, so it only took like 3 seconds. I'd highly recommend hitting that follow button in the left-hand corner of your phone screen. Easiest way to find the live. Again, because it'll be on your following list. Go ahead and just take a moment to do that right now. And I'm going to restart, but when you come back, it's just going to be an empty chair because I'm going to go pee right after I restart. So just keep that in mind. It's going to be a little bit of an empty chair. Just know I'll be right back. All right, let's go ahead and hit that restart now. Dude, the censorship has been wild on TikTok as of recently. BRB. All right, for everybody on YouTube, I'm going to be right back. Just going to go pee. Okay, we're back. Hello, hello, hello. Make sure that you're double tapping away on that phone screen, sharing out this live with a handful of friends. Certainly good to see you all again. And go ahead and hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president, because what are we doing today? We're debating Trump supporters. We're fucking frying them and hopefully changing minds in the process. All right, let's go ahead and try to get that very first guest up of the restart. Here we go. All right, let's go ahead and do that now. Fantastic. All right. Someone in the chat said you're a chair cook. That's funny. All right. We got the very first guest loading up right now. Their name is You Mute, You Lose. Sounds good. Hello. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, you know I do, Dean.
Fantastic. Every time I try to debate you, you just call my argument stupid and try to pivot. Let's see if you do that this time. Are you a Christian?
Yeah.
Okay, you can't call blasphemy stupid.
Excuse me?
You can't call blasphemy stupid. So, how crazy was it when Donald Trump depicted himself as your living God?
Is Donald Trump gonna is that worthy of losing your salvation?
Well, I mean, blasphemy against the Holy Spirit.
Is it?
Is.
Against the Holy Spirit, right? What do you think that is, Dean?
Blasphemy against the Holy Spirit would be, like, I don't know, mocking the Holy Spirit, denying the divinity of God, or claiming it yourself. But regardless, I mean, you don't support Kamala Harris, and Kamala Harris hasn't done anything that forgoes your salvation. What I'll say here is it's fucking insane to claim that you're a Christian, okay, and then to turn around and align yourself with an anti-Christian, heretical blasphemer who depicts himself as your living God. I mean, how more down bad can you get to support a man who attacks the Pope, claims to be Jesus Christ, praises Allah, and threatens to genocide 90 million people years after, boasting about sexual exploitation? And I'm going to make sure I bring that up with you because you always like to run away from it. It's idiotic, dude. It's just too much. It's too much. Don't make a mockery of your God by aligning yourself with a man who has and arguing that he should be president.
Okay, so that's my chance to respond, right?
Yes.
Okay, so first off, I don't need to do anything, because at the end of the day, if you are a Christian, you know that you're accountable to one being, and that is God. So
why did you just stop talking?
just 1 second, hold on.
You just stopped talking, dude. Okay, well, I guess I'll just go ahead and respond to the first couple of words.
I'm right.
Oh,
Hold on.
Christians are only
I'm back.
accountable to God. Yeah,
So
hey, you don't really believe
I'm right
that
back.
because
Let me
you think
finish my
that
statement.
you
Let
think
me
that
finish my
women
statement real
who want
quick.
to access abortion should be accountable to legislation, not God. And then B, even if it was true that you thought that everybody's only accountable to God, not you, you're not holding Trump accountable by not aligning yourself with him. All right? The question is, I don't know why you choose to align yourself with an anti-Christian, insane heretic blasphemer as president.
Okay, Dean, have you said anything against Christianity? Have you made fun of the Christian God? Have you said anything negative towards the Christian God?
Actually, no. I'm like really fair towards Christianity.
Have you made fun of Christians? Have you ever made fun of Christians?
Actually, like, no. I mean, I personally don't really like attack Christianity in this life. I think I'm like likely, at least this is my opinion, one of the very most fair agnostic progressives that runs these types of lives towards Christianity. I think I'm very, very fair.
Okay.
But even if I had, what's your point?
Okay, so have you ever called the God of the Bible immoral or unjust? Have you ever said that?
On these live streams, I more so talk about the different interpretations of the scripture that exists.
It was a
and
yes
that
or
I
no
want to-
question, Dean.
Well,
Have you ever said that, yes or no?
on these live streams, no. But I want to explain the no. Because
Dean,
my personal thoughts
Oh man, here
are
we go.
different. On these live streams, I kind of just like talk about how there's different interpretations of Christian scripture, and I want people to hold by more benevolent interpretations of Christian scripture compared to the more fundamentalist and harmful interpretations as Christian scripture. But like my personal interpretation of the scripture, which nobody ever asks me, is that, yeah, the God of the Old Testament, God the Father, does seem to be quite immoral. But that's not really something I share because I'm not focused on my thoughts on Christianity. I'm more focused on what is the very best way to practice Christianity in society as a whole. But like, even if I had just spent my time up here shitting on Christians and Christianity, what's your point?
Okay, so you keep talking over me. You don't let me finish any of my points. We've now like pivoted 3 times because you go on these long rants, right? So let me finish my statement, which I was going to make. So the first thing is Donald Trump's accountable to one person. We're all accountable to one person if you're a Christian, right? Whatever Donald Trump says, right, not only will Jesus forgive him of his sins if he repents, right, and he actually turned towards God, right, and not only that, but in the Bible it says that. Why are you laughing?
Because you said that he turned towards God. No, he said he was God. That's why I was laughing. But go ahead.
Okay, so in the Bible you had David, who actually had one of his people unalived because of something that he committed, which was a sin. Do you think Donald Trump calling himself God, right, is worse than what David did? And David was forgiven.
Would you align yourself with David?
I'm asking you a question.
Would you make a murderer president? Answer. Would you make a murderer president? This is not a pivot.
You want me to answer a question, but
because
you won't answer my question.
This is not a pivot because this
answer
all goes,
my question first.
I've answered all your questions.
First.
You weren't asking.
No,
a question.
you didn't.
What question did I not answer?
You know what, dude? I'm not gonna do this with you. You're gonna just keep talking over me. You don't want to answer my questions.
Well, just tell me what question. I'll tell you.
I just asked you a question.
What
Dean.
question? Repeat it, bud.
Man. Dude, if you want to play dumb today because you're getting smoked, dude, you don't even let me finish talking. You don't even let me finish talking.
I'm telling you, I'll answer your question. You just got to repeat it.
You obviously didn't. You asked me a question when I asked you a question.
What? Just repeat.
You don't even know the question because you just started asking questions as soon as you didn't know something. I think I know your
question. I just don't want you to accuse me of pivoting if I get it wrong. I think your question was Donald Trump's sin of calling himself God greater than David's sin of murdering somebody? And if my answer,
Dean, what do you think was more immoral? The fact that Donald Trump said this, right, which he didn't even claim. He just made a picture, right? That really doesn't mean anything. He didn't say anything. So once again, you're saying he said something. He didn't say anything. He just put a picture up. And if that was your interpretation of that picture, then that's your interpretation of that picture. But the fact that David actually did something that had somebody unalive purposely to cover up his own sins, right? And not only that, but turned away from God, and with all the blessings that God gave him, and God forgave David. So why would God not forgive Donald Trump for making a dumb picture one time?
Okay, perfect. So the question is, what do I think is worse? So clearly I think murder is worse, okay? But we're not evaluating this from my perspective. We're evaluating this from the Christian perspective. And from the Christian perspective, there's 3 different answers to that question. What's worse, what David did or what Trump did? So the first answer to that question is that these 2 sins are the same. Many non-denominational Protestants hold to the view that ultimately all sins are viewed identically in the eyes of God. So the first answer from the Christian worldview would be they're the same. Now, the second answer from the Christian worldview would actually be that what Donald Trump did was worse.
That's not true at all. That's not true, Dean.
Well,
that is not true.
You're saying it's not true that many Christians ultimately believe that all sins are viewed
identically. That is not true. That is not what most
Christians
uphold. All sin is sin. Right, but it's not all equal sin.
That's the second interpretation that I was going to get on.
Okay, so the reason
outside of
one of the things, right?
The Holy Spirit.
So
I'm.
So then all sin's not equal.
I'm telling you.
You just contradicted your own statement with that statement, Dean.
Sure. What I meant to add on is that all sins are identical outside of blasphemy against the Holy Spirit. That's
no, it's not. That's not true. That's not true. There's another verse, right?
What I was trying, dude.
What about sexual immorality?
You're cutting me off, so you're going on mute. I understand that you were two of you.
You
No,
lost.
I didn't lose. You're just not allowing me to
The
finish.
moment I talk, Dean, and
the
you
moment
don't like
I
the
spoke,
fact
you
that I'm
interrupted
about
me.
to.
You're legit
No, Dean,
dense
you
as fuck.
keep interrupting me.
Dude,
you do not let me.
My claim wasn't that this is the view that is true of the Christian Bible, but rather my claim was
I'm out, bro.
this is one of the main views that
out,
many
man.
Christians hold to be true. Because you're going to run away because you
I'm
know
out.
that I was not purporting the only view and interpretation of the Christian scripture, but rather one of the main interpretations of the Christian scripture that some Christians hold to be true. I said that there were 3 main views on the subject matter from Christianity. I had started to explain the first view, which is that fact that many non-denominational Protestants think that all sins are viewed identically in the eyes of God outside of blasphemy against the Holy Spirit, which is absolutely true. That's what the average white belt Christian thinks. Now, the second view is
that is not true.
That's because
That
that's
is
not
not
what you
true.
believe, but that doesn't mean
No,
it's not
that
one
is-
of the main views
that is
held by
not what
Christians.
Scripture says.
Then
Dean, you do not know what you're
I'm
talking
not
about.
claiming that's what Scripture says. I'm claiming that's what a lot of Christians
What do Christians
think Scripture
base?
says.
Okay, Dean, what do Christians base their
One second.
their
Can you
beliefs?
acknowledge that is not me claiming what Scripture says? That is me claiming what a lot of Christians think Scripture says.
Can you stop with the mute button, dude? Because
Can
like
you
this
answer
is
my
it's
question?
just, dude. Can you stop with the mute button?
Can you
first
answer
off,
my question?
Right, and actually let me respond.
Then
you just
answer
keep
my
muting
question.
me and talking over me. Let me
says
just
the guy
okay.
that just threatened to run away because I didn't let you talk over me. That's what I fucking
No,
thought. Go ahead.
says the guy that's good. That's just I get sick and tired of doing this like little petty like mute button game with you. The Parker mute button.
Notice
That's
how I
just
don't
what
have
you
to
guys
it
do
with
the
anybody
moment.
else.
The moment anybody pushes back on you guys, your moderators start muting, your fans start messaging me, saying all kinds of nasty, vile things. It's just, and then you start going on spurging. And don't say that is an attack.
Yeah, so the term spurging is a derogatory
It's
term
not-
that is used to refer to people with Asperger's, which was a term coined by literal Nazis to villainize those with autism. I will not allow you to use that derogatory term on my live. If you repeat that derogatory term on my live, I will just kick you. Now that you know I will kick you if you repeat that phrase, if you do repeat that phrase, you are running.
Dean, the fact that you're sitting here using the old definition, not the common use definition of today, shows that you don't even know what you're talking about with that word. First
No,
off,
if you
because
repeat
words.
it, you are running
Okay, Dean,
because it will lead to me
Dean,
kicking you.
you're looking for a way out. You keep muting me, having your moderator.
If I was looking for a way out, I would just kick
I've
you
just
for
got
saying
muted
it
again.
the
I'm
first
out.
time. If I was looking
won,
for a
bro.
way out, I would just kick you with the first time. And he left. Guest says, Dean, you're looking for a way out. Then, Guest finds a way out. Projection. Imagine I tell you guys, you're looking for a hamburger. And then I start looking around my room, and then by the time I'm done looking, I come back with a hamburger. I was projecting. I was projecting. By the way, I didn't kick him. He left. I didn't kick him. I was projecting. Okay, so when he's like, oh, you're looking for a way out. And then he leaves. Oh, this is really cute. We're actually going to get a double dunk here. We're going to get a double dunk here because now all the Trump supporters in the chat are saying that I kicked him. Hey guys, check this out. Provide evidence that I kicked him. Oh wait, you can't provide evidence that I kicked him. So now you're arguing that you could believe in things without evidence? Double dunk. That's right. Not only did we expose a fraud, but we just exposed a collective of frauds by getting them to admit that they believe in things without evidence. 10 out of 10. By the way, dude literally said, quote unquote, I'm out. Like, hi, welcome into Sport Trump.
I do.
Audio.
I'm 34.
All right. Thank you for being here, man. I'm going to go to take a moment and thank a couple people. Give me a moment. I really appreciate you so much for the $50 over on Super Chat EQ. I thank you so much for that love, EQ. EQ with the $50 says, quote unquote, he just posted a picture that doesn't mean anything, dude. The second commandment from the scripture that you keep yapping about is literally, thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image. Are you going for the Olympic gold medal mental gymnastics? Well, EQ, that's why he inevitably left, because he was getting cooked. He was getting cooked on a biblical level. On a biblical. I struggle with that word. On a level of the Bible. Thank you for the $50, EQ. Please don't unmute yourself. I'm muting you because there's noises of your child in the background. As well as Queen, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you so much, Queen. But seriously, show some love to EQ down below in that chat for the $50. Thank you, EQ. Sam, thank you for the 20 Canadian dollars. Who says, hey, guess Trump may say he is Christian, but he has never apologized, held himself accountable, or acted in a manner that is consistent with Christian principles. He never has, which is why he isn't. Thank you so very much for the love. And then same thing to you, Fit Dad CEO. Thank you so much for the $50 super chat. Thank you so much for that love, Fit Dad. That is beyond kind of you, man. That is so much money. I'm so very grateful for you. Show some love to Fit Dad down below, everybody. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Show some love to Fit Dad. Fit Dad with the 50 says, and I quote, excuse me, haha, this is the issue with religion, using it as a shield to do heinous crap and saying, oh, the mystery man in the sky will forgive you. I know, it's just a way to deflect away from any level of accountability whatsoever, and I hate it when people use religion that way. But thank you so much for the $50, Fit Dad. You are incredible. On PayPal, thank you so much, Demi, for the $1. And then Sal. Dude, my man. Sal, thank you so much for the $250 donation. If you are not a frequent viewer of the live stream, Sal came in here like a couple weeks ago and legit dropped like $500. Sal, thank you so fucking much for the continued love and support. That is just out of this world. Thank you, dude. Dude, I want to see 500 Sal W's down below in that chat. Thank you so much for the love and support, Sal. I don't deserve that. Not a bone in my body does. Man, thank you from the bottom of my heart to you. Thank you so much for your support. Sal with the $250 says, Dean, it's Sal again. Honestly, I don't know how you deal with these joyless weirdos. I'm not even a U.S. citizen, but the harm I've seen the maggots do to humanity is worth the money that you put into the money to put into your cause. They're destroying the planet. Peace and love to you and your community. Sal, it is so good to see you again today, and thank you so very much for the love. And I really hope, and I'm glad to hear that you are enjoying the stream. Show some love to the GOAT of the hour, Sal, down below in that chat. On Venmo, thank you, Kyle, for the $5. Sophie, thank you for the $15, who says, I have therapy for an hour and you better still be on when I'm back. I will be, Sophie. Thank you for the $15. Serena, thank you for the 15 as well. He says, you're the GOAT. Need to know what other artists you listen to other than the Backseat Lovers. Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to take a look at my playlist. I do love some Kendrick Lamar, though. Not gonna lie. Thank you for the 15, Serena. Amanda with the 10, who says, you're an absolute light inside and out. Thank you for using your platform to do what you do. Thank you, Amanda. Then Joe, thank you for the $4. And then Hunter, thank you for the $4 as well. We are all caught up. If you want to support, you can find my Venmo, PayPal, linktree in the bio on TikTok, pin message over on YT. And right there, Dean Withers, without the E. Take it away. Tell us why you support the worst president of your life, Mr. Chris.
All right. Support him, but however, didn't vote for him. Never voted in my life. However, I wanted to backtrack to something you were talking about earlier about what's more detrimental. A president taking away your constitutional rights or an Iranian screaming death to America. Now, I believe it would be the death to America. Let me cook on this for a minute, because other than, well, do you own weapons?
Yes.
Oh, you do? Okay. I unfortunately can't. So if they take away my rights to own a weapon, my everyday life still goes on. You know what I mean? However,
not necessarily. No.
To an extent.
No.
To an extent.
Because
to an
if
extent.
our government just completely took away our Second Amendment right.
Right. Then they'd have to come to every door in America, take away everybody's guns, and I'm sure that's very,
whatever.
You know what I mean?
Just try to convince me. Wait, how does an Iranian saying death to America impact your
I'm getting there. I'm getting there. So other than a president taking away your ability to speak right? Which would be very detrimental to like the things that you do, right? Your podcast, everything that you have going on that you built, your 5 million followers, that would impact you, right?
So did you know that things are detrimental even if they don't personally impact you?
Right. But it only takes one Iranian who has chanted death to America to jump on a plane, hijack it, fly it into the next building, and crash it into, and killing 3,000 some people. Meanwhile, when your constitutional right got taken away, no one fucking died, dude.
So, in the very absurd hypothetical that you just gave me, very absurd, what's the thing that's killing people? Saying death to America or driving the plane into the building?
Well, it would be the person flying the plane into the building who screamed death to America as he flew it into the building.
Could they fly the plane into the building without saying death to America?
It don't matter. He hijacked the building. He came here to do death to America.
I'll tell you why this matters is because the claim of saying death to America is completely irrelevant and irrespective to the thing that actually killed people. Okay, so you're already off base. So your claim is that saying death to America, okay, is super detrimental because of this other thing that they could do after saying death to America.
That's how the question was framed.
You're interrupting me while I'm trying to explain why your terribly shitty argument was terribly shitty. Can you allow me to finish?
Terrible question. I just answered a terrible question.
You're accusing it of being terrible because now you're mad that you're being proven wrong. Now, do I need to put you on mute?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Can you say death to America without then following that up by driving a plane into a building?
Depends on who's saying it. Who are you saying that's saying it?
You're an idiot. Anybody
So
and
Joe Schmo.
everybody. There's not a human alive that has to drive a plane into a building after they say death to America. You idiot. Like, are you joking? Yes. Any human alive could say death to America without then following that up by driving a plane into a building. Do you agree?
We're talking about the act of following up with the phrase death to America.
You're not answering my question. Do you agree or do you disagree that you could say death to America without following that up by driving a plane into a building?
Correct, but that doesn't prove
it does prove something. Because let me tell you, my question wasn't what's more detrimental, the president abridging on the Constitution or somebody saying death to America and then killing 5,000 people. No, my question was what's more detrimental, the president abridging on the Constitution or somebody just saying death to America. So you're already providing me a non sequitur that is not relevant or reflective of the question that I asked in the slightest. Now, the second point that I'll make here is, of course, you'll hop to the fear-mongering insults of saying that Iranians want to drive planes into buildings and kill Americans. The only domestic attack that has been launched against innocent civilians since the start of this war was Donald Trump and our military killing 160 Iranian schoolgirls. Was Donald Trump and his military blowing up, their oil refineries and deposits in Tehran, causing massive blooms of fire and smoke, in which then caused there to be oil rain, and then because oil is flammable, led to their streets catching on fire, killing another 100 civilians. Targeting civilian infrastructure outside of the oil depots and refineries, and which have now amounted to a death toll of thousands of innocent Iranian civilians.
Listen, buddy, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? You muted me because you didn't want to you trying to overtalk people?
Because you were interrupting me.
Right. But no, I think you asked me a question and I started going on a rant and you muted me going on your rant. What are you talking about?
That's not what happened at all, Chris.
What are you talking about?
So you're just telling me that you're not smart enough to track?
You went on an off-topic topic trying to prove you did.
No, because what I refuted is the fearmonger of the Iranians killing innocent Americans on American soil, when in all reality it's the U.S. killing innocent Iranians on Iranian soil.
Group of Iranians.
Do you agree that Iranians have not launched acts of terror against Americans on American soil?
Oh yeah.
You do agree?
Terroristic groups.
Okay. So show me the mass acts of terror that Iran has launched against
9/11.
innocent Americans. That was in Iran.
It's terroristic groups, dude.
Wait, so now you're just conflating Iran with all terrorist groups?
No, it's in general, dude.
Just in general, dude?
You're nitpicking.
Just in general, dude?
You're nitpicking, and I love it.
I'm nitpicking because I'm able to prove you wrong. Dear God. You know what? Have a good rest of your day, bro. I'm sorry. I'm just... Jeez. Oh, guys, we got an independent journalist with 100,000 followers.
What are you talking bad about Trump for?
Silence.
With the 47 years of terror is coming to an end, and you liberals got to figure this out, okay?
Dude, you know, honestly, I would think that you're trolling me if you were a quote-unquote independent journalist. That surprisingly gets quite a few views. Wow.
Yes, because we talk about Iran. We're going to take down Iran and the South American gangs that Iran controls. Did you know that through Venezuela, the Iranians were pushing the Lebanese groups through Venezuela, and they were coming to us and hurting us?
Oh, you're trolling.
Yeah, well, save Lebanon. Save Lebanon, man. This is terrific. I mean, horrific. But, yeah, that's all I got. I'm about to head up and shoot a Graham video, if you know what I mean.
He is an independent journalist, but he wasn't a pro-Trump independent journalist. Let's go to get the next guest loaded up into the box. No, I looked at his videos. He does a lot of independent journalism against Israel. And what they're doing. And what they're doing in Lebanon. You know what, bro? Shout out to you. I think that we need more people talking about what's going on in Lebanon. More people that are just continuing to post hour by hour, day by day updates about the terror of Israel. I don't think that enough people do that, so good for you. Good for you, I think.
That enough people do that, so good for you. Good for you, I think. That enough people.
Hello, welcome in, Ace Man. Do you support Trump? Hello? Ace Man, you're on the live. Do you support Trump? Okay. Goodbye, Ace Man. We got the next guest loaded in. Let me take a guess. Vote third party, kill the duopoly, Russia's based, Biden is a rapist, Kamala would have also threatened to genocide Iran. What do we got today?
Oh, just that both parties support imperialism and Zionism. Imperialism is the highest form of capitalism, which is a system that's going to keep us all like DoorDash lady, 70 years old and being forced to work. Yeah. Pretty much. And you're just a sheep herder for the Democratic Party. So there's that.
Wait. You
That's all.
have gotten yourself in a pickle. Last time, she left because she's gotten herself in a pickle. Last time she joined, I got her to admit that she would vote for a progressive anti-establishment, anti-Israel dim like Zoran Mamdani if he was running against J.D. Vance. But now it's back to the both sides thing where they're all, like just generalized. Every single one of them is a Zionist, capitalist, imperialist. So this means that she admitted to being down to vote for a Zionist and capitalist imperialist. So that's why she left, because she contradicted what she said last time. But anyways, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
In part, not 100%, but
knowing everything that you do now, if the election was held tomorrow between Trump and Kamala Harris, who'd you vote for? If you would,
I would still vote for Trump. I mean, for reasons.
According to Asia or Asia, regardless, depending on how their name is pronounced, you've been in the comment section.
Are you asking me?
Yes.
I don't know. I may have commented on something.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
There's something about putting America first that appealed to me. I'm not sure that we're on the track that, you know, he said we were going to go down during his campaign.
I don't think we're on that track. Gas prices rising the most they have in a month since the Vietnam War.
Well, they're still not as high as they were with Biden, but
Biden didn't cause them to be higher, and they were only higher because the Russian invasion of Ukraine and our sanctions on Russian oil went on for longer. Gas prices are actually raising disproportionately higher and faster today because of Trump and his war in Iran than they did under Biden, not because of Biden, but because of Russia's invasion of Ukraine.
well, we'll see. We'll see where that goes. But you know, I want to ask you a question, and just, you know, you tell me your thoughts on this.
Okay.
A little bit ago, you made a comment referring to how one of our missiles killed a certain number of people in Iran.
160 girls. Yes.
Okay. Two things about that. You do know Iran has their own.
Well, we just got our live access taken away. For misinformation. Oh, the misinformation bans always suck. Because those put me on account warning. Those really fuck with the lives. Hate getting those misinfo bans. Let's take a look. Damn, dude, TikTok is bringing it down hard on us today, man. Why is it not saying... What? I'm confused. It's not populating the ban, so I can't appeal it. Okay, I submitted an appeal through my computer. I don't know what I was taken down for. Okay. Strange. Whatever. I'm going to go and thank a couple people in the meantime. FamCam, thank you for the $20, who says conflating all Middle Eastern countries, accusing them for committing 9/11 is like conflating all North American countries, accusing them of all having universal health care. Yeah, low-key people do that because they're stupid and, like, low-key racist. They just, like, group all Middle Eastern people together because of their prejudice. We're just... Usually those misinformation appeals take a while to kind of go through their automated system. And because of that, we're going to go ahead and just start the live stream on an alt. We're going to be going live here on DNC Dean momentarily. Once everything loads. But like I said, FamCam, thank you for the 20. Same thing to you, DK. I appreciate you so much for the $20 as well. Show some up to DK down below in that comment section. I appreciate you, DK. DK with the 20 says, if anything, caller made a cogent argument for pew-pew control. All it takes is one madman. And that we shouldn't have strict controls on anything potentially dangerous. No planes, no carts, no 2A, no scissors, even... Lamau, dude, come on. Yeah, that guy was really stupid, if you want me to be honest. Oh, wow. The misinformation ban has already gotten appealed on TikTok. They are really just throwing us through the ringer today. They love to do this to me. What you'll notice is that when we're popping, like we honestly have been for the last week, just my videos have been getting more views, therefore more people have been tuning into the live streams. TikTok is like so fucking critical of me. They're so critical of me, man. But we're back on live. And I'm trying to keep like a positive attitude here. It's hard though when stuff like this happens. If you've been watching my live streams for... Why didn't the account warning go away? Oh, never mind. We're back on strike. Hello, welcome in everybody. For everybody tuning back in, I appreciate y'all for being here. Thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you so much for tuning in, quite frankly. We got banned for misinformation, but as you know, I'm quite reliable and I don't actually lie to you. So we got the ban overturned. So welcome back, and make sure that you are double tapping away on that phone screen, sharing out this live with a handful of friends. We got to go hard on the engagement, folks. We got to go really hard on the engagement. We need to spam those likes. We need to spam that comment section. We need to spam those shares. We need to spam those reposts. We lost multi-guest? Let me try to fix that real quick. We don't have multi-guests. TikTok is fucking with us! Ah! Okay, all right. I'm going to freeze for a moment. TJ, thank you for the meteor shower. I'm going to forcefully reset TikTok Studio to see if that gives me guest access back. Don't go anywhere. Let's go ahead and restart TikTok Studio, see if that gives us our guest access back. Much better viewing experience on YouTube, by the way. As you guys can tell. Okay, are we back? All right. We're back. We're back. Quite frankly. We're back. Hello. Hello. All right, we are so back. So back. All right, guys. Oh, guest access is gone still. Bruh. For why? We don't have any active bans on the account. There's no active bans on... Why do I not have guest access? They just took it from me. Folks, they just took guest access from me for doing nothing. Deadass. Like... This is actually, like, legitimate censorship. Bro, somebody in the chat said good. Dude, hear me out. If you want to celebrate me getting a ban because I did something to deserve it, okay, whatever. I'd do the same thing for you. Sounds fair. But I don't even have any active restrictions on my account. It's just gone. It's just gone. Like, so imagine that one day you just wake up in jail. You didn't commit a crime. You didn't get arrested. You didn't get charged with a crime. You just woke up in jail. We just woke up in jail. We just woke up in jail. No due process. No due process, guys. I wasn't even charged with a crime. They didn't even give me a noted suspension. I wasn't given a fair trial. I don't have the ability to appeal it because they didn't give me a suspension. They just took it. Bruh. We're gonna do it. Hey. Nerd, I really appreciate you for the $20 on YouTube Super Chat who says, Dean, do you like Metallica? I do. I do like Metallica. Enter Sandman is awesome. Thank you, Nerd. Show some love to Nerd down below. On Venmo, AJ, thank you for the $5. Jason for the 1. And then Shaina, thank you for the $15, who says, I don't know if you'd be interested in this. Trump's ban on 15 to 20K trans service members amid a retention crisis / Middle East conflict is very contradictory. Yeah, like, why are you cutting people from the military in a time where you might need them? Emily, thank you for the $10 as well. He says, keep walking them, Dean. I'll try my best, Emily. I actually can't do that right now because we don't have guest access. Holy. But thank you. Grace and T, thank the two of you guys for the $10 on Super Chat. Sorry, Venmo. Grace says, every time the guy uses religion to run away, next time, can you please ask him what the fuck his point is? I'll make sure I do that, Grace. Thank you for the 10. And then T with the $10 says, well, he says, while I was trying to find out what happened to the stream, we realized we have the same birthday. I knew that there's a reason why I'm such a fan. That's crazy. Your birthday September 1st? That's awesome. That's super cool. Hell yeah. I think we're gonna go ahead and move over to the backup account at Dean C. Dean. We may or may not have guest access over there. Would you guys spam it in the chat? DNC Dean. Would you guys spam that? Let me pin someone. Now, once again, this does not impact you if you're on YouTube. DNC Dean. Pin comment. If you want to continue to watch the debates for the day, that's where you're going to have to go. This is just a mess. I apologize for the mess. I'll see you guys over there momentarily. Fucking hell. Fucking hell, dude. Alright, once again, for everybody on YouTube, that's just for TikTok. So do not worry. It does not negatively impact you. I don't know why TikTok keeps fucking with me, bro. And they don't offer any fucking support, dude. None. It's just... It angers me. It does. Especially when they just take it away from me with no reason. But if I'm getting censored, it must mean I'm doing something right. What are the chances I don't have guest access? No, I do have guest access on DNC Dean. We're good. We're good to go. Let's hop back into those debates, everyone. Sincerely. What a mess. TikTok really is a shit platform. I'm only on it because it's the best way to reach a lot of people. But I just think it is such a shit platform. Hi! We're back on TikTok. Woo! On the backup account. Welcome in! Welcome in! I'm actually going to start off this reset by thanking somebody real quick. Thank you so much, Sal, for another $50 donation on PayPal. Thank you so very much for that love, Sal. Show some love to Sal down below. Sal with the $50 says, bro, hang in there. Know that if you got censored, you must be doing something right. Yeah, something they don't want me to do. Exposing the those in which have the power and control. Fuck them. Thank you so much for the support, Sal. You are awesome. Appreciate you for being here. Show some love to Sal down below while we're trying to get that first guest up. Do follow the rules. Make sure that you're abiding by the rules, please, and thank you. If you call me a soy boy, it means
soy
you're
boy Dean.
You
Back
just
at it
admitted to
again.
being a soy boy. You just admitted
I didn't
to it.
admit to shit,
Yes, you
Dean.
did. You did. I said, and I quote, if you call me a soy boy, it means that you are projecting. And then you called me a soy boy. You walked right into it. You walked right into it, quite frankly. Walked right into
Look
it.
at DNC Dean getting suspended on his primary account because
Nope,
all he does is spew bullshit.
Well, the thing is I don't even have an active suspension, Brian. They just took it away.
Yeah, that might as well be the end of your career, buddy, because it's fucking over now.
As-
Can we
as
get
you
some
say-
L Deans in the chat?
As you say, to a crowd of 3.4 thousand people in the first minute and a half of going live on a backup account.
And that's all you're going to get for the rest of the stream, buddy, because no
Really?
one
Because we
cares
already
about
have
you.
more. We're already at 3.5. Are you fucking sure about that? We already have more. No, go ahead and make that claim again, bud.
It's going to go down, Dean.
It's going to go down because it just
Dean.
went up to 3.6.
You know why?
Now it's at 3.7, bud. What's going down? Because it isn't the viewer count.
Everybody's going to have the sudden realization, oh shit, he got his guest access revoked. Probably because
that
all
you
he
were
does is
wrong?
lie.
Remember like 10 seconds ago when you said we were only going to have 3.4 thousand viewers? Can you tell us how many viewers we have?
It's going to be under 4,000.
For the whole stream?
Hopefully.
For the whole stream, it's going to be under. Well, it's already over 4,000. Now it's at 4.1 thousand.
Dean, all I know is this is the end.
You were proven wrong in less than 10 seconds. How does that make you
This
feel?
is the start of the end, Dean. Your career is going down in the shitter.
Really?
Just like all the lies you guys spew. You, Parker, and Harry Styles. Every time.
Did you know that in the last 2 weeks, I've gotten over 100 million views? But it's
And what was that predicated on, Dean?
It was predicated on a
Lies.
shit ton of posts.
On a bunch of lies.
So do people usually get over 100 million views in 2 weeks at the end of their career?
Sure. It can definitely happen.
Like
For people who are actually entertaining and not brainwashing people, all you do is brainwash your DNC donators every fucking stream,
keep it
Dean.
short, don't worry.
And
Hey,
it's
can you
getting
show-
old.
You don't have calluses on your hands. Prove me wrong. Show me the
I
calluses. on your
absolutely
hands.
did. I already showed you, Dean.
No, you didn't.
I already
Do it again.
showed you.
Do it again.
He already knows.
No, you don't.
These are
have,
real man's calluses right here.
Oh, Brian.
See that shit?
Good boy. Thank
You
you for
see
doing
that?
exactly as Dean told you. Good boy.
You know why I did that, Dean?
Hey,
because
Brian,
I want to show
good
everybody what a
boy.
real man is. What a
Sorry, for those that have been watching all day, you guys definitely got more than enough of that on Parker's stream. So I'm gonna save you guys. We're gotta move on. I just wanted to fuck with him real quick. I'm upset about the whole TikTok ban me thing, so I had to take it out. Quite frankly, hello. Do you support Trump?
Absolutely.
Embarrassing. Are you driving?
My collar blue, but my neck is red.
Man, working like a dog just to keep my family fed. Kill it. Living off energy drinks and Marlboro Reds. My collar's blue, but my neck is red. That's my best. That's my best blue collar voice right there. How did I do? I do good. Yeah, this is God-loving country, brother.
Who's your favorite rapper?
Band. God is my favorite rapper. You ever read his testament, buddy? No, you haven't, because you're a liberal atheist little communist that can't read for shit. Even though I'm the one that wants to make K through 12, K through 6, because school indoctrinates the youth and we don't need more transferists. I think I'm doing really good at that impersonation. That's my forte. Hello, do you support Trump?
Yes, my mom does. Well, I don't.
Is she with you?
Yes, give me like 5 seconds.
Sounds great.
Also, I wanted to let you know that I'm the Sherry Dixon from YouTube.
I imagine that's why that's why you've been sitting in my queue for like an hour and a half, is because
Yes,
I
'cause
recognized your
I'm,
name and I was like, she's not MAGA. But I finally thought I'd bring you up in case it wasn't the same Sherry Dixon. But no, it is, yeah. So I do
No,
know you. Yeah. You're always
yeah, I
supporting the
also
stream, so
wanted-
I really appreciate you.
Yeah, I also wanted to let you know that my rapist now got an extra charge, and I got my justice on April, which is Sexual Assault Awareness Month.
Love to hear it, Sherry. I'm really happy that shithead's being held accountable. Now,
Yeah.
yeah, that's great.
My mom said she doesn't want to. I'm sorry.
No worries, Sherry. Well, hey, I've been seeing your name forever. You've been sending messages on those super chats. Just know that I appreciate you, and I think it's awesome that shithead's being held accountable.
Thank
You have a good rest of your day, okay, Sherry?
You too.
All right, you take care. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. We got Jenny loading in. Hi,
Hello?
do you support Trump?
My dad does.
Is he with you?
Yes.
Put him on.
Okay. Hey, Dad.
Yeah.
Can you please debate this guy?
It's still the same dude?
I've been waiting, please.
Okay. What do I do?
Well, you just talk. Hi, sir. It's a pleasure to
Oh.
meet you. So, I don't know how familiar you are with what I do. I debate Trump supporters. I just do that for 4 hours a day because I think that he sucks.
Oh, yeah.
I think he's just terrible. So if you're interested in having a conversation about why you support Trump as president, it's one that I'd love to have with you.
That's great. Yeah, I'd love to do this.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah.
So let's start with this. Why
Okay.
do you support this insane criminal predator as president?
Well, that's a loaded statement. What's his name? What's your name?
My name's Dean.
Dean, that's a loaded statement. An insane criminal predator. I mean, I'd love to unpack that, but first, let's just go with the fact that he cannot be bribed. He's a billionaire. Okay, the best president since George Washington. He has. He's actually, with all the fraud, waste, and abuse, that right there would put him at the top of all the presidents that
Like his
have
fraud,
existed.
waste, and abuse?
Fraud, waste, and abuse, yeah. Sorry.
Like his fraud, waste, and abuse, right?
No, like the fraud, waste, and abuse that has been going on since the 80s, since 70s. I mean,
He's stopped.
He's trying to stop it. Rome wasn't built in a day.
Right, okay. All right, so first and foremost, you said that he can't be bribed because he's a billionaire. I understand why you would say that, because on the surface level, I get it. If he already has so much money, he clearly wouldn't need more, therefore he couldn't be bribed. But in reality, when we put a little bit of further exploration and critical thought into it, we learn that the reason why a billionaire is a billionaire at all, and they didn't retire when they had $500 million, $250 million, $100 million, or even $50 million, is because they don't want money to turn around and give themselves a higher quality of life. They want money because they want money. And billionaires can absolutely be bribed because the number one thing they care about is getting more money. And bribes can get them more money.
Okay. So let's. A billion is actually 1,000 million, right? That means instead of buying any car you want, you can buy all the cars.
Right.
Okay.
But they still don't retire. They don't stop working because they want even more. Like, listen, can we agree? Look, if I just was given, I don't know, $100 million, for instance, I wouldn't work a goddamn day in my life for $1 again. Anything that I do is because I find it personally interesting. It's something I want to do because I'm ideologically aligned with it. Like, for instance, of these streams, if I won the lottery, I'd still do this. Or if, I just wanted to have fun and leisure, I'd retire from work. How about you?
I have worked, and I've seen people come back to work claiming that they can't sit on the couch all day. And I'm not talking about rich people.
So you're right. There's a lot of people that just can't sit on the couch all day. So they don't retire even if they have money, or even if they don't have money, just so they have something to do. I've also seen like people that did retire, hated retirement, and then went back to work later in life. I see that. Okay. But like the ambition that we see from billionaires, it's not just that they don't want to sit on the couch all day, but rather that they're down to like continue to destroy this world's environment or ozone layer, or exploit like another 10,000 child slaves in the diamond mines in the Congo to put another zero behind their net worth. And that's not the second option to sitting on the couch all day. So it's just this greed of and hoarding of money. In the same way, there's hoarders that will want to fill their house with as many items as possible. There's hoarders that will want to fill their bank account with as many zeros as possible. And those hoarders are billionaires.
Brother, you went way off the reservation here.
Let's talk about
the stages of life, right? So the stages of life, you have like a fulfilling career. Let's say school teacher, okay? You have a school teacher, and then people enter that kind of work later in life, sometimes, to give back, okay? They want to give back to the community, right? And so that's what we see with President Trump. He is giving back to America. America has served him well, and now he has gotten his money, and he's trying to leave a legacy. He wants to be remembered.
Sure. So you said that he's giving back to America. So what is the best policy that he's passed that has given back to this country?
He's actually, with all the fraud, waste, and abuse.
Can you answer my question? I asked you for a policy.
I'm trying. It's a stacked question here, so
it's not a stacked question.
I'm trying. I'm trying. It's with all the fraud, waste, and abuse, and with the tariffs, he's going to actually eliminate the personal income tax.
He said
no,
that.
really.
He stopped saying that because it's not going to happen.
He says a lot of things, but
I know. He says that's one of the things
agenda.
he says that will never happen.
Well, do you know we didn't always have a personal income tax?
I do know that. Before they, yeah, I do know that. But I think before the, when was the income tax introduced? Early 20th
1917?
Yeah, 1917, before the 1920s. There you go, 1917. Before 1917, you're right, we didn't have a personal income tax, and we were just relying on tariffs. Okay, well, hey, that makes sense. Our economy was a lot smaller. We didn't have as many people. We didn't have as much public infrastructure or programs that needed to be paid for. Not to mention, we needed tariffs at the, oh, Momo's so cute, during the infancy of this country, because that's the only way to sustain and grow a brand new manufacturing sect of an infant nation. But we can't just merely rely on tariffs today. Like, for instance, the tariffs that Donald Trump has implemented on every other country in the world hasn't only in turn really hurt our country by destroying our manufacturing. We had the most manufacturing bankruptcy since 2010 last year. But it also is just not enough money to pay for things. It's not even enough money to pay for the military.
Well, that's a great way to, subject to start out with the military. With military spending, okay, he's having to solve a lot of problems that other presidents have kicked the can down the road, okay, like Iran, like Venezuela.
Did he solve problems in Iran? Which ones?
Okay, I don't know if you knew this or not, but Israel was about to nuke them. Okay, they were gonna detonate some nuclear bombs on Iran.
I'd believe it. Israel's pretty genocidal.
Wow. That's not genocide. That's self-protection, because
self-protection.
According to their country. Yeah, I don't know if you remember the 6-Day War. You ever hear of that one?
Listen, I'm asking you, what objectives have we achieved in Iran?
Okay, they are not going to have a nuclear bomb now.
Okay.
For many, many years.
Okay, so you think that's why Donald Trump started war with them on February 28th?
Absolutely, yes.
I could prove you wrong.
Okay, let's hear it.
Tulsi Gabbard, the director of national intelligence, testified in front of Congress that we'd completely destroyed their nuclear program months ago, before February 28th. Therefore, it couldn't possibly be the reason why he started war with them on February 28th.
Okay, when did she testify that?
She testified to that 3 weeks ago. I could play you the clip. Would you like to hear it?
Yeah, let's hear it. Yeah.
Because it just, oh my God, it debunks this narrative that they were an imminent nuclear threat that we had to take care of. Here you go.
Intelligence. Okay. So the assessment of the intelligence community is that Iran's nuclear enrichment program was obliterated by last summer's airstrikes.
Yes.
In the opening statement you submitted to the committee last night also stated, quote, "There has been no effort since then to try to rebuild their enrichment capability," end quote, correct?
That's right.
And that's the assessment of the intelligence community.
Yes.
There you go.
Okay, so he was saying that they don't have a nuclear bomb because we destroyed their capability to build one. Is that what they're saying?
Months ago.
Months ago, right.
So when Donald Trump says we got to go to war with Iran now on February 20th because they're an imminent nuclear threat, and then you eat it up because shit, he's a prophet of God, apparently. Well, according to him, he is. He depicted himself as Jesus Christ, not a prophet of God, but God himself. You just believe it, even though it's a bold-faced lie in which now the U.S. intelligence community, including Tulsi Gabbard, his DNI, has said is false, right? So do you admit that you were wrong when you said we went to war with them because of nukes? And do you admit that Donald Trump lied when he said we went to war with them because they're an imminent nuclear threat?
You know, intel is a strange thing. A lot of intel can be wrong.
This intel's not wrong, and that's what the intelligence community says.
Lockstep. They're saying that lockstep, the intel community.
What's that?
All of them together are
Yes.
saying the same thing.
That's what she said. She
Okay.
said this is the opinion of not just me, but the entire U.S. intelligence community. And,
Okay.
and by the way, it was also the opinion of Trump like a couple of months ago. Remember after the bunker blasters, he said, we completely destroyed the nuclear arsenal. It's completely destroyed. You know what? Let me do better here. Sorry, Mama. Hey, kitty. Hey, kitty. Let me do better here. I wish I had some really orange foundation. We completely destroyed it. They are completely destroyed. Look at me, the president of peace, launching these preemptive strikes, taking their ability to build nukes away. Because if I didn't, they would have killed you. They would have killed you. They would have killed you all. Because they're violent terrorists and now they don't have the ability to. Because I, Lord and Savior, Donald J. Christ, saved you all. Is essentially what he was saying after the bunker blasters strikes on their nuclear facilities long before February 28th. But then February 28th rolls around and all of a sudden those bunker blaster strikes never happened. They're an imminent nuclear threat. Deja vu, dude. He's treating you like a little toddler watching Cocomelon on a sticky iPad. It's like he just expects you to disregard the fact that he already destroyed their nuclear program and admitted that it was obliterated.
That he already destroyed their nuclear program, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So maybe Tulsi Gabbard wasn't in the room when he got some new intelligence. How do you find that?
Well, I know you're wrong because the person to give him new intelligence is Tulsi Gabbard.
That wouldn't be Pete Hegseth?
No, it would be Tulsi Gabbard. For intelligence specifically, it is managed by the director of intelligence, who is Tulsi Gabbard. So intel can come from the military, and that's when Pete Hegseth and Tulsi Gabbard would work together.
Oh, so Tulsi Gabbard wasn't fired?
No. You're thinking of Christino or Pam Bondi. Not Tulsi
Yeah,
Gabbard.
those two, yeah. Okay. All right. So he destroyed their nuclear weapons earlier on, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So he
Well-
lied, right, when he said that they're an imminent nuclear threat?
Well, he was telling the truth because he destroyed their nuclear weapons the first time, right?
Yeah, but
Okay,
he did lie
okay.
like months later when he said that they're an imminent nuclear threat. Why can't
And then
you
he
admit that?
tried. After that, they were trying to build another nuclear weapon. They put their boots to the ground and tried to build it again.
Nuclear enrichment program was obliterated by last summer's airstrikes.
Yes.
In the opening statement you submitted to the committee last night also stated, quote, there has been no effort since then to try to rebuild their enrichment capability, end quote, correct?
That's right.
And that's the assessment of the intelligence community.
Yes.
You can't weasel with this excuse either, because he also had her clarify that Iran has made no effort to rebuild their nuclear arsenal or program.
All right. What about being a state sponsor of terrorism?
Well, being a state sponsor of terrorism is not being an imminent nuclear threat. So Trump still lied.
About being a state sponsor of terrorism?
No, about starting a war over an imminent nuclear threat.
I don't think, did Trump actually say it was over nuclear weapons?
Yes, that was the official statement published by the White House on the morning of February 28th.
Okay. Well.
Can you admit Trump
Ron,
lied?
No, I don't. I think there's
But-
something wrong with
Then
your...
what's the evidence here that he was telling the truth?
Okay. So we're talking about whether Trump's a good president, right?
We're talking about if Trump lied when he said we're starting this war over an imminent nuclear threat.
No, I don't think he lied.
Why not?
Maybe he was lied to.
Who lied to him? Not his DNI.
Some other of his intel, maybe some of his cabinets. He's gotten people.
Nobody in intel, because Tulsi Gabbard said the whole U.S. intelligence community agrees that it was destroyed. So nobody in the U.S. intelligence community.
Well, I'd also like to talk about your assessment of his just reposting an AI generated image and everybody getting their panties in a wad saying that, he's trying to be Jesus now. Okay. Did you know that the King of England did the same thing, except that he doubled down on that?
And get him out. He's a lunatic.
Did you know that other various leaders around the world have claimed to be God?
If the King of England did the same thing, get him the fuck out. He's crazy. This is not something that would be mutually exclusive to Donald Trump.
He was a king.
World
You can't
leader
just get him out.
literally claims to be God, fuck him.
He is not. It was a shared screen. It was just a shared post
of
something that maybe people's imagination thinks look wrong.
Well,
and
what about your imagination?
My imagination? Hey, have you ever been to the Vatican? You ever seen any pictures of saints there?
I have.
Have you seen pictures of saints, in action, like doing healing stuff and all that?
Yeah.
Okay. And how about all the apostles of Jesus? Did they do any healing?
Sorry, when you said saints, I thought that you said apostles. Depictions of saints healing, I mean, they exist if that's what the saints, 2 miracles would include. But they're very rare because it doesn't want to be a misconstruction of God. Am I familiar that in Mark and Luke, Jesus gave the ability to apostles to do healing? I am.
Okay. Did they wear the same kind of clothes?
No.
As Jesus?
No, not in modern day representations. No. The depiction of the white garments with the red slash over the shoulder represents purity, white, and then, death for your sins, red as in blood. This is why the most common modern day depiction of Jesus Christ is Jesus with the white garment and the red slash, which is exactly what Donald Trump was wearing in that photo.
You mean sash, not slash, right?
Sash. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I've read the Bible 3 times. I've never heard that before.
It's not in the Bible. It's just the modern day depiction of Christ. It includes those garments. Like, for instance, have you ever seen this picture before?
That's one of many pictures.
Yeah, but have you ever seen this one before?
Trump didn't wear a beard in that picture.
Could you please just tell me, have you ever seen this picture before?
I just said I did.
Okay, right? Why? Because it is one of the most popular common day depictions of Jesus Christ. How is Jesus dressed? With a white garment with a red sash. Have you ever seen this picture of Jesus before? I've seen this because this was actually hanging on the wall of my bathroom in my dad's house growing up. Have you ever seen this before?
Yeah, I've seen it.
Right. What is Jesus wearing? A white garment with a red sash. Have you ever seen this picture before?
Yeah.
Right. Once again, what is Jesus wearing? The white garment with a red sash. Or what about
this? It's an overcoat.
With a white garment with some type of like red overcoat.
Some kind of red.
Now a depiction of Jesus that's drawn, or the statue of Jesus, or this imagery of Jesus. Or Jesus is Lord with the white garment and the red sash. This is just simply how Jesus Christ is most commonly depicted in modern times. And by the way, I want it to be clear here. I'm not trying to misrepresent data, because look at my search. It's just Jesus. It's not Jesus in a white garment with a red sash. It's just Jesus.
So who are the other people?
That really proves my point here, that when Donald Trump releases this image depicting himself with the white garment, the red sash over his shoulders, healing a man with magical, mystical powers emanating from his hands, while angels overlook from the heavens above, this is so very clearly a depiction of Trump as Jesus Christ. And it's like, how can anybody deny that? We all know how Jesus Christ is depicted in modern times. That whole exercise of us going to, Google images and taking a look wasn't necessary because we're all well familiar with what the modern day depictions include. We all know that when we want to depict apostles today, we actually don't depict them healing, with light emanating from their hands. Usually they're pictured either via their deaths, was it Peter or Paul being upside down on the cross, or John the Baptist just kind of chilling there. We don't really depict them that way because we don't want them to be confused for Christ, which is tantamount once again to, yes, Donald Trump did depict himself as Jesus Christ. He probably thought that it would blow over well with his base because they're all crazies, if you want me to be real. It didn't blow over well, so then he made up the lie bullshit excuse that he thought he was a doctor in that image. Can you admit, even though you love Trump, you think he's a better president than Abraham Lincoln, that he was clearly lying when he said that he looked like a doctor?
I think he's the best president we can ever have for right now. I really do. I guess maybe you'd like to have Biden in there. Huh?
I would.
Yeah,
I'd take Biden over Trump.
You just talk him into anything. Lay him down for nap time,
I'd
Maybe
prefer a
he'll give away the whole
president who
country
spends his
to the
free time
Chinese.
napping compared to threatening to genocide 90 million people. Can I ask you a question? It sounds like you have a daughter. It sounds like you care about her a whole lot. You're a real good dad. If Donald Trump sexually exploited women and girls like the girl your daughter is and the woman she'll grow up to be, and found it funny, right? That's psychotic. Would you still support him as president?
If he was found to have exploited women, that's kind of a very general kind of statement. What kind of exploitation are we talking about?
Sure.
Pandering and pimping or what? How does that work?
I'll make it more specific. Sexual exploitation, which is unconsensual sexual conduct. Like he is abusing power dynamics to then barge into a private woman's only dressing room to then look at the naked people inside unconsensually. And then he turns around and publicly exclaims how funny it was and how great their boobs looked. Would you still support him as president? Girls like your daughter and women like your daughter will become. Keep that in mind.
Yeah. There's been a lot of allegations and all of them been proven false.
I know, but if you knew this one was true, would you stop supporting him?
I think you're baiting me because you're saying it is true. You're saying it is true.
No.
And you're going to have a gotcha moment, right?
If you knew it was true.
And when I say yes, you're going to say it happened, right?
No, because it didn't happen.
Okay. If they were underage, no, I would not support him.
What about if they weren't?
They're grown women, man.
Grown women still have this thing called consent?
That's right. You're talking about exploitation and all kinds of stuff.
If Donald Trump unconsensually engaged in sexual conduct with grown women, why would you stop supporting him?
That's called rape. Okay.
That's a variant.
Unconsensual sex is called rape.
So, I said unconsensual sexual conduct. That could mean unconsensually looking at somebody while they're naked, unconsensually slapping somebody's ass, or unconsensually penetrating someone's vagina, right?
Okay.
But if he did any or all of the above,
those are all criminal charges. Okay.
So if he barged into a woman's dressing room with naked women inside, that clearly had an expectation of privacy. It's a woman's dressing room. And then turned around and publicly exclaimed how great they looked. And it was unconsensual. Even though they can consent, it wasn't consented to. Would you stop supporting him?
And you're claiming this happened?
No, it didn't happen. It's just hypothetical. I'll tell you why I'm asking the question after you answer it.
Would I do that? Would I still support him? No, I guess not.
Okay. I kind of lied to you when I told you that it didn't happen because it
I knew
has.
it. I knew it. You were baiting me. That's baiting. Okay. All right. Hey, have a good day. I gotta go. All right.
No, don't leave. I need you to hear this. Here's Donald Trump admitting to it.
Dad, no, please.
What
He's
you
gonna show
could
you the
also
video.
say is the
Live,
owner
live.
No, he's showing you the
had
video.
it's your
AI
obligation
video.
to
Okay.
do that.
Hey,
So
no,
you
Dad.
Don't talk to him no more. Hey, I'll tell you what. Why don't you move to Russia or somewhere where they really have some nuts and you can really feel the power there, okay? Go to Venezuela or what was Venezuela, go there, and then you'll really enjoy, okay, your socialist paradise. Okay? There
I'm
you
going
go.
to choose not to say anything back because I
Thank
don't
you,
want to
Dad.
anger your father more while you're around.
Okay, thank you for debating him.
You have a good rest of your day, okay?
Thank you, you too.
Yeah, I'm not going to say anything back to him. I don't want to make him more angry with his daughter around him. We're going to deconstruct that here in a minute. I just want to make sure that, maybe daughter scrolls, gets off TikTok, gives a little bit more time for dad to go into another room. Hey, Santana, welcome in.
That was a amygdala response.
Did you say amygdala?
Yeah.
Yeah, very emotional response, I agree.
Yeah, he literally went into fight or flight once he realized that you had him in a corner that he didn't want to be backed into. And as soon as he realized that it was something that he knew was going to go against what he just said, instead of dealing with reality, he had to run from it. And then that's when he started throwing out all the buzzwords, the socialist Russia, whew.
I'm having a weird reaction to that internally. Usually when people react that way, I kind of find it funny. They're getting so fucking worked up, calm down. I laugh at them, I find it funny. Other times when people react like that, I kind of get angry. Oh my God, you're such a fucking idiot, I'm mad at you.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel sad. I'm very saddened by his reaction to that, and just what that means for him.
Mm-hmm.
I'm very sad for this construction of reality that this man has convinced himself of, more so for his daughter.
Mm-hmm.
And she tried to get me to change his mind, and then it ended with him emotionally exploding and leaving the room and getting all pissed off.
Well, so the one thing I'll say about that, and I've said this over and over and over, back in 2015, a lot of people who support Donald Trump right now, in 2015, there was nothing really special about them. But Donald Trump came along and he gave them a red hat. And he said, hey, if you wear this red hat, then you're special, you're important. What you have to say is important. And so they put on the red hat and it became their personality. And for over 10 years, that red hat and MAGA and Donald Trump has been their entire personality. And now we're dismantling their personality. So it's a personal attack on them. It's no longer politics, it's who they are. And so that's why they respond the way, because we're getting at the core of who they've resonated with for the last 10 years.
Yeah, man. It's and then the daughter was playing no, Dad, please listen to this clip.
I've been listening to the whole thing. Even some of the stuff he was saying, I was like, there's no way in hell he can believe this. But he was so sincere with the stuff that he was saying. Even though he was wrong, he meant what he was saying.
He did, man. That's what a member of a cult looks like. That's what a member of a cult looks like. Hi, do you support Trump? Okay, now that he's likely gone and she's scrolled, you're baiting me, dude. He sounded so fucking goofy.
He was
Holy
so
shit.
bad. He was so bad. He was so
I
bad.
was seriously about feeling sad for that situation, but simultaneously,
He said, "No, you lied.
You're baiting me. See, dude, holy shit, dude, what a nut. Oh, it's TPA. Is this a real TPA? I didn't even.
No, it's TP. We call him TP for short.
Oh, TP. Hey, totally.
Hey guys, how you doing?
TP. What's your reaction to hearing that clip of Donald Trump admitting to sexual exploitation?
So, your parents, Dean, love you too much to tell you when you do stuff like that
that they're ashamed of you because he didn't exploit them. He said backstage, and you're lying. He's allowed to go backstage. That gentleman that you just put a riff with him and his daughter because you lied to his daughter is actually
Jinx,
really
thank
terrible.
you so much for the super live star. I appreciate it.
Sure, I'll give you a moment.
Go ahead.
No, I'm giving you a moment. Do your thing real quick. You said one moment. Go for
I
it.
did. I just thanked Jinx. Go ahead.
Okay. So you just put a riff in a father and a daughter's. Like, listen, I was not going to request up. I just got home from work. I heard what you just did to that poor father and that poor little girl, where you just put a riff in their relationship because you want to lie. And that is disgusting, abhorrent behavior. And your parents love you too much to tell you they are ashamed when they see you do that, Dean. I guarantee you it. Because Donald Trump did not sexually exploit women, you liar. He said backstage. Play the clip.
One of the mods just muted you. It's fine. Let him speak. I'm gonna let
Play the
him
clip.
speak.
No, I want to hear the clip. Play the clip.
Oh, okay.
Well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else, and no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women, and so I sort of get away with it.
Backstage. He's allowed to go backstage. You just lied to that father and that poor daughter who now thinks her dad's a bad guy. And it's disgusting, Dean, because did he not just say backstage?
Nah, I don't think he just said that. I can explain my view when you want me to.
Go for it.
Done. Okay. So I think I'm going to start my counter argument here with an analogy. If I tell you that I'm sitting down on a sturdy 2x2 plank affixed to the floor with 4 legs with sturdy back support, am I telling you that I'm sitting down in a chair?
I apologize. My cat got caught in the chair. I had to help him get his claw out. What did you say?
You're a cat owner? Yikes. Feel bad for them. Okay.
I feel bad for your cat, dude. Look what you just did to that guy and that daughter for no reason because you wanted to lie.
Can you? So you've already said that 4 times. Is it okay if I respond to that, TP?
Yeah, go for it.
Thanks, little bro. Appreciate it. So if I told you that
Don't
I'm
speak to
sitting
your
down
sensei that way. Hey, I'm your sensei. Don't call me little bro. I'm you and Santana's sensei.
Why are you
know it.
whining so much, TP?
Hey, racist Santana, how you doing? Why'd you run from me?
sorry, little bro.
Louise, stop crashing.
Listen, I'm sorry for calling you little bro. My bad, little bro.
All right, my Padawan. It's all good, baby. I forgive you if you apologize. Racist Santana, whenever you want to debate, you come see me, by the way.
He's calling you racist, so then either you or I ask him why he's calling you racist, so then we just completely forego the conversation about what Donald Trump said in the clip because he knows
let's talk about Donald Trump right now. Racist Santana can come to me sometime after a real debate.
I can't hear anything but crying right now. It's like the Charlie Brown teacher is just womp 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 womp. Holy shit.
Now, to get back to the counter argument, if I told you that I was sitting down on a sturdy 2x2 wood plank affixed to the ground with 4 legs with sturdy back support, would I be telling you that I'm sitting down in a chair? Yes or no?
Sure.
Thank you. That's why I say that Donald Trump said he went into a dressing room. Did he ever use the phrase dressing room? No. Did I ever use the word chair? No. But did I describe a chair? Yes. Did he describe a dressing room? Yes. Why would I say this? He said that he went into a space that was private for women only, no men around, where inside of that space, women had no clothes on and were getting dressed, and that he broke a rule by entering inside of that space because at the end of the clip, he said he got away with it. And on top of that all, he also made sure to add on that the only way he was able to get into this space was by abusing the fact that he's the owner of this space, and he had to lie about a false suggestion of doing an inspection of the space. So because of those reasons, he described a dressing room. Therefore, he admitted to barging into a dressing room. Thank you.
Backstage is different than a dressing room. It wouldn't be 2 different words. He said backstage. You're lying by acting like it's a dressing room. Backstage of a pageant that they consented to going into and being a part of, where they're going to walk around in bikinis. And backsstage means I'm in a bikini and I'm putting a robe on. Okay. You want to try and spin it as something. Can I finish? Buddy. Man, I just let you talk.
It's Bubbo. If you're gonna steal my stuff,
racist Santana. Excuse me,
steal my swag.
Excuse
make
me,
sure
racist
you do it
Santana.
right. Holy
Racist
shit.
Santana, you can come to my live anytime, Bubba, and we can have a real debate 1v1 because
can't
when I
even
went
do
to
it right,
you,
Dean.
all you did, hey
guy
Santana,
sucks.
all you did when I came to you is you muted and ran. It's on the YouTube.
It's
Everybody thought you were
Bub.
hysterical.
Holy shit.
Don't call me Bubba, bro.
Anyway.
My sister calls me that. It's like really personal. It's just weird hearing Bubba from some.
All right, I'm sorry, my
random
Padawan. Sensei, sorry. So anyway, with the adult pageant stuff, did you know that no allegations of physical contact or coercion arose from this quote?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that?
No allegations of physical contact or coercion arose from this specific quote. No
Well, I mean-
laws stop a pageant owner from going backstage. You might have a problem with it, but they actually agreed for that to possibly happen when they signed up for the pageant because it's backstage of a pageant, not a dressing room. If they wanted privacy, okay, they can go into a bathroom or a dressing room. You are the two people that support men in the women's bathrooms. So what are you talking about, buddy?
Okay, a lot to unpack. I'll respond to it all, but first I gotta thank a crazy kind donor. I'm gonna call you Shin, Shin. Thank you so very much for the $200 super chat on YouTube super chat. Thank you so much for the love, Shin. That is fucking insane. Thank you so very much. Please show some love to Shin down below in that comment section for the $200, who says your streams have gotten me through 2 months of the hospital. Thank you. I'm so happy that what we do here is able to help you get through that. That is a crazy amount of time to spend in the hospital, and I hope that you are all good today and that you have healed from any ailments in which impacted you. And thank you so much for being here. And thank you for the out of this world $200 donation. Thank you, Shin. Show some love to Shin. Same thing with Johnny on Venmo. Thank you for the $10, who says in the background of the Stern clip, when Howard Stern says you're like a doctor, you could hear Trump mumble in the dressing rooms. In the background, it's mumbled, but pretty clear to me. I've never caught up on that. I'll play it again. I'll try to listen for that, Johnny. Thank you. William, thank you for the $25, who says, please don't lie to people when you're going to prove them wrong. Also, post a screen letting people know that the person is not named the person when debating fathers, etc. Thank you for thinking about this. I actually accept the second thing that you said there about putting something on a screen that this is a father of the account. Really good idea. I'll be doing that in the future. And about the first thing, saying please don't lie to people when you're about to prove them wrong. I'm sorry. That's something that I do to combat cognitive dissonance. Thank you for the $25 though, William, but I'm not going to stop doing that first thing. Jamie, thank you for the $10 as well. I appreciate you so much. I appreciate you. Who says conservative against Trump here? Revelation shows Jesus in a robe dipped in blood. And Matthew, who's given a red robe at his trial. Either Trump is so stupid that he thought it made him look like a doctor, or that he's hoping MAGA is stupid enough to believe it. So real. Jamie, thank you for the 10. Lewis, thank you for the $10 as well. You says, can you do your best Trump supporter impression? You're the best. I did do that earlier, Lewis. You got to scroll back in the VOD. Then Zoe, thank you for the $10. I appreciate you, Zoe. And then Andrew with the $10 who says successfully changed too many minds today. We've changed a couple. Thank you for the support, you guys. We are all caught up over on Venmo. Thank you so much. Show some love to all of the donors down below in that chat. And I think we just have a couple people to respond to here on PayPal, and then we're going to go to debunk this lunatic's claims on PayPal. Thank you so much for the $20.
Fake news. You're a lunatic.
Sal, I appreciate you so much for the love. Sal with another 20 says I wasn't going to make another donation, but you heard this MF actually blame you for the rift caused between a father and daughter as opposed to blaming the father. Yeah, because he doesn't think that MAGA men can ever be held accountable. It's downstream of the lack of accountability for Mr. Blasphemous Trump. Thank you so much for the love, Sal. JJ, thank you for the $40 donation, who says, it was cool of you to allow the Englishman to share his ideas on live, even though it took no critical thinking and just completely denied reality. He's talking about the flat earther from earlier. To make it clear, no man will be comparatively close to the high pedestal as Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior. Thank you for the $40, JJ. Let's get 400 JJWs. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Dude, this guy looks like one of those, like, antisocial frat bros who wants to find a girlfriend but can't get no play because their personality sucks. Please turn the camera off. But thank you for the $40.
You can't even tell me what a
JJ.
woman is. I'm sure you
then
know about
Janita,
girlfriends.
thank you
like
so
the
much
one that
for the
cheated on you.
$14 donation. Never had a girlfriend cheat on me. And then you said you can't tell me what a woman is. Well, I could tell you what a woman is. The classical, what Matt Walsh line won't work here, buddy. As well as Scott, thank you so much for the $24 donation on PayPal, who says, thank you for showing up and for standing firm and for helping to move the world, even in small ways, towards something more just and inclusive. Well, I appreciate you so much for the $25, Scott. That is very kind of you. And then Sonny with the $10 says, W. Sherry, we need to hold rapists accountable. Dead ass. And then Riley, thank you for the 5. If you are watching and you want to support me or the stream, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok, pin message on YouTube, and right there, Dean Withers without the E. Now to get back to responding to this guy's claims. So the first claim that you made is, once again, it was a general backstage area, and the reasons in which you disputed all of the descriptors that Donald Trump gave to denote the fact that it was a dressing room is the fact that he said backstage area. Well, the reason that merely pointing towards the fact that he said backstage does not increase the probability that it was a general backstage area is because we would expect the dressing rooms to be backstage. So the way that I interpret it is him saying that he'd go backstage to then go into the dressing rooms. And the reason why I add that to go into the dressing rooms part is because of the further description of the space with no men around, that no men were allowed. He had to barge in there via the abuse of his power, he would then see all these women with no clothes on and changing that he'd then look at, and he was breaking a rule by going in because he said he got away with it. We know it wasn't a general backstage area. You know, like if it was a general backstage area, then he wouldn't have said there's no men around, because we would expect men to be around backstage, working on, post-production team, assistants for different individuals. He also wouldn't say that he got away with it, because getting away with something means that you're breaking a rule. He wouldn't be breaking
Not
any
true.
rule if you. So then, what did he mean when he said get away with it?
Well, first off, you said a lot of Kamala Harris word salad there to try and lie.
Kamala, you
said
can't even say her name right.
Racist Santana, excuse me, I'm not talking to you, Santana. I tried to talk to you and you ran. Santana, I tried to talk to you and you muted and then kicked me and called me a dweeb instead of engaging in a political debate. If you want to have a debate, Santana, you can come to my live anytime. Send me a message and I shall teach you. I don't mind doing that for you. Now, Dean.
Shut up, dweeb.
Hey, do you want to hop into Street Beefs with me? Do you know Street Beef, Santana? Want to hop in the octagon?
He'd fucking kill you. Why would you ever
Well,
want to do
let him answer. Excuse me. Let him answer. Do you want to do Street
Beefs?
Beefs?
6'5".
I am so not worried.
6'3.5", not 6'5", 6'3.5".
Okay.
I wish I was 6'5".
Santana, yes or no? Street Beefs. You want to do it?
Hey, aren't you supposed to be answering Dean?
Okay, so that's a
Lock
concession
in,
that he would
Bubba.
lose. Okay, I'm glad you know that I beat you intellectually and
answer. That was a very modest answer.
I'm glad that you know I beat you intellectually when it comes to politics and knowing what the facts actually are, Santana. And you think I can
Anthony,
beat you
thank you so
octagon.
much for the 5. Said, I'm TP on TikTok. Please give him another name. I will. He's just a dweeb. We'll call him a dweeb.
Thank you for the rose. Thank
Go
you
ahead,
for the
dweeb.
dolphin, everybody. Thank you for the 451. It's appreciated. Save it though. Spend it on your parents. I don't need the donations. Now, Dean, you're talking about Trump. You just. Oh wait.
I'm sorry. You're making me laugh at you. Just the combination of immaturity represented by your request to fight a dude like 2 times your size,
Who's
and
scared
then
of
when,
him,
he,
apparently. He said no.
he represents humility and maturity by just ignoring
As he
it
just
and
was
asking to move on.
insulting me.
Then-
Why- hey,
then you-
why did I-
then you
why did I
claim
invite
that
him to
you're
the
like
octagon?
physically superior to him?
Why did
and
I
then you
invite him to
follow
the
that up
octagon?
with I don't know, the little funny.
Why
like,
did
oh,
I
thank you for
invite him
rose.
to the
Like I don't know.
octagon?
That's
Dean,
funny.
why
You
did
know,
I-
it's funny. To
You know what's funny though, Dean?
Dean, why did I invite him to the
One second,
octagon?
TP.
I trained for 6 years in Aikido. I trained for 4 years in kickboxing, and I trained for 3 years in actual boxing.
Okay,
Yeah.
So not only is this dude like half of your size, but like you have 10 years of training on him, and he's
That's
over
why
here
I don't engage with the internet tough guys. There's no point.
Well, you were acting like an internet tough guy. That's why I said that. And by the way, your Aikido is going to lose to Muay Thai, Judo, Jiu-Jitsu, and boxing. So
That's
I'm not
fine.
afraid of you. But I said, why did I challenge him to the octagon, Dean? Because he was acting like an internet tough guy. I would love to have a debate, but he ran for me, as you normally do. But I'm proud of you for bringing me up here now. So I'm up here because of the last
Has he
guy.
debated at all since he's been here, Dean?
Well, I'm trying. You just cut me off.
I didn't think so.
Really.
Okay.
I keep on
I'll wait till
giving
you're
the
done.
argument.
I'm trying.
Essentially, what he's gonna say is that Dean, regardless of all the lies that you say about it being a
so far?
dressing room because of
It's a backstage, it's in the
10
quote.
billion reasons you gave, it's a backstage, it's in the quote. even though in my explanation I accounted for that by pointing out that in order to get to the dressing rooms, you'd first go backstage, and we know that it was a special
Prove that.
dressing room
Prove
area.
that. Prove
of course, because the dressing rooms would be backstage, as
Prove
they would
that.
be in front
No,
of the
prove
stage.
that. Don't just say "of course" with no proof. Prove that.
So beauty pageants hinge on women in like dresses, or in this circumstance swimsuits, going on stage to be judged. The reason why the dressing rooms would be backstage is because if they weren't backstage, they'd be in front of the stage, meaning that they
And
have
if
to walk
somebody's in
past
the
judges
dressing
to get
room, how is he going to
backstage
see them? If they're in a private dressing room, how is he going to see them? If the
by
dressing rooms are
barging
part
in.
of backstage.
By barging into the private women's.
Oh,
only
he's going to
dressing
open
rooms.
up the door, and then why didn't any woman go to the police about that? Because that'd be illegal. Unlike him going backstage where he's allowed to go.
So, according to RAIN.org, only around 2% of rapists ever see full legal accountability in the eyes of the law. Many women don't go to the cops when sexual violence occurs. Now, I would argue that in this scenario, they're even more likely not to go to the cops because they were like taught that it was normal. Like, we could listen to what Tasha Dixon said in her interview with CBS. She was told by the employees, like even the female employees, to go like fawn all over him when he'd come backstage. Like it was just a part of it. And on top of that, he was like the man signing their paychecks, dude. It's if they went to the cops to report him, like best case scenario, he gets arrested. Their paycheck goes away because now their business enterprise goes away because they can't show up to work because it's no longer functioning because the owner's in jail. And it all becomes a big controversy and Miss Teen USA and Miss USA are shut down. Worst case scenario, okay, they go to the police, they make the report, they question him about it. They determine because they just have their testimony to go off of that they can't make an arrest and throw him in jail. So then he gets pissed and fires them or does worse. So, like, this is clearly why I don't think that any of the women or girls went to the cops. But
I completely disagree.
them
They'd
not
be
going
more
to the
likely to
cops
go
doesn't
to the
disprove
police if it was
anything.
Donald Trump, because then they could win millions of dollars because he's a rich and powerful, famous person. So it's actually more likely. That's why Trump has all the lies about him, is they try and get money from wealthy people. Okay,
Then why
so that's
didn't
one.
any of them
Two,
sue Donald Trump after he said this on Howard Stern?
because he didn't say anything wrong. He's legally
did.
allowed to.
He's so
He's
now
legally
you're
allowed to go
okay,
backstage.
Well, now your argument is that he's legally allowed to go into the dressing rooms?
No, he's not allowed to go into dressing
Then
rooms.
why
He
were
went
no men back there?
backstage.
Then why were quote unquote no men back there?
He went backstage. He didn't go in the dressing
Then
room.
why
That's
were
the
quote
lie
unquote
you're
no
saying.
men back there?
You're lying.
Answer the
He didn't
question.
go in-
I'm not lying.
I'm
He said,
answering. You're
quote, unquote,
lying. He didn't.
He said quote unquote no men were back there. If it was just a general backstage area.
Now
why
play
were
the
no
part
other
where
men
he
back
said
there?
dressing room, kiddo. Play the part where he says dressing room.
Once again, play the part earlier in the live stream where I said chair when I asked you, am I telling
No,
you
no,
I'm
no.
sitting on
We're
a chair?
talking about Donald
I'm
Trump's
telling you I'm
quote,
sitting on
young
a
man.
2x2 plank affixed to the
You
ground
because
with
you
4
lost.
legs and sturdy
I'm
back
going
support.
live when you kick me. Now listen and
I
changing
know,
your fans'
because you
minds
can't
as
get
I
your
always
views
do.
up, so you got to come and grift off of mine for views, but it never
No,
works.
I just like changing your fans' minds. And by the way, they don't
And it
even need to
doesn't
come
work.
to my live. They watch how you act against me and they dislike you after because
So
I'm
true.
being nice to you. So
So
let me
true.
speak.
So
the
true. Well, you
problem
asked me a
is you're
question. I was
lying.
trying to answer it, and you wouldn't allow
So
me.
two giant
you just
lies
asked
you
me.
said.
You know, I
Well,
wanna
you
answer
asked
your
me a lot
question.
of stuff
You-
and didn't let me respond. Excuse me.
You're not letting me respond to the question that you asked. You asked me the question, Dean, where in the clip did he say dressing room?
have.
In the clip, he did not say the phrase dressing room, but in the clip, he very uniquely described dressing rooms. The same way earlier, when I said, if I tell you I'm sitting on a 2x2 sturdy plank affixed to the ground with 4 wooden legs with sturdy back support, I never said chair, but I described a chair. And that's why your takeaway was, Dean, you just told me that you're sitting on a chair. Clearly, when a man says that he barges into a place, not because under typical circumstances he'd be allowed in there, but rather only under the circumstances that he's not just the owner of the space, but also falsely representing an inspection of the space, then inside of the space there's no other men around, he got away with entering, which means he broke a rule, because to get away with something means to break a rule and face no consequences. And then inside of the space, women were
Nope,
dressing,
and I'll give you an example
and
if you
they had
never let
no
me
clothes
speak.
on. It was a woman's dressing room that was in the backstage area. Something else I will bring up, and this is also very relevant, is from all of the women and girls that recall what Donald Trump described happening to them, they all said it was in the dressing rooms. There was not a single woman or girl that competed at any of the pageants that recalled this occurring and denoted it happening in a general backstage area. Even the women that recalled it happening, that jumped to Donald Trump's defense, didn't jump to his defense by saying that it wasn't in a private women's only dressing room, but rather in a public backstage area. They rather jumped to his defense by saying, yes, Donald Trump did come into our dressing rooms, but he made sure to announce it ahead of time. And then the chaperones and the other employees made sure that by the time he came in, we all had our clothes on. So because in the clip, he describes a dressing room to a T that was backstage, and then every woman and girl who recalls this happening to them all said it was in the dressing room. Even the pro-Trump defending women that competed at the pageant, speaking on his name, not against his name, said it was in the dressing room. You cannot make the argument that it happened in a general backstage area.
Except he said backstage and never said dressing room. Boom.
I've already
now, when you
defeated
talk
that
about
argument.
these girls
The
and their
reason
no,
why
you didn't. You really
yes,
did.
you've repeated it 4 times, so now I'm going to demute you to defeat it again. You continue to say
No.
everything in which I'm denoting is
I
defeated
want-
by the suggestion that he said backstage, not dressing room. So clearly what he did is he said that he was going backstage to get to the dressing rooms, and the to get to the dressing rooms part is from what he describes and from what all women and girls who remember it happening to them had testified to. Don't be
What's your
dishonest.
article for that? These girls are talking about. What's the source for that?
Sure. One would be CBS Tasha Dixon. The other would be 60 Minutes Virginia Hughes.
Any others?
Yes. You have Mariah Bilodeau and then 3 other unnamed teens on BuzzFeed when they're asked about it.
Okay, according to the BuzzFeed article, when they reached out to 49 of the 51 contestants and they got a hold of 15 of them, 11 said it didn't happen and it would have been impossible to miss. Actually, let me rephrase that. 11 of them from the BuzzFeed article, your own source, the BuzzFeed article said 11 of the 15 that they got a hold of said, I did not see him come back there and it would have been impossible to miss. 2 of them said it was creepy. 1 said it was entitled, but not creepy. And then 1 said it wasn't creepy. After those girls came out, another girl came forward and she said, Daniel, I'm not voting for Donald J. Trump, but the 2 girls that called it creepy, I feel like they're politically motivated and not even Trump deserves those lies to be said about him. So your own
I got a
article
quick
and
question
source,
for you.
excuse me,
I got a
Santana,
quick
I let him
question
talk
for
for
you,
30
Dewey.
minutes. I got to respond to other claims. If
This
you
will
mute
be
me or
all
interrupt
really-
me, I'm just going to leave.
I don't
I'm
want
just
to
gonna
mute
leave.
or interrupt you because
I'm just
this
going
is
to
all
leave.
really
Then
easy
let
to
me
refute.
respond. Well, let me respond to all the stuff you said. So first off, your own article, BuzzFeed, right? I swear to God, Dean, you're not worth it anymore. So if you mute me or don't give me respect
Oh
like I
my
do to
God,
you,
stop
I'll leave.
fucking crying and just
Santana,
go. Shit.
excuse me, Santana. I was nothing but nice to you, and all you did was mute and run too. So you simmer down, Mister won't even hop in the octagon with me or have a debate. So you calm down. Now, Daniel, my young Padawan, Mister that makes fun of Charlie Kirk, listen. Your own article proves you wrong, first off. Second, do it again because God forbid you stop making fun of a deceased man that defended you after you said the N-word and said you were just a kid. God forbid.
Oh my gosh, guys, please
Okay,
let Charlie
so can I
Kirk
talk
rest in peace.
uninterrupted?
He's hot and looking up.
Can I-
Let him have some rest. Anyway, go ahead, TP.
Did you just infer that Charlie Kirk, the American hero's in hell, you sick? I don't listen. Hey, Santana, young man, I know your parents did not do a good job, but I'm sorry they didn't. But that you don't need to take that out on the rest of us, okay? At some
I
point,
have no
grow
idea
up
what
and
you're
forgive them
talking
for their
about.
mistakes. Well, you just acted like Charlie Kirk's in hell. I don't know. Your BuzzFeed article proves you wrong, Dean. Now, you did so much talking to say nothing. The quote that you just played says, backstage, young man. You can lie and try and infer that he's saying somewhere other than backstage, but that's all you got is lies. And the audience knows better.
Oh, are you done? Can you keep like monologuing? I'm just got the game.
No,
open.
sure, go ahead.
Fuck, I guess I died. Okay, whatever. I died. We'll respond to it all. Perfect. All right. So first order of business. You brought up the BuzzFeed articles. You said that they reached out to 49 contestants. Only 15 of them responded. 11 said that it never happened to them, and it would be impossible for it to miss. So what I disagree with is not the notion that it never happened to them because I believe them, but rather the notion that it'd be impossible for them to miss. Because it wouldn't be impossible for them to miss. Because you own
They said it
multiple
was.
pageants that would go. I let you speak. What are you doing?
Well, actually,
If you interrupt me one more
got to
time, I'm gonna
speak
kick
for
you from my
30
stream.
minutes.
I'm gonna kick you from my
Excuse me,
stream.
young man. Excuse me,
I-
kiddo.
excuse
You got to
your
speak for like
interruption.
30 minutes.
It's fine,
and
bro.
if I
You
want to
got it.
interject on a lie, I'm going to do it. And you can kick me if you want. But again, you're not worth it. I'm 9-0 against you, buddy. I've done
Buddy,
enough with you.
You just
What's
said
up,
that if
buddy?
I interrupted you, you would leave. Now you're requesting that you must interrupt me or you'll leave?
No, I just wanted to interject on that one point before you said 30 more. Go ahead. You have my permission.
Okay, so you were only going to interject on that one point, but not the other ones, right? Right?
Go ahead.
Okay, good. Good. All right. So to start from the top, you said they reached out to 49 contestants. Okay, 11 those in which responded, said it never happened to them and it'd be impossible to miss. So I agree that it never happened to them. I think that would actually be a natural outcome given that my hypothesis that Donald Trump did this in the dressing rooms was true. However, I disagree with the whole impossible to miss part. The reason why I disagree with the whole impossible to miss part is because, well, he owned multiple pageants, all right? So, like, for instance, maybe instead of doing it at Miss Teen USA one day, he did it at Miss USA that day. And when he was at Miss USA doing it, he went backstage into the dressing rooms while some of the women were already on stage or some of the women had already gone home because they were judged and then voted out. You know, there's about 1 billion different moving variables here, in which would definitely yield the conclusion that this is not something that he would do at every single pageant, every single year he owned it, every single day of the pageant. You know, like another possibility is that the women who said it never happened to them and it'd be impossible to miss, they competed during years that he straight up didn't do this. Like maybe he did do it in 1977, but didn't do it in 1996, then did it again in 98, then didn't do it in 99, or just did it in 1 year, and then didn't do it in all the others. So for that reason, we would clearly expect some women and girls to have a story to tell, and we wouldn't expect other women and girls to have a story to tell. Now, when we look at the women and girls who do have a story to tell that remember this, you did bring up one, and this seems like your silver bullet. The woman that said that it wasn't creepy, and that the women who are saying it's creepy are likely doing it for politically motivated reasons. I know who that is. Do you?
Was that Miss Mexico?
It was not Miss Mexico. That's Tasha Dixon. She said it was creepy.
Okay. Who was it then? Because this doesn't help your
Victoria
argument. You got
Hughes.
3 girls. Wait,
Victoria
you got okay.
Hughes.
So you have 3
I
girls.
just asked
out
you what
of
her name is. You're going back on mute. Her name was
Do you know
Victoria
math?
Hughes.
Do you know
One moment.
percentages?
Just let me finish my argument. Her name is
You have my
Victoria
permission. Go ahead.
Hughes. Her name is Victoria Hughes. Victoria Hughes is the one that said it wasn't creepy. They're just making it probably politically motivated. Now here's the thing. Did Victoria Hughes say that he went into the dressing rooms? Yes or no?
Wouldn't matter because from the 15 that they actually got personal accounts from, 3 of them.
Answer,
then, if we
no,
give
no,
you,
answer the
let me-
question.
no, you're not Jesus
No,
Christ.
you're
going
going to answer the question.
As,
Yes or no, did Victoria Hughes say that he went into the dressing rooms? The woman that you cited as being reliable in defense of your argument. Yes or no, did Victoria Hughes, your source, say
you
that
have
he walked
3
into the
versus-
dressing rooms, contrary to
I
your
believe this-
claim that he did not walk into the dressing rooms and just went into a general backstage area? Yes or no, did Victoria Hughes say he went into the dressing room?
This started from you playing the quote of him saying backstage. He never said dressing room. So your question
I
didn't
know,
matter.
because you denied that it happened in the
Excuse me,
dressing
little
rooms.
man.
Answer my
Excuse me.
question. Yes or no? You're dodging. Did Victoria Hughes say that he walked into the dressing
Going
rooms?
live, would you kick me?
You're gonna
When you
run.
kick me,
I know
take-
you're gonna run. Yes or no?
You're
Did
gonna
she say
kick
it?
me. You run. What are you talking about, kiddo? So listen, you have 12 that disagree.
Oh, not a yes or no. Therefore muted.
Well,
did
I don't-
Victoria Hughes say that he went into the dressing rooms? Your source, by the way.
Mute me if you think you're lying. If you're lying to everybody, mute me again at some point, Dino. Now.
I'll just mute you for the love of the game.
Stupid.
Yeah. Mute me if you're gay.
Hey.
Oh shit, I like dick. Right? What are these 3rd grade elementary games? Be quiet.
What do
now
you-
answer the question. All right? Tell me, did Victoria Hughes say, that was funny, that he went into the dressing rooms, yes or no?
What was that last sentence you said a moment ago?
It was funny. It was a joke. Now tell
What'd
me.
you say? Wait,
Did
what'd you say? I'm a little...
Mute. Did
I'm older
Victoria
than you.
Hughes
What'd
say
you-
that he walked into the dressing rooms?
You like what? What was that sentence, Dino?
I was making a joke about the very funny thing that you said. If you mute me, you're admitting to lying. You're still dodging. Stop dodging. You know what? Listen, for the sanity of every single person watching, I'm going to give him 5 more attempts to answer the question before we kick him.
Also, I have a really important question if he doesn't, and hopefully I can get an answer to this super important question for him.
Well, hopefully you come debate me.
Okay. Should we see if he runs out of his 5 attempts to answer the question first, or how do you want to handle that?
Yeah, no, go ahead. You got it.
Okay. First attempt. Did Victoria Hughes say that he went into the dressing rooms contrary to your claim that he didn't? Yes or no?
Going live when you kick me. 12 of them.
4 attempts left.
3 of them agree with you. That's
Okay.
12 versus
3 attempts left. Did Victoria Hughes say that he went into the dressing rooms contrary to your claim that he didn't? Yes or no? I'll give you the mic to explain your yes or no. Your yes or no, by the way. It won't be that much.
Well, how can I trust you? Look at how you treat people up here. You just had a father.
Okay, 2 more attempts, TPA. This is embarrassing for you, buddy. Did Victoria Hughes say that he went into the dressing rooms? Your source, the woman that you're using to defend the narrative, that he's innocent. Yes or no?
We all can still come together. There's hope. Don't let Dean.
Okay, one more attempt.
With lies. Going live.
One more attempt. Did
Going
Victoria
live.
Hughes say
Taxpayer.
that? Did Victoria Hughes say that he
going
went
live.
into the dressing rooms? Yes or no?
12 of them disagree with you. He said backstage.
Well, Santana, I'm sorry. I kicked
all
him instead
good.
of allowing you to ask your question. What did
It's
you want to
all
ask him
good.
out of curiosity?
Yeah, I want to know, was he Amish? Because he has like a stupid Amish face. Like, I'm convinced that he's Amish.
Looks like. Dude,
Yeah.
Amish people catching a stray.
Yeah, sorry Amish people, but he looks like one of you. That was it.
Santana. Nothing wrong with being Amish. Well, I guess nothing wrong looking.
They're not
like
gonna
Amish
see this,
people.
Dean. Oh, where are they gonna watch this at?
Dude.
Come on. They're not going to see this.
Motherfucker. Okay. Okay. All right. You know, for the Amish people who did say that, you do not look stupid. All right. You do not look stupid.
I just spit everywhere.
Now, listen. How embarrassing. How very embarrassing of TPA to run away once again. How can anybody even defend that as anything but him running? I wonder. They can't.
He's gonna go live for his 266 viewers and, you know, do whatever he does with that. So I don't know. It's insufferable. The reason why I refuse to engage with him, and even more so at this point, I've been like, there's a couple of people that tried to come up and have this conversation. I've been saying this over and over and over. It's Sexual Assault Awareness Month, and I refuse to actually litigate and traumatize survivors of sexual assault. And when people like that who come up and blatantly defend people or defend Donald Trump, who is openly admitted to being a sexual predator, and on the basis of either not knowing anything or just because, you know, that's their Lord and Savior, Donald Timothy Christ, like, I can't deal with those type of people. So I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, see, the one like satisfying thing I do get out of conversations from TPA is when I get him in the corner, which is the place where inevitably I get everyone who joins my stream. Not because I'm super smart, but because the MAGA worldview is indefensible.
Mm-hmm.
The thing that TPA does is he lets it be known that he's in the corner by refusing to answer the question. And that's my favorite thing about him, because unlike other Trump supporters that just kind of obfuscate when they're in a corner and like linguistically work their way out of it, he doesn't. He just refuses to answer the question, which is a bold-faced concession that he lost.
Yeah.
Anyways, I have a couple people to thank here. Do give me a moment. Thank you so much, J-Dub, for the $100 on Super Chat. J-Dub, thank you. I appreciate you, J-Dub. Let's get 1,000 J-Dub W's in that comment section. Dude, that is nuts. I'm so very grateful. Show some love to J-Dub down below. J-Dub with 100 says, I can't say this enough. My guy, speaking the truth is always keep it up and up and up and up as per usual. Thank you, J-Dub. I appreciate you so much for the love and support. Same thing to Momo. What a nice name. Love that name. Momo, thank you so much for the $50, who says, Dean, can I just say that I appreciate everything that you do? Your videos have not only helped me change multiple random people that support Trump to my own friends. Based, please continue to do what you do. Thank you. Based, thank you. Thank you so much, Momo. I should be the one giving you $50 for changing some minds. That's impressive. I'm proud of you. Thank you for the support. And then Annie with the $50 says, Trump violated an ethical boundary, not a law. Well, see, that's the thing. I don't know what the legal standing of that is. But regardless of what it is, clearly it violated an ethical boundary. And then Nike, thank you for the $20. I appreciate you so much, Nike. Nike with the $20, join up IIVY, says, use this analogy, a murder happened, the weapon of murder was a katana, then the murderer goes on a show and says, yes, I murdered people with a sword. A katana is not a sword, however, they're very much the same thing. That is a very good example. Very, very good. And then Mikey, thank you for the $20 as well, who said, didn't attach a message, just sent the love. Thank you, Mikey. That is beyond kind. Now, I want to listen to this clip to see if he says dressing rooms under his breath when Howard Stern...
I've seen people
talking
about that.
Yeah, let's take a listen.
The owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. You know, I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? You know, this.
He does.
Mm-hmm.
He does. He, under his breath, he says, yeah, the dress. And then he starts to then move on to, is everything okay? So clearly the continuation of that phrase would be the dressing rooms. But I don't think, unfortunately, I don't think that point would work on a Trump supporter, because I'm sure that we could kind of all place ourselves in the shoes of a dense, crazy, and then, you know, imagine you're a dense crazy and I ask you, or more so I tell you that at this point in the clip, he mumbles under his voice the dressing rooms. A dense crazy would be like, how do you know that he wasn't referring to their dresses?
Mm-hmm.
You know?
The thing that I just don't understand though is the semantics, right? And a lot of people try to go back and forth and they break down like, well, what's the difference between a dressing room and the backstage area? What's the difference between sexual assault and rape? And they play semantics while understanding like the harm that has been caused. And even more so like with Donald Trump, the thing that happens when people continue to defend him the way that they're doing so is that it opens up the door for more people to be able to justify the harm that they perpetuate on women. And like, that's a huge thing. And I really wish people understood that playing semantics and saying, well, like she didn't remember the exact day, or she doesn't know this exactly, or like all of these different types of coverage that you give people who harm women, like that's the thing that they've been doing for years. That's why they've been able to get away with so much harm for over the years.
Absolutely. 110%.
Also, I just want to take a moment to issue a formal apology to all the Amish people. I apologize that you called astray. That was not intended to be towards you, but TPA had like some mutton chop looking beard. I love Amish people. You guys are awesome.
I could tell that you were kind of looking for like a very unique insult, and then your brain just made the connection.
You know what it really
Amish
is.
Beard, like so I'm happy you
what
didn't
it
double
really
down,
is,
but I could go ahead.
What it really is one of my favorite shows is The Office and Supernatural. And if you've ever seen Dwight's brother, he looked just like Dwight Schrute's brother. So if you've ever seen The Office, that's the face that I kept picturing was Dwight Schrute's brother, and it looks like him. So that's why I thought Amish cousin. Sorry, not brother, cousin. Got it. Yeah, he does look like Dwight's cousin. But I love Amish people. They're super polite.
On PayPal, thank you so much, Neha. That is Neha. Thank you for the $100. I appreciate you so much for that love, Neha. Neha with $100. That is crazy. On PayPal says, "Hey Dean, typically a male staff will have a female present and obtain consent before entering a private area. Not brag about it. That's predatory behavior." Agreed. Thank you for the $100. You are awesome. That is seriously super fucking kind. Neha, I hope that you've been doing well. I mean, you've been watching the stream for so long. I really appreciate the hell out of you. You know that. Thank you so much for the love and support. Show some love to Neha. Also, Chelsea, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Says he does say dressing room. He does in the middle of the clip there. Brooke, thank you so much for the $10. Who says to please stop letting TP out. He's super insufferable. You're never gonna change his mind. Yeah, I should probably stop letting him. You're probably right. It's just fun to dunk on him. Gail, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. He says go in, and I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner, as to into the dressing rooms. Yeah, you don't go into the backstage area. You go backstage. You don't go in backstage. Thank you for the $20, Gail, and really good point. Jason, thank you so much for the $10, who says, why does some basic bitch with 1,900 followers think he's doing something? Because he's a narcissist. Patsy, thank you for the $30 donation on Venmo. It says, love you, Dean. Keep on doing what you do. Your voice helps all people believe that we still have hope in changing minds and making a difference. Don't let others convince you otherwise. Always voice and educate. Thank you so very much, Patsy. You were awesome. And same thing with you, Gracie. Thank you for the $10. I appreciate you. Thank you so much, Gracie. Someone in the chat is spamming Dean trying to normalize being a pedophile. Whoa.
What?
I'm inviting you up. I'll give you the mic and the floor. I sent you the invite.
I have a couple of quick thank yous, but if you don't mind. But before I do, because I see a couple of people spamming it, you guys may say that you love Supernatural, but do you love Supernatural this much? This is my mouse pad. So you guys who cosplay as someone who loves Supernatural, I'm really about that Supernatural life. But Marie, thank you so much for the 1. I'm happy to see you. David, thank you so much for the 5. It would have to be Dean. Not you, Dean, but Dean Winchester. Angelica, thank you so much for the 2. Amy, thank you so much for the 5. I really appreciate the hell out of you. Aaliyah, thank you so much for the 10. You're amazing. Stephanie, thank you so much for the 5. You are absolutely wonderful. And Stephanie, holy fuck. Massive W's in the chat for Stephanie for the $50 donation. I try not to engage with people like that who bring no substance. I'd rather just make fun of them. But thank you all for your generosity.
Yeah, you're much better than me. Josie, thank you for the $20 on Venmo, who says, hey, thank you for your lives that got me through prep for my first bodybuilding show in Colorado. Hell yeah.
Let's go.
By the way, the owner was not allowed to see us getting tanned, obviously. Keep up the amazing work. Josie, that's like incredible. Good shit. I have so much respect for especially female bodybuilders. I mean, you just compete in such a male-dominated fields where women are underserved, especially by like the science-based studies insofar as what works best for bodybuilding. Only 1 out of 50 of them are made in consideration to female test subjects for, ATP buildup, muscle growth, so on and so forth. Not to mention, it is just naturally a hell of a lot harder to build well-defined muscle with lower levels of natural testosterone. I personally know a couple of female bodybuilders, so much respect for them, so I have so much respect for you. RJ, thank you for the $15. He says, love the shirt, Dean. I drive a 2019 2SS 1LE manual. Keep it up, man. You drive that manual Camaro? Good shit. I didn't even know they made manual Camaros in 2019. Wow. See, the thing is I actually don't really like Camaros too much.
Really?
Yeah, but I do think it's a cool shirt. I'm much more of a Corvette guy. I think that Corvettes are cool as shit.
Really?
I love Corvettes. Yes.
You know what? Like the issue that I have with Corvettes is I'm so tall, so I wouldn't fit in one.
Okay.
That's the issue that I have.
Get a convertible, dude.
Yeah. I don't like that. That's always been my Camaro's my dream car, and I was told before that no, I couldn't get a Camaro. So I've always said I wanted to get a Camaro, and for me, I'm not really a car guy. The way that I judge cars is could it be a Transformer, and if it could be a Transformer, then I love it. That's my standard for cars.
Based. That's awesome. Yeah, personally, I've just the one thing that keeps me feeling patriotic in this country, outside of, what I talk about in live, clearly this is a little bit of an idiom, is got to be Chevy's Corvettes, dude. I mean, not only have they just been fantastic forever, but their new ZR1X is just top of the line. I mean, it's just genuine, American excellence. The fact that it is the fastest production car ever.
Yeah.
Ever. Even beating the Dodge Demon 170 by 3 hundredths of a second, 3/100ths of a second, is just insane. It is just so cool. I mean,
do you watch F1?
I'm not. I don't know. I
would think that you would love F1.
I'm much more of like a sports car, muscle car, compared to the whole F1. I mean, it's cool because, you know, like they experience an average of like 4.7 to 6 Gs. They're moving fast as hell. Their reflexes are nuts. Like truly some athletes. But I don't know. Something about it's never really grabbed me too much.
I've never really been into it, but then my brother-in-law, he's like really big into it, and I start watching some races with him, and I actually kind of enjoy it. Like we were supposed to go to the one in Vegas, but some stuff happened, so we didn't get to go. But like it's actually pretty cool.
Oh, also
Hamilton is my favorite.
I want to clarify here, you guys. I said there's the fastest production car ever in the 0 to 60, not in like the quarter mile. I'm pretty sure that the Jesco and like 2 Bugattis beat it. But I mean, that's still really impressive because the 01X has a MSRP of like what, 275 compared to the Jesco and various Bugattis that are like ripping a couple mil. But anyways, I'm surprised at the excellence I've been seeing from Chevy. I love them. Anyway, so that's the whole car fixation.
What's your dream car?
Man, the 01X. It's like actually my favorite car. You hear me saying I like Corvettes, I mean it.
Right.
I mean it.
Right.
I mean it, dude. But like outside of that, I do think that the old Chevy Impala is pretty sick. That's what they drive in Supernatural, by the way.
Yeah,
So
it is. It absolutely is.
Yeah, like that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Oh, there's this one guy. His name is Supercar Ron. He lives in Utah and he just owns a bunch of supercars. I think that his like quote unquote like diamond or like gym covered Jesco is like really sick. Like that shit is like fucking awesome. So that's maybe like a dream car, quote unquote.
Yeah, see, people are gonna call me a blue-haired liberal when I say this, but whatever. Have you seen the new like electric Porsches? Like, I would love an electric Porsche.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like when I moved to the West Coast, I gave away my car, and I haven't had a car for years because no real need. But I said if I buy my next car, if I buy one, it would be an electric car, and like I would love to have an electric Porsche.
Really? So I'm actually a big fan of electric. I just think that the concept's cool as shit.
Yeah.
The issue that I have with a lot of modern day electrics, including the electric Porsches, has got to be the fact that they change the outward design of the car so it quote unquote looks electric. And I'm pretty sure, everybody's familiar with that electric look. And I'm just a really big fan of the combustion engine headlights and taillights that they have on the Porsches. And then their electric look is just like, I don't know, it turns me off for some reason. So that's why I don't like the electric Porsches.
Yeah. I don't know. Like for me, I want to get something that's like sensible and practical. But like, I'm old now, and so I don't really do fast cars anymore. Did I ever tell you about a time I got a super speeder ticket?
Super speeder ticket? What is that? Like reckless driving 30 over?
All right. So I was in South Carolina, and I had to drive down to Valdosta, Georgia for work, right? And it's a 4-hour drive, and it's like nothing but back roads through South Carolina, through Georgia. And so I'm in my Dodge Charger at that time. And again, back road, nothing. And so I'm doing like 100 on the back road, just getting it. And I don't see any cars around. And then all of a sudden I hear whoop, 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 whoop. And the cops pull me over, right? And so the cop pulls me over. He's like, yeah, you're doing 100. What are you doing? Da, 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 da. And I was like, yeah, whatever. Like, there's no cars here. And you're going to pull me over for this. So he gives me a ticket for like $300. And I was like, screw this guy. So he gave me the ticket, and I was pissed. And I was also like 26 to be fair. I was pissed. And so I immediately pulled off and was like, fuck this cop, and started doing 100 again. Less than 5 minutes later, I heard, woo, 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 woo. I got pulled over, and the cop said, hey, didn't we just pull you over? It was a different cop. Same actual police station or whatever. So they gave me a $400 ticket on top of the $300 ticket, which was a super speeder. So I had like over $700 in 2 tickets in less than 5 minutes. After that, I have never sped again, ever. I absolutely do the speed limit.
See, I've had similar experiences, but I had them when I was a lot younger. So my best friend, when I got my license, was a really bad influence on me. And he was a bit older than me, a year older than me. Plus, I got my license late. So he was driving me around for like 2 years before I got mine. And this motherfucker would speed 40 miles over the speed limit everywhere he would go. Everywhere. In town, on the highway. Not even on the highway, just on like town roads going 90. And so eventually when I got my driver's license myself, I thought that was like the cool thing to do, was to go really fast everywhere. And, you know, like my first car, it was a Jetta, which was really nice. I loved it. And those Jettas, they have a little kick to them. So before I knew it, I was going like 90 on city roads in the middle of town. But I almost flipped it once and barely saved myself from that. And then got pulled over when I was racing somebody on a town road, which would be a 12-point ticket in Colorado. You get your license taken away till you're 21 or 17. But then he gave me a break. He said, I'm gonna let you go. And then after that, I've just, you know, always been a good little rule follower. You know, don't speed too much.
That's wild. I always think it's super interesting, like how people learn to drive. So for me, before I took my driver's license test, I only drove one time, and that was in like the side street right before I got ready to go take my driver's license test. So I never drove before that. And so I, you know, taught myself how to drive from playing video games. But I was talking to my wife, and my wife, her dad taught her how to drive. And my wife's Ethiopian, and so, you know, she has an African dad. And her dad said the way that she's supposed to drive is to drive as fast as you can. Like, that's the best way for you to drive, is drive as fast as you can. That way you can react without thinking. And to this day, that is how she drives. She drives, it's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. She's a good driver, though. She's a better driver than me, but she makes me a little nervous sometimes.
Yeah, my girlfriend, she goes 5 under everywhere.
Really?
Yeah. She had an experience when she was younger, and you know, she goes 5 under everywhere because of it. So usually I'm the driver. You know, let's at least go at this speed limit. So especially on like the 4-hour drives, because you go 5 under on a 4-hour drive, you're getting there in 5 hours.
Oh,
you know? So
have you ever drove from LA to Vegas?
Yes, yeah, I've made that a handful of times. That's a doozy.
Yeah, it is, but that's where you can get it.
Oh, for sure.
Like just take off.
Oh, for sure. You know, right through Death Valley, it's literally just a straight road where cops don't patrol because it's like 140 degrees out for like, that boom, straight shot. You want some speed, that's where to get it. Jay Blade, thank you for the $10. She says 67 Impala is my dream car because it's supernatural. Dead ass. A, thank you for the $20. She says, Dean, keep cooking. You, Santana and Parker, please take care of your mental health. Yeah, I want to try my best. I'm about to go to
I have
gym.
Therapy tomorrow.
Very nice.
Boom.
Nice. I think when I get back from the gym, I'm going to get a bottle of wine. Get a bottle of wine on my way back. That sounds nice. Oh, by the way, guys, if you ever have a date night where you feel like spending a little bit on a bottle of wine, there's this bottle called Justin. And they're 2023 vintage. I think it's 2022, actually. It's like $32. So it's a little, it's, you know, it's not a cheap bottle for sure. It is the best wine I've ever had. Justin is the best cab. Love Justin. Nicolette, thank you for the $10. Who says, my dad taught me how to drive at a cemetery. He said, if we crash, you'd already be here. Well, my first reaction is to laugh because that's funny. But my second reaction is like, funny enough, that actually seems like a good way to do it, right? You know, make the stakes be known, imprint on your child that they could die if they fuck up. You know, they could die if they look at their phone, text and drive, drink and drive. I'm on board with it. Honestly, you just gave me a good idea for my future child. As well as Eric, thank you for the $20. Who says, I just became an attorney so I could afford my dream car, the C701. Oh,
C701.
Love it, dude. The C701 is a badass. I love the C701. That I gotta say, the C801 and 01X, they don't have the aura yet because they're new. But the C701, oh my God, there's not an American car with more aura. So damn, Eric, you are living the good life if you're driving a C701. Good for you, dude. Thank you for the $20 donation. Then Shannon, thank you for the $6. And then Nevaeh, thank you for the $5. And then Barbara, thank you for the $10. Go ahead.
I have a couple of quick ones. Marie, thank you so much for the one. All good. It's all good. I'm going to be going live here soon, so you'll be able to catch me later. Thank you. Bianca, thank you so much for the 10. Supernatural is the best. Lori, thank you so much for the 25. You named yours. Oh, she named her 13-year-old son Castiel. That's crazy. Brooke, thank you so much for the 10. Absolutely. He sucks. And Amanda, thank you so much for the 5. Oh, wow. Yeah. Yep. I got it. Absolutely. Samantha, thank you so much for the 1. Yeah, it is. Barbara, thank you so much for the 10. A 2016 Porsche Macan GTS EV. I'm too old for the Tycoon. Okay. Jordan, thank you so much for the 10. I've been debating for about 2 years. Neil, thank you for the 1. Alexis, thank you so much for the 3. And last but not least, Darius, thank you so much for the 2. I appreciate it. I'm glad that you really liked it. Really quick, one last question for you, Dean. What type of wine do you like?
Big cab guy. I like a very. Let me think back to the sommelier who was describing these terms because they're very specific. I like a full-bodied, and the best phrase I could use to describe it is like averaged out cab, where it's very balanced. Balanced is the word. A very full-bodied, balanced cab. I really like a balanced cab. Not too tanniny, you know. Like I don't really like the tannins, so when I get a cab, I definitely let it sit open for like 2 hours before I even take a drink to kind of let those tannins reside. But outside of the cabs, I'm also a big fan of like a good. They make it in Argentina, Malbecs. I like a good Malbec, and surprisingly, a good rosé. Now, bad rosés, not my taste, right? But a good rosé from like a specialized winery is pretty good, pretty yummy.
Okay. I'm gonna send you a bottle. My mother-in-law, she's like huge into wine, and she found something. I think you'll like it. I'm gonna send you a bottle. Like I don't even really like wine, but apparently this is like creme de la creme. So I'm gonna send you a bottle.
Well, I'll have to send you one in return because now we're at like a 2-0 average, and I still don't even have your address.
Yeah, we're good. My wife was like, "I'm gonna send it to him." I'm like, "No, we're good."
I gotta send something back. No, Santana, that's very kind of you. It's very kind of you, and I appreciate you for joining us for a coast. Okay, guys, make sure to give him a raid later. I'm gonna go ahead and hop off for the night. You take care.
See you,
Santana.
bro. Have a good one.
Now, I saw a couple people in the chat saying this is boring. Well, that's because it's not debates. We're just hanging out. Feel free to scroll. One last thing I want to say before I leave is earlier I said that the C701 has the most aura out of any American-made car. Somebody on YouTube responded with a great counterpoint. The 4GT might have a little bit more aura than the ZR1, but ZR1 comes in close second. I'm going to go ahead and end. Peace, love. See you tomorrow. Raid Santana later. Good night and goodbye.